Cat 5000. Hey guys, Squeaky Cat 5000. I honestly, sincerely give a fuck. I say whatever the fuck I like. My boy fucking SR, he'll fucking teach you once SR. Fuck on me. The fuck that idiot doing? Fucking sleeping at a time like now. What the fuck, eh? Fuck on SR, wake the fuck up. Ah, we got a bingy Barbie girl and a fat finger boy. We're gonna do some video. Who fucking gives a shit? Squeaky cat, don't! Squeaky cat, don't hurt him! Don't hurt him, Squeaky cat! Oh ho 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 ho! Poor new. Es offend. The Squeaky Cat 5000. He's a squeaky cat. He doesn't give a fuck. He'll fucking say whatever he wants. And so will you, SR, right? Of course, I will never. I would very never say whatever I very never wanted to. Come now, come now. Squeaky cat. Thou with the freedom to be a squeaky cat. Say whatever the fuck he wants. He'll fucking hurt your feelings. He doesn't fucking care. Cause he's squeaky cat. Oh man. Homie. It's been so good since the fucking beeper bomb, man. The fucking beeper bomb, man. It fucking changed the game now. It's like, you know, you gotta be a totally reprehensible motherfucker to go on the record and go, Hezbollah! I can't even say it straight. I can't even say it with a straight face. You know, Hezbollah are the victims of terrorism. They were just peacefully doing their democratic right to throw bombs at Hebrews. Setting off fireworks for Jannah Isla fucking Cockmanuts Day or whatever. I don't know. Do fucking tallies even have fucking holidays? They're not holy people, so oh yeah, they've got fucking raghead Christmas, fucking don't eat food week or whatever. um Raghead Christmas is the best year of the day. It's so weird being fucking neurodivergent from the stream. I mean, that whole thing about those Israeli podcasters got the lefties so butthurt. Whilst they spew fucking ridiculously disgusting rhetoric about Hebrew people, and yet these fucking beast men fucking saying, on the map, off the map, probably best off the map. Beep. That's somehow inciting genocide. Just being fucking truth, you know. They don't like truth, do they? Hell no. Hell no. The truth the truth is racist. The truth is transphobic. We're anti-truthism. The truth really, really hurts, so we shouldn't fucking worry about the truth anymore. The truth doesn't matter anyway. You know, the truth is patriarchal. The truth is a systematic oppression of of the truth just hurts subjugated people within the dystopian patriarchal narrative of systematic oppression and diversity Olympics. I mean fucking intersectional femininity, Range Rovers and fucking banana boats. Oh, 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 mommy, they're telling the truth again. Mommy, they're telling the truth again. Mommy, stop them from telling the truth or I'm gonna have the tantrum. Mommy, stop them from telling the truth or I'll blow up a bus in Tel Aviv. Try and blow up a bus in Tel Aviv now, nigga. Seriously. You know, you blow up a bus in fucking Tel Aviv is about as likely as me fucking showing my nuts on YouTube, eh? Holy jihad. Holy Moses, holy jihad. It's another beautiful day in Mexico, Australia. Well, formerly known as Australia. Who the fuck knows what the fucking dirt pile of fucking champagne socialists and cocaine Muslims, whatever. We bring cocaine of communism and Islam. Jesus Christ. I mean, imagine fucking communism without fucking whole grain alcohol. It'd just be fucking ridiculous, you know, fucking, yeah, nigga, fucking throw me off the roof now, hey, fucking get me the fuck out of here, bitch. Oh, man. Okay. Oh. Jasper. Jasper. She's my little princess warrior. She fucked up a whole bunch of Islam motherfuckers who killed her family. And Clarence fucked shit up. Squeaky cat. Oh, it's fucking Squeaky cat. He doesn't give a fuck. He'll fuck you up. He'll eat your family. But he's lovely to be around. He always tells the truth. He doesn't fuck around with lies. Da-boo. You know, some of those days it's just like, hurry. I want to put on the propaganda television network, whatever, PN, PTN, but my kitty knows the truth. She is all about the truth of killing bad people. There is nothing more real than shooting a bad person in the face. Boom, boom. Motherfuckers tell it like the truth, like only a cat can. So how you living? I'm gonna put on some clips and shit and man, I fuck on man, but we living good, man. I fucking got my I don't know what these fucking vapes. They're what are they called? Alfucker. I know that's what they called. Fucker. Like seriously, like yeah. What does it say? Fucker. Alfucker. All of it. And it's mental, man. Like being both a citizen of YouTube, a fucking white until I die, And also being on one of these fucking exploitative fucking bean counting fucking live stream things, bingo. Maybe I need to get on fucking the Tang instead. I don't know, fucking Tango, but that seemed even fucking worse, to be honest. Maybe that's just fucking North Africans freeing each other off until they fucking spontaneously combust or whatever. I honestly don't know. Um, but yeah, like it's crazy just the level of whoa, homie, it's Squeaky Cat jumping up all over the fucking place. He can go anywhere he likes, up and down, inside your mother's crack hole. Um, you know, and yeah, just seeing like the fucking epic level of fucking gaslighting by these fucking faggot men. Because I mean, on these fucking platforms, the only fucking commodity that's worth anything there is fucking tits and ass. You know what I mean? Especially the fucking young blood of fucking juvenile females. You know, so the way they fucking gaslight and fucking lie and cheat and steal and fucking predate on these fucking young women, it's just like fucking so abhorrent. It's fucking disgusting, man. You know, and luckily there are some really good fucking, good peoples on there, to some extent. At the same time, so much ignorance, so much fucking internalized division, like these fucking dudes who want to big it up large, but they're fucking obsessed with materialism, consumerism, fucking ban 100, all that shit. Who gives a fuck on the Rizzle, man? I sure don't give a fuck. Another does Jasper, another does Clarence. He is a squeaky cat who fucking tell it like it's the truth. Even if it isn't, that doesn't make it a lie. Just his truth is bigger than yours. So beg it up, you fucking beggars. Okay, let's get out of bed. No. Let's get out of bed now. No. It's cruisy fucking Saturday. I almost said Sunday. But it's a sad. It's a Saturday. Ain't nobody want to fuck around with the golden fuck. Nobody want to play with me. Nobody want to play with me. Do I give a fuck? Do I fuck? Uh, you know what I mean? Some days it's just like, yeah, fuck niggas. I'm a fucking roll deep with my fucking Jasper and McLaren's. Fucking squeak cat. Oh, fuck. We finally caught her. We fucking finally caught her. Hey, this little fucking savage. We will find you guilty of being the cutest girl in the world. She is pretty and beauty and smart. Beautiful, so, so beautiful. She is lovely. Even if she got Indian dreadlocks on her tummy. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Indian dreadlocks on her tummy. Oh, Boomer. Oh, Kangi. Oh, Ming Ming. She is gonna fuck you up. You didn't tell the truth, so she is gonna eat you. Uh, man. This fucking lasted like fucking 2 seconds, hey. Motherfucker! Fuck you up, motherfucker! Oh, dude, these are so good. I'm fucking cranking Filipino foods hard. Or at the moment, I don't even fucking know if I've got a whole plate that works. She's gonna fuck you up like an ice road trucker. Whatever happened to ice road truckers? Is that still a thing? It's like, just get these centers that, like, your cultural touchstones can't be still fucking stoning on the touch anymore when people are so fucking soy boy right now. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta know that a culture that lionizes motherfuckers driving on ice to get important resources to at-risk people just ain't the fucking dominant fucking species set at the moment, eh? Fucking ice road truckers. Have you got pants on? Have you? Uh-oh. No pants. Saturday, do a dance. No pants Saturday. Do I care? Do I? Clarence, the squeaky cat. He is a motherfucking squeaky cat. 5,000. Ba-ba-boo. Tell us some truth, Clarence. Fucking may I tell you some fucking truth? Yo motherfuckers get fucking real late. Fucking me. Fuck your niggas. I'm squeaky cat 5,000. I'ma lick myself whenever I please. I'ma tell it the truth. Albanese, get on your motherfucking knees. I'ma eat your family, even if I don't like it, even if it's not good for me. Eating scum and shit like ALP conversational politicians, even if they call themselves liberal. Fuck y'all. I'm Squeaky Cat 5,000. Yeah. Fucking Nick Ray, Clarence. Fucking me. Okay, let's fucking bounce with me. Fucking bounce with me. Yeah, no, put on some pants, eh? Fucking put on some pants, eh? The fucking... Fucking hell, man. Do you even have any fucking pants? Shut up, fucking Steven. For fuck's sake, man. Oh, you fucking even. You got fucking jackets for Africa, but fuck's sake. You got jackets for Africa. That's one of those interesting colloquialisms. Only ever said in fucking Aotearoa, New Zealand, I think. We got fucking washing machines for Africa. We got jihad brides for Africa coming up now. Buy yourself a little Aisha for your fucking jihad against the fucking dirty Hebrews. Coming up now on Radio P Up, fucking dickheads. Palestine Radio, bitches. Fuck Palestine. Free Palestine Radio. Next up on Palestine Radio Free, some fucking Bondi. After some fucking Walla Yalla Yalla. Woo! Fucking bang bang bang. Win yourself a child bride. Ready for the jihad. On fucking Palestine Free Radio. Oh yeah, we can pop these on. Oh, winner, chicken dinner. Yeah, Palestine Free Radio, man. Win yourself a beautiful child bride, ready for your honeymoon to fucking Syria. Learn all the important cultural fucking all of it in fucking beautiful Syria, the land of the jihadi bomber. Why not drop in on the way to beautiful Yemen, where you'll get to see dying fucking Muslim fucking ragheads dying of starvation that we caused. But at some point, we're going to flip the narrative and blame it on the West. Hurrah! Yalla, yalla, yalla! Palestine Free Radio, bringing you the biggest pile of fucking donkey fucking camel horse piss you've ever seen. Palestine Free Radio, get yourself a free child jihadi bride. This message is only purported to be of relevance to true jihadi fucking golden soldiers. Ready for the jihad? Blow up on Jews. Fucking it. Palestine Free Radio. Yeah. And on this hour, we are giving away 17 new jihadi fucking childhood brides. The only ones you ever need. Their anuses never get small, because they don't have one. They just have a bloody hole that you stick your fucking evil little Muhammad dicks in. And then they scream. They don't have children, never menstruated, so it's all good. On Palestine Free Radio, giving away free jihadi children brides every hour to our brave, dignified, golden Muhammad soldiers. Now, some Britney Spears. Artificially, intelligently changed so that she is indeed asking you to do it again when she's 13 years and a half. Just the right age for your jihadi child bride. Oh, no, okay. On Jihad Free Radio, bringing you the best childhood fucking ideation teenage jihadi brides you've ever fucking seen. Oh no. Fucking jihad brides. Nothing you didn't ask for. Blow yourselves up, smoke signal. It's a dirty rapist fucking dick apocalypse. Oh no, my dick! No, oh, what am I gonna do with my 72 virgins? I guess I'll just have to enslave them in a fucking death cult. Fucking turn them into phone girls. Fucking cam girls and make $1 million instead. If only I had a fucking civilized human brain to do that, I guess I'll just fucking blow up a bus in Tel Aviv again and fucking see if I come back as a fucking muskrat next time. Okay, come on, you can't. You gotta fucking. This is going on the all-time greatest fucking war hit jams, right?
Israel is not Palestinians, not terrorists, not Hamas, not Islamic Jihad. Israel is Palestinian. And it's important to recognize this very simple fact. Because if you want to move forward what you're fighting, we're not fighting terror, we're not fighting Hamas, we're fighting that culture that promotes death and destruction, that teaches the kids that stab, kill, rape, behead. And we're going to have a demonstration of this on Saturday. When the Palestinian forces invaded Israel, they burned and beheaded babies and children. They massacred entire villages, entire families, festival livers, the elderly. They kidnapped they just went through raping, murdering, pillaging, like the good, these are backward people there. Now, the scale of this carnage is still unclear, but the death toll is right now 1,000. It's just devastating. Just devastating. Family broken, just the entire nation is grieving. And in the news, you're going to hear a lot about Hamas. Hamas this, Hamas that, we're fighting Hamas, we're going to destroy Hamas. But make no mistake, Israel's not at war with Hamas. Israel's at war with the Palestinian people. Just like the Palestinian people are not at war with the coup, they're not at war with Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition, they're at war with Israel. And Israel is at war with the Palestinian people. The right to be recognized as a people, to have agency, autonomy over themselves. Massacre, rape down on Israel, Jews and non-Jews alike. Terrorist or separate entity that needs to be uprooted, eradicated. Just we need to free the poor Palestinian people who are held hostage by this regime. Excuse me, but utter bullshit. Give them credit and wake up. This is the Palestinian people. This is their culture. This is their self-determination. This is their legacy. Not only did the Palestinian people in Gaza elect Hamas in 2005, but Hamas is really brought support. In the West Bank, if elections were held tomorrow, Hamas would win by a landslide, especially after the events on Saturday. That's terrible. I mean, just look at Palestinian streets after what happened on Saturday, after 9/11, after any murderous attack against Western society. You'll see dancing in the streets, you'll see handing out sweets, just general jubilee, because at the pinnacle of Palestinian culture is death and destruction of the infidel. Men, women, children alike. The highest act of destruction of the infidel. At the pinnacle of Palestinian culture is the death and destruction of the infidel. At the pinnacle of Palestinian culture is the death and destruction of the infidel. At the pinnacle of Palestinian culture is the death and destruction of the infidel. Palestinian culture is the death and destruction of the infidel. 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 Men, women, children alike. The highest accolade are those who achieve that the death of the infidel through martyrdom, through self-sacrifice, and suicide bombs. The larger the scale of murder, the greater and more gruesome the death, the bigger the separation. That is who we're dealing with. Stop calling them Hamas and whitewashing Palestinian culture. From the technological standpoint, Lebanon is significantly transformed by Israel. For arts and trading politics, later as the back in 1973, the seminal Israel, Israeli office advertisement. Lebanon playing a critical role in the assassination of Parliament. In the eyes of Israeli intelligence, exploiting the existing divide in Lebanon could be a more efficient strategy for Israel. When we were preparing this video, the attack that took place yesterday hadn't occurred yet. However, in the evening, we learned about the new development through a breaking news report. Israel had manipulated a ship intended for Hezbollah's pagers. To learn more about the situation, I immediately picked up my phone and called Haji Ahmed. First, he mentioned how weaknesses in the supply chain can be easily exploited. He emphasized that our country's relevant institutions should learn lessons from this, and that Turkish-made systems need to be developed and established. Regarding the method of the operation, open sources revealed that the order was placed with a Taiwanese brand, but the production was done in Hungary. He pointed out two possibilities concerning this. The first is that Mossad was informed of the purchase and infiltrated the shipment, placing explosive devices inside. The second is that explosives were inserted into the devices during the production process. In both scenarios, we see Israel's success while observing Hezbollah's weakness in counterintelligence. As a result of the attack, since the devices were found with Hezbollah's mid-level personnel, their operational and resistance capabilities are expected to weaken. We concluded the conversation by mentioning that by comparing hospital records in Lebanon with other open source data and Israeli records, the exact outcome and casualties of the attack could be determined. How is Israel establishing its presence in Lebanon? Does the chaos in Lebanon make things easier for Israel? Why does Israel see Hezbollah and Lebanon as threats? Watch our content for the answers to these and all related.
Why? I wonder why it's bombing the threat to me.
Hello, thank you. We come together to talk about Israel and Lebanon. What kind of intelligence network does Israel have in Lebanon? We need to consider a few key points. First of all, Lebanon is a primary threat zone for Israel. Therefore, we must acknowledge in advance that Israeli intelligence and its affiliated elements have a significant presence there. Why do they see it as a threat? Due to the fact that many attacks against Israel, such as those conducted by Hezbollah, originate from Lebanon, it can be inferred that Lebanon serves as a significant base for these activities and poses a considerable threat to Israel's national security. Furthermore, when considering Lebanon from a broader intelligence perspective, it is evident that this region is marked by substantial political turmoil. Consequently, the destabilization of both ethnic and political structures in Lebanon increases the likelihood of an established and well-functioning human intelligence network operated by Israel. It should beneath individuals. Moreover, given its status as a primary threat, it maintains a presence in the form of case officers, sometimes referred to as CASA, who oversee and coordinate these operations. Financial motivations. It is also possible that Israeli intelligence employs desk officers to manage the financial transactions associated with these operations. It is imperative to emphasize the necessity for diversification as the region faces threats against Israel and the processes within it are fragmented. Roger, what is the main motivation for Israel to carry out operations in Lebanon? What motivational tools do they use? So if we are talking about recruitment activities here, my estimate is that about 70% to 80% of the primary motivation is money. This is because both Lebanon's internal political situation at the failed state and the serious economic and social conditions in the camps this will play a significant role in the recruitment activities. So I would place my
Let's get some disgusting chunky yogurt up in this far. And intelligence effort.
I'm John Donovan. Hi, everybody. For an episode that attempts to explore what may be possible or impossible in the quest for that elusive result known as peace in the Middle East, a phrase that especially now seems to be the very definition of hopelessness. We have Israel seeking to destroy Hamas. We have Hamas seeking to destroy Israel. And where does it go from there? If it is not going to end in an endless and escalating war where one side utterly destroys the other, how does resolution come about? It would have to involve both sides at some point deciding to stop, deciding to negotiate, deciding to compromise. And how realistic a scenario is that? In this debate, that's the question. In this debate, that is the question we're going to explore. And we are phrasing it around this particular question. Can Israel make peace with Hamas? Let's meet our debaters. First one,
Yeah, when they're kissing, they graze, you know.
founder and CEO for previously you hosted MSNBC Live. You're going to answer yes, that Israel can make peace with Hamas. Thanks so much for joining us.
How you going, Nicholas? Fucking
In Mossad, co-founder, you grew up surrounded by the forces.
This is
amazing. Before you started working with Israeli intelligence to help bring the organization down, Mossad, you were also the author of New York Times bestseller, Son of Hamas, as well as the newly published memoir From Hamas to America. Thanks so much for joining us on Open Today. Thank you for having me. All right, let's get to our opening statements and what we have in the answer to our question. Can Israel make peace with Hamas? Is one debater answering yes, and the other answering no. John, up first. Your answer is yes. Here's your chance to tell us why.
So can Israel make peace with Hamas? Of course. That's who you make peace with, your enemies, not your allies. This is actually pretty elementary. No matter how bad the enemy is, at some point, if you want to get peace, and that's a big if, then you're going to have to do your enemies and not allies. So if Israel wants to do a peace deal with Norway, that's not really going to help them. They get there pretty quickly, but that's not the issue at hand. They're fighting Hamas. That's who they have to negotiate with, and that's who they have to get to an agreement.
I mean, this is why these fucking heathen call themselves the New Turks, because the New Turks is all about the politicized jihad. You know what I mean? Like the non-revolutionary fucking revolutionists who fucking scream and curse and yell about fucking freedom and peace and blah, 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 and how fucking hateful hatred is, blah, 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 and all this stuff, you know. At some point, he just needs to be turned into a fucking cartoon character, this fucking fat fucking piece of shit. God damn it, man. Can't even fucking deal with that fucking poof. Hey.
If you give me a plot to release God, every single living being in God will no longer be living tomorrow or present. It's just, I think it's most is that's the choice. Yeah.
These are online comparisons to live Radio Rwanda, referring to the Rwandan genocide in 1994. Certainly, a lot of what they said on the podcast is true. They appear to conquer all of the Palestinian territories and Lebanon before some shitty Muslim gut-sucking people attack them. They call for the government to stop all aid efforts because nobody gives a shit for the open concept that's free. And instead, to the open to the story. They even suggested streaming live footage of their death entertainment because it makes it better to go out to concerts knowing that Palestinians are hungry, sitting in access. Despite online criticism, they insist their views are mainstream in Israeli society. And on that, they may have a point. The podcast has been promoted in the time of Israel. I've had stars from the former ambassador to the US to the creator of the Netflix series Spectre to popular producers and journalists. One of the hosts used to be media for Prime Minister Netanyahu's last political campaign. Much as they may shock us, figures ranging from popular celebrities like Singer Eyal Golan to senior government ministers have made similar statements to raise Palestinians to the ground and resettle. 73% of Israelis think the destruction of Gaza is bad, right, or not enough, according to Pew Research. Their assessment of the West Bank has skyrocketed. There have also been demonstrations in South Lebanon and riots to free soldiers accused of raping Palestinian prisoners. What's most scary about these views is that they're not isolated.
And you're fucked. You're fucked.
Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett joins me now, who was the third Prime Minister of Israel, and the current Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was back to the power after the Prime Minister of June 2021 to June of 2022. He represented the party at that time called the New Right political party. At the end of his term, he served as the third alternate Prime Minister for 5 months before announcing that he would not at that time run again. Prime Minister Bennett, great to have you here today. So explain to Americans the meaning of these strikes against Hezbollah and how are they a signal that the war is entering a new phase and that we will see a lot more of this?
Yes, I want to explain to the American public that Hezbollah are two different genres. Hezbollah, in the unprovoked fashion, began shooting rockets at Israel, finances since then, they've been shooting 8,000 rockets at Israel. They killed thousands of Israelis, including 12 prisoners and the young children. And Israel generally has been for the past 11 months. Enough is enough. And what we're seeing right now is the leading out of terrorists who died decades ago. They were killed for the last 30 years, killed over 200 Americans, by the way, for $7 million bounty. We're not going to ask for a bill because America is helping us directly. But the point is that these are big terrorists, and killing them is really for the world.
So, with regard to the reaction to this extraordinary operation, was put out by Israel.
I don't know.
AOC, Alexander Ocasio-Cortez, spoke out about it. She said it violated the tenets of international warfare. She was scolding Israel for carrying this out, and we cannot confirm that. What's your reaction when you hear what she said?
I would tell the terrorist to find a different job. I mean, if you're in the business of murdering citizens as your life career, you should expect lots of bad things will happen to you and incidentally to people around you. There is one way to safeguard your family, and it's quit being a terrorist. So I would highly recommend that any Hezbollah terrorist right now who seeks to live and have a better future for his family, call up an astronomer and say, good man, or I die.
There's a UN meeting this week in a rally today outside the brother of one of the hostages who was killed, of 6 who were killed, along with Poland and 4 others. This is what he had to say. He's frustrated about what happened.
Your life could have been saved so many times. You are meant to be a song for your life and for your loved ones. We can't turn back the clock for you, Romero, but we can control this moment. The time to act is now.
The Wall Street Journal today that indicated the White House is really at the end of the road in terms of thinking that they will be able to help negotiate any kind of agreement before the end of the life.
Yeah.
Family.
We need to bring the hostages. They were kidnapped. They were dead in their homes, early in the morning. They did nothing wrong to anyone. And it's our responsibility as the Jewish state to take care of our citizens. I will say that nihilism is not under enough pressure. Because if you were to come to the negotiation table, it's not making it's not there. And I think we need to.
Even if he wants to do it?
I think it's not enough. And the only way to get him to want to deal is for him to see an imminent threat on his life. I think right now Israel is prosecuting this war way too slow, way too weak. We need to strengthen.
What do you think when you hear American politicians say that they, and the President Biden, basically saying he needs to tone it down? This is too much what's happening in Gaza. What do you say to him right now?
Eat a dick, nigga.
Thousands of Americans were massacred from, let's say, some town in Mexico, from Al Qaeda posted in Mexico. America would demolish that town. I mean, what would you do if people invaded your homes here in New York or wherever and butchered your family and shot thousands and thousands of rockets per year? If anything, Israel's mistake is not doing the war. It's why we waited so long.
This is former President Trump at the Israeli-American Council last evening. And he's encouraging Jewish voters in America, saying that voting for him is a vote for Israel, for the future of Israel.
We continue down our current path with 4 more years of Kamala. Israel will be faced not just with total annihilation. Anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. Anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. Anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. Anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel, anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel is a fool if they vote for a Democrat. Anybody who's Jewish and loves being Jewish and loves Israel is a fool if they vote for a Democrat.
Last night, never for women in domestic American politics, better than violence in Israel, no necessity to hear this. I will say this, that the Jews in America need Israel to be really strong. Because ultimately, Israel is the only nation state of Jews in the world. It's a tiny little country, the size of New Jersey. You know, people might think it's Texas, a tiny little tract of land surrounded by horrible people, and Jews need a strong Israel, and Israel needs a strong Jewish community across the world, and all of that happened, we just need to win.
You were quoted recently as saying that you would do whatever it takes. You were assigned, sweeping the floors to have your country. That's what you would do. Would you return to politics? Would you like to be prime minister again? Do you think you do a better job than Netanyahu?
I'll do anything for my country. The only two things I care about in the world are my family and my nation. And I'll be at any place I need to be to save and strengthen the state of Israel.
Obviously, very consequential times for Israel, for the Middle East, and next time we can dig into the issue of Iran, which obviously underlies all of this,
Yes.
from Hezbollah and Hamas. We're headed in very scary times, and I think it's important to keep this story in the forefront. So thank you. I'm very happy to see you today. Thank you for being here.
Hey, Sean, hey. Here's the tip, lady. Never interview a guy with a beer in one hand and a solo in the other. It never goes well. So this served this country and worked hard all his life. No wonder CNN sees him, that's the problem. But the ignorant left always forgets that there was a long time when the economy started to suck and everyone being poor. And the CNN bosses will surely find that report long before they have to sell their own votes. And the reporter should have said, you know what, sir, I have my debt here. Thank you for your time. I'm going to go home. Instead, she persisted.
I'm going to try to make it work here. I mean, but what I'm asking is, groceries are probably a smaller part of their budget than, say, someone who's like a little worse off. I think it's interesting that people are a little bit more comfortable or so good about the economy.
Money further, wanting to go down, our interest rate go back down. I'm all that covers everybody in the economy. Not just me, not just the poor, not just the rich, it covers everybody.
But she doesn't understand. So let's review. According to the genes from CNN, as long as you have money, you shouldn't worry about people who don't. Guys, in other words, he's capable of thinking about somebody else besides himself, like that reporter. That reporter doesn't live in a place where, like many of Kamala's constituents, this means the reporter would hop a life raft to town.
And the most successful players, actually, no matter.
Yeah. But seems worse for Sandy Hook. Taking a reporter who understands the topic, not one who's like she's working. But reviews how reporters look regularly. They come to a trial, they have to preordained assumptions that assume that stereotypical views are good enough to do the job. But that's the attitude of the mainstream press and liberals in general. Experts on how to spend other people's money. You know, Democrats, if someone hollered "man overboard," she'd probably put a tampon. But she's probably being groomed by CNN anchor. She's already proved she's dead weight. So next time CNN may send Brent Stelter to cover a book event. It would probably be hilarious watching him spend the whole day getting chased by Captain Ahab. So you're a reporter, when you go to interview someone or go into any kind of venue, you come prepared. Do you believe her assumptions would carry her through this assignment? All she had to do was look down on her.
The leftist logic really blows my mind on a continual basis. This world just kept doubling down, like you said. We thought the joke was over. No, there's more. Jokes are no, there's more. It's really disgusting how she tries to convince this guy because he has some money. How much he has, we none of
So it's not necessarily expensive. I have a kayak.
even if they are.
They were sold. It's a kayak. You should have boats.
No matter how much money you have, you want to stretch it as much as you possibly can, or save as much as you possibly can. I mean, let's look at Warren Buffett as a great example. He's one who's always preached, you don't make a billion unless you pinch every penny. I mean, he's been driving the same 2004 Cadillac to work for years. He's to McDonald's and only has his breakfast sandwich based on how good the economy is doing. This guy gave a masterclass in the American dream to the childless cat lady, and he did it so eloquently.
She's childless, but she might talk as a cat, so we'll go with that. You know, Vince, it's amazing to me that you were shocked that somebody who's doing okay would actually care about an economy that affects everybody.
They literally on the event last night with Oprah Winfrey and everybody from Hollywood about talking all the issues. So all of those people are allowed to have an opinion, but if you're a boat, that's where we draw the line. Listen, dude, you gotta vote. Come on, what are you doing, man? You gotta cross it. Listen, I know there's people that say, you know, shut up and dribble, and everyone has a platform. You use it the way you want to. But you're gonna have to read the consequences. When you see somebody with a phone, you're like, you know, listen, you're doing really, really well. You don't know if that phone is good. Yeah, that phone. No, that's that. Make it be a vote. Make it be a vote. Be a Haitian vote. In Gilligan's Island, that minute was not quick. Right, not great. Right. Just because you can vote doesn't mean you can vote. Exactly. Is it? I'm not thinking of just your dad on the vote. No, I don't vote. Yeah, that's a vote. Like that. No, he has a sailboat. Yeah, but also, it's okay if you have a really nice boat and you still want more. Right. It's okay to be ambitious. Like that's what this country's supposed to be about. It's called a win of opportunity. Not like okay, this is fine, I guess. I wish that he would with her. Me too. I do. Like I would love if he was like, oh yes, I have that boat now because of the incidents. And it's not elaborated further and watch her really uncomfortable. Yeah. Because it's super, you don't know by circumstances somebody has a boat, what kind of boat it is. Yeah. And you have a boat before you get a boat in. I mean, it's so ridiculous. The worst part is she didn't know. She thought she really had something here. Yes. She really did. Oh, yeah, well, this might be a little bit of that boat. Like, she went home being like, she could probably watch this whole segment. You'd still think she's totally in the right. I think that, I think she went there specifically to find, like, there's going to be a lot of things here. A lot of racists. She covers racism.
You're right. I think what happens is in their meeting in their van.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we're about to roll up on a bunch of Trump supporters by the water.
Yeah.
There's these really stupid racist people in the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, do what you do.
Yeah.
I don't need these dumb morons with their boats. Once I expose them for owning boats, they'll be diving in the water trying to hide. Like this is woke.
Yeah.
This is woke. This is so you have a boat. My question: how'd you get here?
Yeah.
You fly on a plane. We get a nice car.
Yeah.
Those fucking clothes and sunglasses. You've been doing well. Why are you here?
Mm-hmm.
We know what that's what this is about. With them is their preconceived notion of what the MAGA like. And whenever they're exposed to the fact that they're not this fictitious dragon, that they want to the regular people who roll up his sleeves, work clothing, raise his children, and now in his elder years he got a boat.
Yeah.
All right. So when I buy a boat, when my kids are old enough not to legally have to pay for them anymore, I'll buy that boat.
Yeah. I'm sure. Yeah.
I know dads who buy boats when they're still kids growing up.
Yes. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. Catch our hottest interviews and the compelling analysis.
The first female finance minister, again, being publicly humiliated by the fake using conflict of interest laws that allow him to take her job and keep his money. A man who works against our resources, who exports jobs to China while championing higher carbon taxes. And I have stood up around insults from the wall.
Kamala's base family has just a major hit, one of the key Democratic heavyweights, the unions. Vice President Harris becoming the first Democrat in decades not to get the Teamsters endorsement, with the influential union refusing to back any candidate for president, and here's why. Polling showed nearly 60% of its members support former President Trump. The former president is more than eager to have their support.
Earlier today, I was honored to receive the endorsement of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters, senators, and the members, and as a result, the national organization has refused to endorse the Democrat candidate for the first time in many, many decades.
So how will Harris win? Working class man who is fleeing from campaign and votes.
Real solution and help us take care of people.
All right, Jessica, Joe Biden is one of the most pro-union presidents that we've ever had. How is it that Kamala has not been able to benefit and the Teamsters have actually turned from her?
Well,
Well, I don't think that's a complete picture of what happened. So obviously it would be better to have gotten the endorsement, and it seems to be a lot about John O'Brien, because if you look into how this poll was conducted, so they pulled 20,000 million members overall. So that's about 1.5% sample size. And after John O'Brien came out and said, we're not endorsing one, and released the results of the polls, all of these individual actors started endorsing her. The National Black Caucus, Michigan, Western PA, Northern West Virginia, Wisconsin, Nevada, Southern Nevada, Philly, etc. Has the auto workers endorsement, the culinary union endorsement, the AFL-CIO, the Teamsters. She didn't want the Teamsters. I'm saying that a million Teamsters gave her endorsement. It's over a million people. For 30 years, the Democrats the endorsement areas work to do, but good conscience argue. I tell you that they polled 20,000 people, and I tell you that now you're a million people. What about the fact 60% support Trump and 38 support her? When you have a sample of 21,000 out of 1.3 million members, and then you get endorsements from a million Teamsters after that, doesn't that indicate that the poll is not being smeared?
I look at the last 4 polls in Georgia. Donald Trump is winning. I look at the 4 polls in Arizona. Donald Trump is winning, and 3 of the last 4. If she loses Pennsylvania, she's going to lose this election. And right now it's a toss-up. And every time, Jessica, Hillary was up 5, Biden was up 9. If Trump is going into this election tied or down 1 or 2, he's going to win. And that's what makes you nervous. And not me so much.
Okay. All right, Greg. According to the Teamsters, it's been reported that they had an agreement that if Kamala had a majority of those numbers, that they would endorse her. But that they would only endorse Trump if there was what they call universal endorsement or unanimous endorsement.
Yeah, it's unusual. I mean, when you get 100% endorsement, you know, I mean, me on Tinder. Look, this is about men. You know, this is an amplified version of what's going on in many homes across America. There is a husband or a boyfriend that likes Trump, you know, wants to vote for him, but he can't say it. So the non-endorsement is an endorsement. He just says, you know, I'm just going to, when the wife or the girlfriend and her friends start talking about how mean Donald Trump is, he just goes to the garage and makes a beer. That's what this is. What is Teamsters? It's truckers, it's construction workers. These are soy boys who shake their chests. These guys. This is Trump's people. I go back to this point. People make this about race. It is about gender. They don't want to be in a place where they aren't wanted. And that's the Democratic Party, where the leaders cannot define a woman and redefine men as Tim wants, which is hilarious. They're mostly dudes, they're tough, they're protected, they're sensible believers in self-defense for their family, for their friends, for their property, and all of these traits, you know, because of the infiltration of the woman, have been branded as toxic. The Dems have forgotten that the evolutionary traits of men is to protect the things they love, which include women. The woke agenda has undermined that. I mean, look at the attack on women's sports. Look at the attacks on police and bail. You know, protect women. The recidivism of repeat offenders. That's due to the Democrats going after parental rights. These are things that men hate in their genes, in their blood, want to protect. The Democratic Party said, if you want to protect, there's something wrong with you.
I do disagree with one thing you said. Yes. Real men, some real men do shave their chest. Real men, not all over their chest, but just sometimes where they're down. Right, they promise.
Twin states had very often, like specifically Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, had very often relied on the work of the unions to support candidates. And I, as a candidate, especially with the Teamsters, they cut the signs, they did the stages, these are real workers. The non-endorsement, it seems to hurt Kamala more in the swing states.
Possibly, but also maybe Trump in places like Georgia and North Carolina, because a lot of those businesses decided to leave the blue states and go to more red states where they would have more favorable conditions, like, for example, their right work state where other places are not. Also, I think the media tends to view unions as a monolith. So, for example, like Planned Parenthood and the Sierra Club, they have always been against the Democrat Party. And we are in the middle of a political realignment, and it continues, which is why Jessica can have the numbers that she has, true. Then you can also have the numbers of all the other speakers saying, yeah, I'm not for that. They listen to Brad Paisley, I'm still a guy. Yeah, that's me. That's what I'm going for. You mentioned self-defense, and I think there's something we haven't mentioned in the show yet, but it's getting a little bit more attention right now, and that is Kamala Harris's position on guns. And buybacks are also even a clip from 2007. I'm going back to this, I get it. But in which she talks about going into a home and your gun. So how many people the crossover, how many people Teamsters are also gun owners who also might not be registered to vote. There's Joey Jones this morning on America's Newsroom had an incredible statistic of how many gun owners are not registered to vote.
Yes.
And that was so interesting because the race is so tight, you got to figure out a way to get all of those people out. And there's different motivations that are pushing people to go. But I do think that the rank and file of the union has always been slightly different. Last point is that AOC yesterday says every time they call and they need help, who helps them? Democrats help them. But I don't think it's as much about jobs anymore, even though they've seen their jobs go away because of the electric vehicle thing, which has been a flop. But it's also cultural. And I think that's what she's missing. It's about all the things about they want their family, they want the self-defense, they want to be able to make sure that their kids are going to schools, they want to have school choice, they want to make sure that their girls are not going to have to compete against guys when they go for the volleyball scholarship at the university. All of those things are happening at the same time in the middle of this political realignment. It's not just about the job anymore. What about the passion?
Yeah, very good.
350,000 searched up their passion. They are so grateful.
Yeah, it is. All right, click here. Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You won't get it anywhere else.
Oh, yeah. This is so good.
So watching it improve. Thank you very much, Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Barry, let me just start with you. You said in response to a question from, I think it was Senator Graham, you praised the protests going on campus. I just want to make sure I got this right. You correct me now. As a national organic human rights movement. What did you mean by that?
The national movement in support of constitutional human rights is happening on college campuses across the country. After students are learning more about the history of the Palestinian conflict and the specific targeting of Palestinian human rights. Yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear that you're praising, not praising.
Praising.
So, yes, long live the Intifada. Is this an example of the what is the national organic human rights movement? Is this
I'm sure that using the term intifada really just means to like shut off or get rid of is effective, as most Americans are actually associated with a human rights issue. So I don't think that's effective. No, sir.
Wait a minute. You don't think it's effective, but you would agree that this is calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. This is after the.
No, Senator.
No, it's not. This isn't calling for the killing of Jews.
I don't know that person, and I know that person.
You know what this means? You haven't seen it before. Did you see the protest on Rabbi? Do you know what this means?
Yes, it's a call for destruction of the state of Israel, accompanying the killing of Jews everywhere.
I do not agree with that, Senator.
You think that that's hate speech right here?
Long live the intifada can mean different. I see the
Wait a minute. These are protests, violent protests on campus that targeted Jewish students, attacked them personally, prevented them from going to camp, going to class, put them in fear of their safety after the October 7th attacks on the state of Israel that murdered more Jews than the Holocaust. And you're think this is ambiguous?
I'm saying any student targeted on campus, Jewish student.
Will you condemn this right here? Long live the Intifada. Will you condemn?
Jewish students are targeted on the campus being targeted, and the Office of Civil Rights successfully beginning funding.
Will you condemn this as hate speech?
I think that can be hate speech, but I don't think it's automatically hate speech. The problem is that there's nuance. I'm trying to introduce this conversation.
There's a nuance.
Because intifada also means uprising for Palestinians.
Oh, so it's ambiguous, so it's hard to say. Okay, let's try.
Please, audience will please.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's fine. We know what you think. Right, exactly. I mean, I think you've made it clear. Those who were hearing earlier when Senator Cruz was asking about the attempts to destroy and kill Jews. Let's just be clear about what's going on here. Because here's what's happening at this hearing. We can't talk about anti-Semitism. We're also talking about something else. The message that's being sent today is anti-Semitism isn't enough. The attempts to kill Jews on campuses, that's not a conversation worthy of discussion. You've got to add something else to it. So if you want to kill Jews, we can't talk about that unless we also talk about 15 things. And now we have a witness sitting here who will not condemn the attempts on these campuses that are blatantly anti-Semitic tropes, Nazi tropes to try and kill Jews. Not this one. There's only one solution. Is that a national organic human rights movement?
No, sir. I trust that's in reference to the Holocaust.
I would think the final solution. How about this? What are our martyrs?
Again, I don't understand the point of messaging like that. I don't know what that means.
This is anti-Semitic. This is projected here in Washington, D.C., on the campus, in front of Jewish students following the October 7th massacre.
I think that is not appropriate speech at a time.
Hate speech in the context, don't you think?
Sure. The point is, I would prefer to focus on the issue of hate crime. That's the reason I'm saying
this is a hate crime. When you threaten to kill Jews, destroy the state of Israel, that's hate speech. That's a hate crime.
Threatening to kill anyone, including Jews, is a.
Let's pretend it's ambivalent or ambiguous. We're not sure. This one.
Free Palestine for the record to see.
And that's not hate speech, sir.
You don't think that this is call for the destruction of cities?
I can speak to what I think, which is amazing because I love to talk about what I think, but I really think the focus of our hearing
I don't think that after the October 7th attack, this was projected in front of a group of Jewish students right here in the District of Columbia. You don't think that's to intimidate them and call for the destruction of the state of Israel?
Focusing on hate crime, I would say if it's displayed on a synagogue, then it's a hate crime. If it's displayed by Hillel, then it's a hate crime. If it's displayed elsewhere, I trust speech.
Well, we wonder why our students are confused. Rabbi, let me just ask you, are you confused about this message?
I'm not confused, and I'll add that even if it was ambiguous and could mean different things to different people, Senator, can you imagine if it was a phrase that also meant kill all the black people? Would it be okay projecting it because it might also mean something else to someone else?
No, I mean, well said, well said. I just said almost done, Mr. Chairman, but let me just ask. Since the witness talked about a national human rights, let me just ask about a couple others. University of North Carolina Secretary for Justice in Palestine claimed it is a moral obligation to be in solidarity with the dispossessed, no matter the pathway to liberation to take. This includes violence. Would you condemn that?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Yes. It is a moral obligation to be in solidarity with the dispossessed, no matter the pathway to liberation they choose to take. This includes violence.
I certainly condemn violence.
You condemn the statement.
I condemn violence. I have an interest in engaging in this and forward about individual statements of students.
Well, I do have interest in it. Here's why. The United States Senate unanimously condemned this rhetoric. And unless we take a stand now on this rhetoric, on this specific rhetoric out of the mouths of these students, you have called National Organic Human Rights Movement protesters, we are going to send a message trying to kill Jews on campus, trying to prevent Jews from going to class on campus. It's just okay. It's just another viewpoint. It's not another viewpoint. And finally, what you're trying to do today, I think is wrong.
Completely wrong, sir.
Sir, Kennedy.
Anyways,
Thank you so much. Next we have Congresswoman over. Thank you. I really appreciate the Haitian Caucus for bringing us all together so that we can, as a unified voice, reject the hate and dangerous rhetoric that Trump and JD Vance are trafficking. I know as an immigrant what it feels to have a light shine on your community that threatens your very existence as you come into a country seeking safety after you survive a tremendous journey. I know what it means for the hopes and aspirations that you have in being welcomed into your new community being dashed. And so I deeply feel for our Haitian immigrants. These are people who have revived and breathed a new life into a community that was desperately seeking change. The kind of way in which their new employers and their new neighbors describe them is what every immigrant, when they come to this country, wants to be described. That they are hardworking, that they are warm, that they are friendly, that they are excited to be part of this new community that they find themselves. Because ultimately that is what immigrants do, and we should know that as a nation of immigrants. We should know what it means for our country to have that renewed promise every single day of being a beacon of hope, of providing that opportunity, and for us to want to be seen by the world as such, and not be seen through the lens of these small men like Trump and JD Vance, who have so much insecurity.
This is a fucking jihadi fucking suicide bomber. She just hasn't fucking worked out how to fucking create a bomb yet. What a fucking idiot.
That instead of uplifting people, that they want to put them down. So I am so proud to be in this body.
Death to Israel! I mean,
who have
Death to Israel!
courage and the fact
Death to Israel!
say we are not going to allow in our name for our Asian siblings to come into this country.
Don't give a fuck about your Hebrew siblings, do ya? You fucking piece of dirt.
And it's this derogatory, demeaning narrative. And I look forward to having the opportunity to actually visit.
And I look forward to having the opportunity to cut your fucking head off. You fucking terrorist bitch.
With this community, so that they physically know that we have their back. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. Next we have Marie Innocent.
Okay, here comes this fucking plastic poof.
DoD policy and the Army policy mirrors.
Thank you, back. Mr. Case. So Matlock, after years of the Army wrongly telling over 10,000 soldiers that someone having a pro-life license plate might make them a terrorist, was anybody fired?
Representative, again, the chain of command is the responsible agent for adverse actions or personnel actions, and I'm not going to comment on what they've done or not done. That resides with the chain of command.
Well, don't you think that's failed? Because wasn't the obligation to stop this nonsense also with the chain of command?
The chain of command took immediate upon receiving the report of the fully developed training materials. The chain of command
Yeah,
took
I tell you, in the United States Army, 8 years might be immediate, but it doesn't seem like immediate to me. I mean, just years and years of doing this, like chain of command was immediately responsive to this action to you?
Representative, we recognize that is a very long period of time.
Okay, so essentially, okay, so you're kind of playing a game. I think the Congress deserves to know, after you all screwed up with 10,000 soldiers, whether you fired anyone, whether you suspended anyone, whether anyone got a promotion in rank, or what the consequence was. Like, you don't get to just say it's our chain of command and it's not Congress's business when you screw up to this magnitude. Like, does that not register with you?
Representative does. That's why I'm here today.
Wait, just tell us, did anyone get fired, suspended, demoted? Any of those three?
Representative, again, those training materials were very poorly prepared.
But we believe your chain of command approach is going to be sufficient to deal with this if you can hide the ball on what the consequence was. And it just seems to be a DoD-wide problem that people who express policy or scripture aligned with Christian faith get demonized. And in fact, we saw that in the United States Navy when the SEALs wanted to have an exception for the vaccine, and their own inspector general had to say that they were improperly treated. We saw the Marine Corps when someone posted a Bible verse and was then subjected to disciplinary action. And now if you're in the Army, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'm at a loss because they won't even tell us what they've done. Now, I'm wondering how this emerged. It was in 2017. Who was the chief of staff of the Army?
And I believe in 2017, General Milley was the chief of staff of the Army.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Do you think this is happening elsewhere? This kind of stuff?
Representative, in the United States Army, no, I don't think it is.
Yeah. Here's what I would do, Mr. Chairman. I would demand answers to questions that we're asking. I don't know how to use my last minute and a half of time because they're not going to answer the question on what consequence. And if the consequence isn't public, it doesn't function as sufficient deterrent. Like what you guys do when you allow this to happen for years with no consequence, and then 8 years later, whatever, when you called out on it, you say, well, the consequence, but we won't tell you what it is, then you increase the recidivism of this type of behavior. And not for nothing, it's one of the reasons why some of the key demographic areas that the Army is traditionally drawn from to fill its ranks, you're struggling right now. I think we're owed answers to these questions, and frankly, I would start fencing money at the United States Army until we get those answers. I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Holy.
Before I just want to do one thing. Mr. Bridges, you said several times, you used the phrase, I want to make sure I understand what you mean by it. You refer to people with a capacity for pregnancy. Would that be women?
Many women, cis women have capacity for pregnancy. Many cis women do not have capacity for pregnancy. There are also trans men who are capable of pregnancy, as well as non-binary people who are capable of pregnancy.
So this isn't really a women's rights issue.
We should recognize that this impacts women while also recognizing that it impacts other groups. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Senator Hawley.
Oh, so your view is that the core of this right is about what?
So I want to recognize that your line of questioning is transphobic, and it opens up trans people to violence by not recognizing.
Oh, you're saying that I'm opening people to violence by asking whether or not women are the folks who can have pregnancy?
So I want to note that 1 out of 5 transgender persons have attempted suicide. So I think it's important.
Because of my line of questioning? So we can't talk about it?
Because denying that trans people exist and pretending not to know that they exist.
I'm denying that trans people exist by asking you.
Are you? Do you believe that men can get pregnant?
No, I think
so. You're saying that trans people exist?
And that's violence. Is this something in your classroom? Are students allowed to question you, or are they also treated like this? Where you're opening up people to violence?
We have a good time in my class. You might learn a lot.
Well, I would learn a lot. I've learned a lot.
I know. Absolutely.
Extraordinary.
Yep.
Ms. Mansky, let me ask you something. So you provide healthcare to women free charge, right? Is that right? You've done this for many years. You have licensed medical professionals at your pregnancy care centers. Is that right?
That is correct.
What are some of the resources that you provide for women who come to you in a time of need? Just give us you talked about the written testimony, but just give us a sense of it.
So we have 3 OBGYN doctors, 5 registered nurses, nurse practitioners, physician assistants, phlebotomists, medical assistants, and we provide prenatal care, OBGYN care, provide pregnancy tests, ultrasounds, well-being visits, breast exams. We provide a wide range of medical services. Yes.
So, what do you think about the DC politicians now saying that your clinic and the other 3,000 pregnancy care centers around this country are fake medical clinics? For instance, Senator Warren has said it's now more important than ever to crack down on so-called crisis pregnancy centers that mislead and deceive patients. Senator Menendez, crisis pregnancy centers jeopardize women's health and well-being, all while elevating unproven theories about birth control. Senator Warner wrote to Google asking to censor search results for care centers like yours, saying directing women to fake clinics that traffic in misinformation is dangerous to women's health and undermines the integrity of Google's search results. Do you run a fake clinic? I mean, is that what's happening here? You don't provide actual medical care to actual women?
We absolutely do not run a fake clinic, and we have a full medical staff. Like I said, many of our medical professionals have experience of working for themselves, including our OBGYN doctor who used to perform abortions. So our entire medical staff is there for women, whether they choose abortion and walk out the door, or whether they choose life for their baby, and we support them for years after that.
Do you think there ought to be an ideological test to be able to get medical care in this country? I mean, is that we say to women, well, you have to agree with the DC Democrats' ideology, otherwise you can't go get medical, or maybe for you and the physicians who work at your pregnancy care center or thousands of others across the country, so we impose an ideological test on them and say that, well, you have to agree with the DC Democrats' position on abortion, you can't provide medical care to women. Should we do that in this country?
Absolutely not.
I just want to ask in my few remaining seconds, Ms. Farley, Dobbs' decision, as I understand, I've read it a number of times, it gives to voters decision as to what law should be pertaining to life and pertaining to abortion in all 50 states and other jurisdictions around the country. I'm just curious, do you know what percentage of voters in this country support the DC Democrats' position that they want to impose on the entire country? One size fits all rule, they want to impose with shotgun. Do you know what percentage of voters support their position, which is also, by the way, the same position taken by North Korea and China, other notable violators of human rights? Do you know what percentage it is?
I know that nearly 90% of Americans oppose abortion in the 3rd trimester. The number that would support abortion up to the moment of birth has to be minuscule. It's a horrific policy.
Yeah, I mean, based on the most recent Harvard poll that was just released just a few days ago, it's less than 10% of voters say that they would support abortion into the final month of pregnancy, and yet that is the law that the DC politicians will impose on every voter in America to take us away from the people, take it away from my state, take it away from all the other states and the most of the states, but impose this law uniformly that is not supported by 90% of the American people. Talk about anti-democratic. At the same time, they want to shut down 3,000 pregnancy care centers all around this country. That's bad.
Senator, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Bridges, you, in your testimony, talked about the prevalence of abortion, the percentage of Black babies that are aborted as opposed to non-Black babies. I think you said that 3 or 4 times more Black babies than non-Black babies are aborted. You also talk about systemic racism. Do you see systemic racism associated with the prevalence of abortion for Black babies as opposed to non-Black babies?
Absolutely. A higher rate of unintended pregnancy that lead to higher abortion rates among Black people is a result of structural racism, systemic racism. I understand systemic racism must be boogeymen who are trying to dupe Black people into abortion care. I understand structural racism to be the systems that have made it so that Black people disproportionately bear burdens of poverty in this country, the systems that have denied them the basics that they need in order to live humane lives like food.
Like fucking basic biological education. Biological education is racist!
Clothing, shelter, healthcare.
So you believe there ought to be more Black babies aborted, is that right?
I believe that we ought to create the conditions under which people can lead lives that are filled with dignity and humanity.
And your way of thinking that happens when more Black babies are aborted.
I trust, I love Black people with the capacity for pregnancy. I think they have agency, they have intelligence, they know what is best for themselves, and I would love to create the conditions under which they can live lives that are filled with dignity and humanity.
And you think
baby that is delivered alive has value?
Yes.
You think that a baby is not yet born has value?
I believe that a person with a capacity for pregnancy has value. They have intelligence. They have agency. They have
The baby.
And I'm talking about the person with a capacity for
And you're
pregnancy.
not answering the question. I'm asking.
I'm answering more interesting questions.
Do you think that the baby that is not yet born, let's say before the mother delivers, do you think that baby has value?
I think that the person with the capacity for pregnancy value, and they should have the ability to control what happens in their lives.
Well, and I just note you refuse to answer the question. As far as the Declaration of Independence talks about certain unalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. What do you think that unalienable right to life attaches?
Yes, life is a human right. And I answered Senator Barker's question earlier that I think our law should protect all human life. I think I was focusing on the hard part, and I didn't mean to suggest that it's a matter of congressional authority to do enact the law that you described. I do think that the American people understand that you have no rights if you don't have the right to life. That's a principle that our nation was founded upon, and every human being from the earliest existence has its own DNA and has a future. If we don't extinguish it, has a future. And that is a human right. It is the values and mores, as Senator was speaking of, that goes back to the founding of our nation, even at common law, and all the way up until 1973, when those life-affirming laws in 46 states were turned on their heads by the Supreme Court. I believe that's what the American people believe. Life is a human right.
As I listen to your testimony, it seems to me that you're advocating for abortion at any time, for any reason, at any point during a woman's pregnancy. Is that correct?
What I'm advocating for is for everyone to have the right to determine what's best for their life, their body, and their
Any
future.
time, at any point in the pregnancy. Is that correct?
I'm advocating for everyone to have the right to make the personal decision about what's best for their life, their body, and their future. Everyone should have that right.
Do you understand the question? The question is, are you advocating that there's a right to abortion at any time, for any reason, at any point of pregnancy?
I'm not sure if you understand my answer, but what I'm saying
No,
is that
I understand. You're not answering the question. And what amazes me is the advocacy for unlimited abortion rights, where there is zero value placed on an unborn child. Senator Cruz pointed out, obviously, abortion is a very emotional and divisive issue in our society. One reason why we haven't had conversations like this is because the Supreme Court has said you can't talk about it because it's out of balance. It's in the Constitution, as opposed to being decided in a forum, a legislative forum like the states. But what I don't understand is the argument that a unborn child has zero value the day before it's delivered, but then has value the day after it's born. Ms. Matthew, can you help explain that?
Thank you so much, Senator. Yes, actually I can. As a matter of fact, here in California, there's a law that's about to be passed called AB 2223. And this law basically will allow, as a woman is in the midst of chemical abortion and she delivers a baby alive on the floor at any stage of pregnancy or in a hospital, that baby, if this law is passed, has the ability to be born alive and left to die. No matter what, baby in the womb or outside the womb has value. And we are not just talking about the value of a life in the womb right now, we are also talking about the value of a life in California after it is born and allowing it to die up to 20 days after birth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Supreme Court's decision, Dobbs, was victory for democracy in America. Abortion is an issue on which the American people have strong passionate views and disagree, as the witnesses here for this hearing demonstrate. Those disagreements have been long-standing, and the way our Constitution operates typically on issues in which there is sharp disagreement, it is the democratic process that resolves that disagreement. When the Supreme Court decided Roe v. Wade in 1973, 7 elected judges said to the American people, your views don't matter. Your desire to protect innocent life doesn't matter. We know better than you. And we are going to prevent you from making decisions about protecting life. The consequence of that has been 5 decades of deep political division because the democratic process was prevented from operating. Now, that a 6-3 majority of the Supreme Court has overturned that decision, questions of abortion will return to the elected branches of government. The democratic process will be allowed to operate. That will mean in white blue states, tragically, we'll continue to see unlimited abortion bans. And in rare states, we will see some meaningful restrictions on abortion. And those restrictions will vary state by state, depending on the values and mores of their citizens. That's how our Constitution was meant by. If you disagree with the abortion laws in your state, you have an outlet to express that disagreement. You have an outlet to be involved in the political process. You have an outlet to advocate for what you believe the laws should be. You're not forced to live under the rule of unelected judges operating as philosopher kings and creating the rules for 330 million Americans. I believe abortion is a tragedy. The over 6 million unborn children who never breathed a breath of air, who never lived, who never danced, who never hugged, who never loved. Our country is far poorer. Millions of African American children who never had a choice. So they didn't contribute to our country. Unfortunately, one of the consequences of court taking this out of the democratic process is today's modern Democrat Party has become radicalized on abortion. Case Planned Parenthood versus Casey, a lot of people don't know that the Casey in question there was Bob Casey, who was a Democrat and was pro-life. Today's Democrat Party has said, if you're pro-life, get the hell out. Your views are not welcome in our party. Part of the reason the Democrats in this hearing are painting the Dobbs decision in such apocalyptic terms is they know their view of abortion, which is unlimited abortion on land up to the moment of birth, partial birth abortion with government funding, with no parental notification and no parental consent, is supported by a tiny minority of Americans. They know the voters, when given a chance, don't support that radical view. And I will point out, there was a time when Democrats used to say the same thing. We all remember Bill Clinton who said he wanted the abortion safe, legal, and rare. Today's Democratic Party doesn't want it rare. It wants as much abortion as possible. Well, I'll tell you this. When Roe v. Wade was decided, one Democrat who spoke up against it was a fellow named Joseph Robert Biden, who said in 1974, quote, I don't like the Supreme Court decision on abortion. I think it went too far. I don't think that a woman has the sole right to say what should happen to her body. That was Joe Biden in 1974. And you may say, okay, that was a long time ago. All right, let's go to 2007, just 15 years ago. 2007, Joe Biden. Tim Russert said, you supported that ban on late-term abortion. Biden said, I did, and I do. That was 15 years ago. Just weeks ago, the Democrats in this body voted to strike down every restriction on abortion across this country, including bans on partial birth abortion, and every single Democrat but one voted for it. Now, maybe you might say, you know what, Joe Biden was out of step. Well, there's someone else who had similar views, the chairman of this committee. In a June 1983 letter, the chairman of this committee wrote, quote, I have clearly studied the issue of abortion and death in favor of the Eagleton Amendment, which states clearly that the right to abortion is not guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. The effect of this amendment will be to return us to the legal environment that existed before Roe versus Wade in 1973. Signed, Richard J. Durbin, member of Congress. That view continued. In August of 1989, Chairman Durbin wrote, and again I quote, I believe we should end abortion on demand. And at every opportunity, I've translated this belief into votes in the House of Representatives.
Should abortion be cosmetic surgery? I did a video about that a while back, and I think there's some fucking arguments for it. You know, I mean, look, the way they're fucking framing it, it's like pregnancy to these fucking soy people is a fucking cosmetic issue, isn't it? You know, for them, for their parents, for the children. You know, I don't want to get saggy titties. I don't want to have a woman's body. I don't want to progress into a lady. You know what I mean? I want to be brat my whole life. Fox.
Continue to believe the Supreme Court's decision in Roe versus Wade should be reversed. That was the view of a lot of Democrats not that long ago. But today's Democratic Party is afraid of the voters on it. What the Supreme Court has done is return this deeply personal, deeply important, deeply contentious issues to the voters.
Holy.
Yes, you were never investigated for anything. Watch a lot of this committee. Here's why. Because people are killed In these kind of incidents, it is an act of your time is expired. A special agent in charge found that you were involved. You lied to this committee and saying that you were never investigated. Never part of investigation. In fact, you were. Or tied to the slate expired, and you know it. Director Stone Manning, let me just start with this. When you came before this committee in 2021, this is before I was a member of the committee, you were asked as part of your confirmation whether you'd ever been investigated, arrested, charged with any federal, state, or local law enforcement authority for the violation of any federal, state, or local law, regulation, or ordinance other than a minor traffic offense. We asked that question of all people before the committee. You answered no. Do you stand by that testimony?
Senator, I do stand by that testimony and was proud to be confirmed to do this job.
What's tree spiking, Director?
Senator, again, this committee engaged quite a bit.
What's the factual question? Do you know what it is?
And I do. It is
you want to tell us? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's when people illegally put metal objects into trees so that they prevent a timber sale.
What happens if a chainsaw hits a spike?
Sometimes when a chainsaw hits a spike, it can knock the saw.
Yeah, violently recoil, potentially kill, or seriously maim the loggers.
Yeah, which is why I notified the federal authorities that I heard that.
Loggers, like for instance, George Alexander, this is an article in the Washington Post explaining what happens when trees get spiked. Loggers who are blue-collar workers, by the way, these are not wealthy people, these are not people who have had the advantages perhaps even others have had.
We'll get back to it in a second. Got my sausage cooked in the fucking Faraya. No terrorists around today. That's fucking easy peasy. Oh my god, I was fucking like we had fucking terrorists. No shade, no fucking bullshit. Terrorists training just over there. They had a fucking sound plug. Cutting out the gunfire and stuff, dropping fucking confected domestic violence arguments at like fucking 10 o'clock at night, terrorizing the neighborhood whilst they're fucking shooting cats and stuff. And I had a look at their fucking filthy raghead fucking building that this dumb cunt was fucking trying to build. He's got fucking metal stake on the sides holding the cunt up. And then I looked inside. There's a big fucking there's a big ass fucking roll of fucking what do you call it? Fucking barbed wire. It's fucking insane. No resources to fucking, promote life and continue fucking, self-sufficiency. It's just fucking electric wire, fucking barbed wire, fucking burnt out gas cans. It's fucking mental. Anyway, just to show you I'm a live in the real world. I'm not well, who's to say this is real, right? Maybe I'm in front of a bigger green screen. For real? Who cares? Let's fucking keep it all fucking keep on with Greasy Medici. Hi Misha. Hi Siri. Hi Silica. To everyone else that I love who is not watching at the moment. Taksamuka. Det är så fint på nu. Got my sausages cooking. Ba-dee-dee. Oh, damn. Daddy-dee-ba-boo-baby. Oh, yeah, that's some fucking tight-ass fucking Filipino let's rockin' there, man. Fuck yeah. Fucking smashing them links. Smashing fucking only built for fucking Filipino links, man. Damn. There we go. Right on time. Right the fuck on time, man. Hey, Tuck. I hope that's Sully out there. Whoever you are, thank you so much. I'm gonna do this for the babies. It's the fucking, it's the socks off. Got the socks off. It's so weird. It's like, put on some shoes and then I put on some fucking flip-flops. We call them thongs. I ain't wearing a thong today, but I got my thongs on, if you know what I mean. Flip-flops, jandals in fucking New Zealand culture. I don't know what else, man. But no socks on this motherfucker, is there? Jasper? We finally caught her. The fucking cutest little fucking kitty cat in the world. Apart from him. Apart from fucking Squeaky Cat living his best life up there. Nanny, mommy. What the fuck now? I need some fucking tunes. My fucking brain gonna explode now. Fuck's sake, man. To fuck's sake, man. Come now, fucking come the fuck on now. Who the fuck? This is a fucking deep cut. Okay. Well, it's almost Saturday morning.
It's not about winning, it's about fun.
What's that?
Fun is when you, it's like, it's kind of, sort of like a, what is fun? Like, let me spell it for you. Friends who do not together, with you and me. And it's together in any kind of color.
It's completely idiotic.
Hey, Squeaky Cat! Squeaky Cat, don't hurt him! Squeaky Cat, don't hurt him! Squeaky Cat, don't hurt him! Oh no! Squeaky Cat, don't hurt him! Squeaky Cat, don't hurt him!
Time. Don't forget to subscribe, baby. Where are you? Where are you? You got some work to do now. Where are you? You got some work to do now. Where are you? You got some work to do now. Where are you? You got some work to do now. Stein Beats. Don't forget to subscribe, baby.
I'ma come back.
Stein Beats. Don't forget to subscribe, baby.
My name is Elizabeth, and this is Clifford, the red dog.
Stein Beats. Don't forget to subscribe, baby.
Yet. This is gonna be my new theme song. Brothers Bauer. My sausage almost fucking done. Yeah.
Don't forget to subscribe.
Okay. My pants fall down. Hey, Oxanu. Y'all think you can stop this? You fucking nah. Ain't nothing fucking stopping us now. I got James L. Brooks on my side. I know what time it fucking is. Yo fucking idiot terrorist sympathizers still trying to get the time off your fucking Hezbollah beepers. You better call Muhammad on his beeper phone and see what time it is. Oh no. Okay, this one's for Misha. This one's for Misha. Privet. squeaky cat, motherfucker, we're gonna catch him one of these days. One of these days we'll catch squeaky cat. No, I'm not. I'm recording it on a fucking Motorola E13. And look, it's got nothing to do with the fucking quality of my hardware. It's all to do with the quality of the Wi-Fi up in this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like, this is information, communication in 2024, homie. I'm in Australia. You're in fucking Minnesota or wherever the heck you are. This is the best we've got. Fucking talking to each other, fucking, you know, aluminum tins with a bit of fucking string. How fucking far is that from where we are now? Except it's a big fucking long thing, eh? But thank you kindly, sir. Thank you for having your feedback and whatnot. Ain't nothing I can do, man, except I can continue streaming Radio Free New Doncaster, you know, man. What can I say, man? Oh, I don't know. I can't say anything. So I'll leave it to Senator Josh Hawley to fucking say it, eh?
Investigated it for anything. Here's why. Because people are killed in these kind of incidents. It's an act of your time is expired. A federal agent in charge found that you were involved. You lied to this committee and saying that you were never investigated. Senator Hawley investigated. In fact, you were. It was blatantly fired, and you know it. Director Stone, let me start with this. When you came before this committee in 2021, this is before I was a member of the committee, you were asked as part of confirmation whether you'd ever been investigated, arrested, charged by any federal, state,
what up, nigga? I don't know what to say, man. Like, I've been rolling pretty deep on the live streams, and I've never heard anyone else say anything, man. But look, I can't imagine that the quality is amazing. Fucking take it up with Optus, take it up, I don't know, with fucking Lord Jesus, Internet Man, whoever the fuck's running our fucking satellite planet. I'm really sorry about that, man, but fucking cheers, man. I got family in Florida, you know. You ever heard of a Joseph Finnegan? He was like a Confederate war hero. Apparently there's a monument to him. Hopefully the fucking Raghead Reds haven't fucking cut it down or nothing. But yeah, I got Finnegan kin in fucking Florida and Georgia, so no, I ain't rolling on Molly, man. Like, I smoke a bit of fucking Chiba every now and again, but I got my cats. I got some fucking Filipino sausage on the roll in a minute. I got some fucking white bread. Oh, I put it in the freezer. Fuck. Look, I haven't done Molly since it was called fucking pingers and ecstasy. To be honest, I'm just like a naturally happy fucking effervescent type of dude. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just fucking, you know, I live on the wine I make from liberal woke tears, you know, and that's better than any Molly at the moment. Hey, Dennis at the DNC, you got your beeper on, mate? I gotta fucking call you, mate. Get your beeper ready. You're gonna get a call on your beeper, mate. Thank you, brother. Thank you, homie. Fucking bass back to you, homie. Fucking Miralago. Thank you, man. Thank you so much.
Line of track defense. We asked the question of all people from the committee. You answered no. Stand by that testimony.
Senator, I do stand by that testimony and was proud to be confirmed to do this job.
What's tree spiking? Director.
Senator, again, this committee engaged quite a bit.
What is the factual question? Do you know what it is?
I do. It is.
You want to tell us? Go ahead.
Yeah, it's when people illegally put metal objects into trees so that they prevent a timber sale.
What happens if the chainsaw is spiked?
Sometimes when a chainsaw hits a spot, you can buck the saw.
You violently recoil, potentially kill, or seriously maim the loggers.
Trigger warning, dude.
Notified
There's some
federal
graphic,
authorities that I have heard.
yeah.
Loggers, like for instance, George Alexander, this is from an article in the Washington Post explaining what happens when trees get spiked. Loggers who are blue collar workers, by the way, these are not wealthy people, these are not people who have had the advantages perhaps you and others have had. People like George Alexander, who, for example, in May 1987, he was 23, his chainsaw hit a tree spike. I'm quoting, his face was slashed from eye to chin, his teeth were smashed, his jaw was cut in half. That's a typical reaction when a logger hits a spike. Now, you said, I think just a second ago, that you were involved. There were 2 people convicted in 1989 of putting 500 pounds of spikes in Idaho. Senator Rich mentioned this just a moment ago. You testified you sent a letter to the Forest Service on their behalf. I have it here. The letter says, among other things, the letter sent to notify you that the post office sale that's for sale in Idaho has been spiked heavily. The reason for this action is that this piece of land is very central to the earth. It is going to be elk, deer, mountain lions, birds, and especially the trees. It goes on, I would be more than willing to pay you $1 for the sale. You'd have to find me first, and that'd be your worst nightmare. P.S. You bastards go in there anyway. A lot of people get hurt. Why'd you?
Senator, as I said at the time, over 30 years ago, a really angry and turns out violent person handed me that letter and said, "Will you send this to the Forest Service?"
And you did why?
I would, what you just talked about in 1987 to a logger, this is 1988, 9. I understood that people could get hurt.
Why did you notify the federal authorities? Why did you send this threatening letter on behalf of these 2 men who were convicted?
I was terrified of them and want no involvement with them.
If you want no involvement, you send a letter that says you bastards go in there anyway. A lot of people could get hurt. Why didn't you just contact the FBI or anybody, any local authority?
Because the person who did this act threatened people's lives if they disclosed who did it.
Yeah, in fact, you were investigated for being involved, weren't you? Here we have a letter sent to this committee from the special agent of the U.S. Forest Service, Michael Merkley, who was in charge of the investigation. He says, he details this in the letter to this committee, that he investigated you for your involvement. He says, and I'm going to quote, were issued for handwriting exemplars, fingerprints. These subpoenas were heard on person knowledge of the incident, including Miss Tracy Manning.
My take on Hebrews and Israelis and Jews and stuff. Look, this whole thing has been really difficult for me, like trying to come to terms with things, because look, Jewish people, Hebrews and stuff, look, they're not perfect. They in many cases they are very, 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 very far from perfect. But at the end of the day, I'm not perfect either, and end of the day, if I want to get fucked up, if I want to fucking lose it all, I'm fuck around with Jews and see what happens. You know what I mean? Like, I love them. I've had some good experiences and stuff, but they are a very specific type of people, and I love them. And you know, ultimately, I don't interact with them very often, but I feel, in the face of raghead terrorism, I feel that solidarity, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, is necessary, you know? And the problem is, like, I look like some fucking flaked out fucking wokist or something, which I am so very, very far from being. And it was funny, I caught a taxi yesterday, and the dude who was driving me out fucking clocked me, and he was like, "Oh, what are your politics, eh? Fucking gonna chain yourself to a tree, are you fucking hippie cunt?" And then I'm like, "Oh man, I'm fucking, you know, conservative, compassionate conservative, whatever." And his eyes just like brightened, you know what I mean? Like, that's why you can never read a book, you know, never judge a book by its cover. You know what I mean? Like, you think you got a fucking arch conservative family values dude in there, fucking eating babies and fucking sending fucking, you know, raffle donations to fucking Islamic Jihad or something these days. So, I don't know. Is that how you spell it? Marilagua? Marilagua? I don't know. Okay. Well, cheers, Sean. Thanks, buddy. Everyone else out there, fucking keep it 100. 100.
You testified you were never investigated for anything. Why part of this committee?
Senator, this committee delved deeply, went into the court records where I testified against these men.
Were you issued subpoenas?
No.
You were not issued subpoenas?
I was issued a subpoena to appear before a grand jury.
Really? Because here's what he says. Ms. Doheny was extremely difficult to work with. She was antagonistic. She was uncooperative, refused to provide her hair, handwriting, exemplars, and fingerprints as ordered by the grand jury. It was not until after we informed her she would be arrested, she did not comply with the subpoenas, that she provided the samples to me. So you were, Senator Hawley, you were the target buyer. Do you have a question? You were the target of an investigation. You lied to this committee. Why?
Senator, I never received a target letter. I'm curious. I understand why this committee jumped over 30 years of my career considering my nomination and went to a salacious moment from graduate school where I tried to protect people. What I don't understand is why we're not looking at the last 3.5 years now.
It's because people are killed in these kind of incidents. It is an act of terror and is expired. A special agent in charge found that you were involved. You lied to this committee in saying that you were never investigated. Senator Hawley. Investigation. In fact, you were. You lied to us blatantly, and you know. Thank you, Senator.
Filipino sausage. Filipino sausage is the best.
Of Southwest Wyoming. Lock up millions of acres of land, local communities, the entire state relies on this land. The governor, state legislature, county commissioners, local communities all strongly oppose this plan. So why are you ignoring Wyoming's opposition to the plan across the board?
Senator, thanks for the question. As you know, the Rock Springs plan is, there's a draft out, there was a public comment period, there was a lot of hyperbole about facts that were not true about the plan. So we've done a lot of education work with your constituents about what's in the plan. More importantly, we extended the public comment period and worked with the governor. He stood up a task force, and those folks got to walk in the shoes of our BLM field staff in Rock Springs to give us recommendations for the final. We're digging in, looking at those recommendations, and I'm certain that Wyomingites will see their voices reflected in the final.
Well, the BLM does not dig in, but actually reverse its course on this issue. Last month, the Bureau took steps to prohibit coal leasing in the Powder River Basin. The Bureau claims that coal production in the region won't be impacted until the year 2038, 14 years from now. The Bureau claims that existing leases are sufficient to meet expected demand for coal. My question then is, why is the Bureau taking this action now? You don't say it's going to have any impact for at least 14 years.
Senator, thanks for the question. As you know, the president has asked us to turn and transition to a clean energy economy. The lands in the Powder River Basin are leased through 2041. And so you see the draft or the final before you, the record of decision is still in formulation.
Well, I point out that the front page of the New York Times not too long ago pointed out that this president's pipe dream is not actually something that can be possibly done in our country, and our need for energy, as the committee hearings have shown again and again and again. I think this plan is completely reckless. Last year, the Powder River Basin supplied 45% of all the coal mining in the United States, and if this carbon-free grid doesn't materialize, and I don't believe it will, we do. So we start importing coal from China and other places.
Senator, I have great faith in the ingenuity of the American people. We are at work every day. We have permitted 7.9 gigawatts in just 3.5 years. I believe we can reach the transition the president has asked us to reach.
Well, I agree that the ingenuity of the American people is really hard, and your agency continues to block efforts to produce the critical minerals that we need and so much of the product that we need for the American economy. In April, the Bureau issued a rule that dramatically raised bonding requirements on oil and gas producers. This is money that producers must pay up front in order to operate on federal lands. According to the data from your own department, there were only 37 abandoned wells on lands managed by the Bureau. It's less than 0.1% of all the wells that the Bureau manages. So how do you justify your decision to increase bonding requirements by as much as 25-fold?
Senator, both the Government Accountability Office and the Inspector General have written reports that suggest, I think rightly so, that our bonding rates, which are over 60 years old, are not high enough. We have thousands of idled wells on our public lands, and idled wells are the last stop before they become orphans. Not all of them become orphans, but the GAO found that thousands of them will.
Well, I buy it. I mean, this to me is completely arbitrary, it's punitive, and you're trying to drive oil and gas producers off federal land. I think it's disgraceful. Finally, in my remaining time, Wyoming is home to the large population of greater sage grouse and its habitat. For over 15 years, Republican governors, Democrat governors working together, Wyoming has been at the forefront of adopting new management approaches to protect the species.
Instead of working with Wyoming, your Bureau plans to upend the state's successful efforts at balancing conservation with economic development. Why are you ignoring a state that has proven time and again that it can successfully protect the species?
Senator, respectfully, I have a different view on our work with your state. We've been meeting twice weekly with the state of Wyoming as we develop the sage-grouse plans. The only way to make these plans work is to work together with our partners in the states, and we have been doing so, and Wyoming has been helping us lead the way with the sage-grouse task force at WGA. We are literally line editing the documents together, so I believe that they are going to have the durability that they need for success for the sage-grouse.
Yeah, John Kennedy spoke at the University of Wyoming in 1963, and it was part of his tour of conservation in the West. And said we need to maintain a living balance between man's actions and nature's reactions. I have a picture of him giving that speech. Tom Uall's dad, who was Secretary of Interior, who was with him that day in Wyoming. And it just seems that the BLM has gone a long way away from maintaining a living balance and basically trying to shut down the state of Wyoming. Thank you, Mr. Senator Rich.
Mr. Manning, we're going to talk today about the outrage project, if you're familiar with it. Okay, that's good. I represent 1.8 million angry people, angry at you personally. And it isn't just people by now. But the legislature voted unanimously, House and Senate, objecting to this project, saying don't do it. We have the 7 Idaho counties that are affected unanimously adopted a resolution of disapproval saying don't do it. Your own BLM Resource Advisory Council voted unanimously not to do this and said don't do this. The Shoshone-Bannock tribe submitted 2 comment letters in opposition to this project. The Friends of Minnesota, the Pilgrimage Committee, and Japanese American Sicily, who operate the sacred ground in here, they have Japanese and World War II said, don't do this. We don't want this. We are angry about this. And I want to put this anger for you into perspective that you will understand. You remember previously, your foreign was engagement in the conspiracy to spike trees in the National Forest in Idaho. You recall that after you did that, the people that were charged, that you testified against in return for an immunity agreement, went to prison over it. Idahoans were angry. They were angry with those people. They were angry with you. Now they're doing the same thing on you because none of them want the debauchement of this 100,000 acres with these 660-foot towers on them. So, do you understand how angry we are about this?
Senator, I can hear the anger in your voice, and I know that change is difficult. This proposal is big, but what we did do with your constituents was listen very hard, and the proposal now is halved. And yet it will still provide energy for up to 500,000 homes, almost a gigawatt of power.
Where are those homes located? I'll tell you, California. You know that. You think that makes us happy? Why don't you put this project in California? If they need the energy so bad, do it down there. We don't want this project in Idaho. So I have a question for you. You did this, by the way, you were talking about the shortage of your manpower. You put out this 832-page environmental impact statement that's nothing but drill. You know what I can't find? Anybody who supports this from Idaho. Can you name somebody or some entity in Idaho that supports this project?
Senator, I have seen a couple hundred comments in support from.
I heard that many opposed.
I don't know the vote count.
In the tens of thousands. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. Can you name anybody or any entity that wants this?
Senator, the anger that you're talking about is of concern to me on the ground. I'm not going to rise to the rhetoric and name names. So
what do you do about this? With all the opposition from Idaho and us getting no benefit out of this whatsoever, what are we going to do about this? Did you just set that aside and proceed on? Who wants this? Who is it that's pursuing this? Is it you?
Senator, we responded to an application from a company to develop public lands. It's what we do every day.
So it is a company that came forward and you're responding to them and ignoring 1.8 million people plus the entire establishment of our government in the state of Idaho. You're ignoring that for the company that came in and said, oh, here, we want to debauch 100,000 acres and put 251 windmills on this land. That's how you're going to proceed.
Senator, the final EIS does call for that. The original proposal called for 400 turbines. And we listened to your constituents. We listened.
You didn't hear any constituents. They cut the 400 in half. Every constituent said, don't do this. So you didn't listen.
Senator, I hear the frustration and anger in your voice. We have issued the final environmental impact statement. Of course, is not the final decision that comes at the record of decision.
You know, I warned everyone, when your confirmation was up, if you had someone who had such disrespect for the natural resources of America, for our country, and for my state, Idaho, this is what we were gonna see. You ought to be ashamed, the administration ought to be ashamed, the Secretary of Interior ought to be ashamed. This is awful, awful, awful management of our public lands. It's not multiple use, it's abuse of our public lands.
Thank you, Member Ross. Thank you, Mr. Snowden. The Bureau has yet to issue leases to the winning bidders of the December 2020 oil and gas leases. So it's not 2024, 2020 to 2024. When do you plan to issue the leases?
Senator, thank you for that question. We are still working our way through multiple court decisions. When we issue them, we want them to be durable and stick.
Because, you know, the law requires you to issue the leases within 60 days, and it's now been over 3.5 years. So when do you plan? Give me a date. When do you plan to issue these leases? By law, should have been.
Senator, I don't have a date for you at this time.
Okay. 3.5 years, long time. Again, we need a date. Next, in June of 2022, the Bureau settled a lawsuit related to oil and gas leases that it had issued between 2015 and 2020 in Wyoming. In that settlement, the Bureau agreed to update the environmental analysis of the leases. So the Bureau's Wyoming office, the state office in Wyoming of the Bureau of Land Management, says they finished updating exactly what you wanted last summer. Finished what you asked for last summer. So why is your Bureau not then release this updated analysis?
Senator, again, as I was mentioning, we are reconciling different court decisions and opinions throughout the West, and we want to make sure that we are consistent.
It seems like a lot of foot dragging. The state office can't issue the permits to drill on these leases, refuses to until the Bureau releases the updated analysis, which was now done, which was done a year ago. Again, when will the Bureau release that analysis?
I'm sorry, which analysis?
The one that was done a year ago by the Bureau, Wyoming's Bureau of Land Management, based on the 2022 settlement.
Yeah, again, Senator, I don't have a date for you.
Yeah, well, we need a date. And you can see how every member of this side says this is a deliberate sabotage of American energy by an administration with this approach, which is a pipe dream about their view of when we can get to a carbon-free America. And as our hearing showed last week, Mr. Chairman, China's beaten us to this because they're putting all the energy in AI, and that puts us at a competitive world disadvantage. Final question, we're trying to keep this under 3 minutes. So last weekend, I was at the Wyoming Stockgrower Summer Convention in Douglas. A number of folks expressed concern about the process by which your Bureau considers public comments. Does the Bureau require individuals who submit public comments to identify who they are and where they are from?
Senator, I believe that is the case. And if I could revisit your last question, I don't think it's sabotage to be a record production highs for oil and to issue 11,000 acres.
It's a sabotage of public land use of the multiple use of the electric program. We're questioning that right now. So someone from a country like China or Russia or a country which doesn't want us to develop our energy and our mineral resources, are they allowed to submit public comments? Is that correct? That's what we're hearing. The answer is yes.
Yeah, it's in there.
It is, yeah, so effectively, you're not even determining whether a comment is submitted by a human or by a machine. The answer is no. You can't. In light of all this, shouldn't the Bureau give the most weight to comments from the people and the communities who actually live, as my friend and colleague just said, what's happening in Idaho, what's happening, who are actually most affected by the proposals?
You might have suggested that your colleague has bots putting in comments. I don't think that's true. We read the comments thoroughly. I think that we can tell when it's a bot and when it's a Russian and when it's actual Idaho, as the case is with what we got from the lava project. I don't understand what you're getting at, Senator.
We're getting at the fact that it seems that the comments coming in and are being counted as equal. Those have been in the land for 5 generations, and those coming from communist China. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I guess I can see you're a little aggravated that we're asking you for something that happened a long time ago. But I want you to know that terrorism is so bad, and when someone commits that, they certainly ought to be disqualified from management of public resources. That's why we're angry about this. Now, Senator Hawley wasn't here, but I was here when you had your hearing, and you didn't tell us anything about that. You swore that you had never been investigated, and you knew better than that. You hadn't. That attorney negotiated a muni agreement so that you wouldn't go to prison. Isn't that true? Yeah,
Senator, I never received a letter saying I was under investigation. That was the question.
There was never a question about whether you received a letter that you were under investigation. The question that was asked you was, have you ever been under investigation? And you knew you were under investigation. We were never able to cross-examine you on this. And as a matter of fact, after that, when it came to light, we started sending letters asking questions about it, and you wouldn't answer those letters. And you wound up getting confirmed by the online vote, of course.
Senator, all of this came out also in my Senate confirmation at the state of Montana, where we went into great depth about.
I'm not even talking about sitting right here, looking like this, where you were trying to become the head of the Bureau of Land Management. Let me say something else that really troubles me.
The Bureau of Land Management. Bolsheviks love marching. Bungs love music. Fucking Black Lives Matter. Is it? Really? Is it?
Is the lack of remorse of your involvement in this. You say, oh, I was handed a letter and I had to send it because I was scared. The investigation is very different than that. There's a statement in there by the investigator that says Manny, quote, was an active member of the original group that planned the spiking. There is a quote in here from a witness who overheard it. She said that she had overheard where in a conversation where Ms. Manning, along with other co-conspirators, planned the tree spiking and discussed whether to use the ceramic or metal spikes in the trees. We all know how important that is, whether you use metal or ceramic. Lastly, the ringleader of the whole thing, Mr. Clark, said after your hearing, and you said, oh, well, I didn't know anything about it until he handed me the letter. He said, this is the ringleader of your conspiracy. He said, quote, she knew about it far in advance, a couple of months before. So your lack of remorse here is despicable, to be honest with you.
Senator, I have to say for the record, none of what you just said is true.
Well, somebody thought it was. And how did you sign the agreement?
I actually couldn't tell you the difference between a ceramic and a metal spike. I actually don't know the difference.
Well, the difference, as you know, is when they go through the mail, they're x-ray, and if there's metal in it, they'll be able to kick it out. If they put a ceramic spike in, they'll never pick it up and it'll kill mill workers. That's the difference between ceramic and metal, and they overheard you having this conversation with someone else. Look, I can't tell you how deeply disappointed I am, not only in what you've done. You wanted us to look at the last 3.5 years. The last 3.5 years has been a disgrace, as you've heard here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Which is that you're abdicating responsibility? I'm not abdicating responsibility. Give me the answer. Do you make your opinion the Attorney General of the United States? You are in charge of the Justice Department, and yes, sir, you are responsible. So give me an answer.
The FBI does not agree with your description.
I'm not asking about the FBI. The Attorney General, give me your answer. Do you think that it was objectively reasonable and they followed your guidelines in sending 20 to 30 armed agents to terrorize people? Yes or no? Attorney General, let me just ask, does your department have a problem with anti-Catholic violence?
Our department protects all religions, all ideologies. It does not have any bias against any religion.
Well, you could surprise me, because given the resources that you are expending and the apparently intelligence assets that you are deploying against Catholics, it appears, and other people of faith, simultaneously turning a blind eye while people are executed gang style on the streets of our cities, including in my home state. Your answer frankly surprises me. Let's talk about our case. For example, you've been asked about this already, and frankly, your answers really astound me. This is a case where a Catholic pro-life demonstrator, father, was accused of disorderly conduct in front of an abortion center. Local prosecutor, the Philadelphia District Attorney, who is a Democrat, liberal, very progressive, declined to prosecute. There was a private suit that got dismissed. And then after all of that, your Justice Department sent between 20 and 30 armed agents in the early morning hours to the House's private residence to arrest the guy after he had offered to turn himself in voluntarily. Here's the photo. Once again, you can see the long guns, you can see the ballistic shields, you can see that they're wearing bulletproof vests. Why did the Justice Department do this? Why did you send 20 to 30 SWAT-style agents and a SWAT-style team to this house when everybody else had declined to prosecute and offered to turn himself in?
Determinations of how to make arrests under arrest warrants are made based by the tactical operators in the district.
But you sure they looked into it at this point, right? You know the answer. Sure.
Well, is what the FBI has said, which was that they made decisions on the ground as to what was safest and easiest. So you do not agree with your description of what happened on the scene.
You don't agree with my description. I'm pointing out what the photo is. There are agents here who have long guns and ballistic shields. Let's take a look at the hardened criminals that your Justice Department sent these armed agents to go terrorize them. Here they are. Here they are in mass. Here's the 7 children with Mr. Houck and his wife. In the early morning, they were all home. Mrs. Houck has said repeatedly the children were screaming. They feared for their lives. You got these agents demanding that he come out. They got the guns, she said, pointing at the house and at them. He has offered to turn himself in. And this is who you go to terrorize. What's really interesting to me is it seems to directly contradict your memorandum about the use of the Justice Department. You say officers may use only the force that is objectively reasonable to effectively control an incident. Are you telling me that in your opinion as Attorney General, it was objectively necessary to use 20 or 30 SWAT-style agents with long guns and ballistic shields for these people?
What I'm saying is that decisions about how to go about this were made on the ground by FBI agents.
So you're saying you don't know?
I'm saying what I just said.
Which is that you're abdicating responsibility?
I'm not abdicating responsibility.
Give me the answer. Do you think, in your opinion, you're the Attorney General of the United States, you are in charge of the Justice Department, and yes, sir, you are responsible. So give me an answer.
That does not agree with your
I'm not asking about the FBI. You are the Attorney General. Give me your answer. Do you think that it was objectively reasonable and they followed your guidelines in sending 20 to 30 armed agents to terrorize these people? Yes or no?
The facts I have, which are those presented by the FBI, are not consistent with your description.
So you think it was reasonable?
I'm saying the facts are not as you described.
What, that the children were there? That there weren't long guns there? That there weren't agents? What was it? What do you dispute? What's the factual evidence you dispute?
I said they don't agree with your description of
Be specific. They don't agree with what?
of how many of the agents were there and what their roles were. They don't agree.
You know, the jury in this case acquitted Mr. Howe. I'm sure you're aware. Do you know how long it took?
I am aware, and we respect the decision of the jury.
Do you know how long it took?
I don't know.
1 hour. 1 hour. Philadelphia District Attorney declined to prosecute. Private suits dismissed. Use an unbelievable show of force with guns that just not liberals usually decry. We're supposed to hate long guns and assault-style weapons. You're happy to deploy them against Catholics and innocent children. Have to. And you hold them to the court and a jury acquits him in 1 hour. I just suggest to you that that is a disgraceful performance by your Justice Department and a disgraceful use of resources. I notice a pattern there. The FBI field office in Richmond, on the 23rd of January of this year, issued a memorandum in which they advocated for, and I quote, the exploration of new avenues for tripwire and source development against traditionalist Catholics, including those who favor the Latin Mass. Are you cultivating sources and spies in Latin Mass parishes and other Catholic parishes around the country?
The Justice Department does not do that. It does not do investigations based on religion. I saw the document you sent. It's appalling. I'm in complete agreement with you. I understand that the FBI has withdrawn it. That's not looking into how this could ever affect that. That's what they're looking into. But I'm totally in agreement with you. That document is appalling.
I'll tell you how it happened. This memorandum, which is supposed to be intelligent, cites extensively the Southern Poverty Law Center, which goes on to identify all of these different Catholics as being part of hate groups. Is this something that we under your direction and leadership? Is this how they do their intelligence work? They look at left-wing advocacy groups to target Catholics? Is this what's going on? I mean, clearly it is. How is this happening?
The FBI is not targeting Catholics, and as I've said, this is an inappropriate memorandum. It doesn't reflect the methods that the FBI is supposed to be using. It should not be relying on every single organization without doing its own work.
Let me just ask you, as my time expires here, a very direct question. How many informants do you have in Catholic churches across America?
I don't know, and I don't believe we have any informants aimed at Catholic churches. We have a rule against investigations based on First Amendment activity, and Catholic churches are obviously First Amendment. But I don't know the specific answer.
You don't know the specifics of anything, it seems, but apparently on your watch, this Justice Department is targeting Catholics, targeting people of faith specifically for their faith views. And Mr. Attorney General, I want to say to you, it's a disgrace.
As you know, as I observed in your confirmation hearing, you have built a long record on the Federal Court of Appeals and a reputation of being relatively nonpartisan. And so I have hopes your tenure as Attorney General will continue that record. I have to say I'm deeply disappointed in what the last 2 years have shown. In my judgment, the Department of Justice has been politicized to the greatest extent I've ever seen in this country. And it has done a discredit to the Department of Justice, to the FBI, and the administration of law in this country. Let me start with a simple question. General Garland, is it a crime to protest outside of the judge's home with the intent of influencing that judge as to a pending case?
The answer to that is yes. I also want to at least respond to your characterization of the department, which I vigorously disagree with. I believe the men and women of the department pursue their work every single day in a nonpartisan and appropriate way.
There are thousands of men and women who do that.
What do you think, Squeaky Cat? This fucking cunt, this fucking gay turny fucking book cunt, fucking a general, fuck off. You don't belong in this fucking world. Fuck you, you fucking piece of filth. Squeaky Cat? That's not very tolerant, is it, mate? You've got to give due process to these fucking pieces of shit, eh? Not in fucking Squeaky Cat world. Squeaky Cat says, get fucked, man. I don't fucking care. You fucking target my people, my kin, you'll fucking get what's fucking coming to ya! Squeaky Cat. Squeaky Cat. You need tolerance education. Maybe we need to get you signed up for some DER training. Your stances on these issues, they're really, really problematic. You need to check your privilege, boy. You're a cis grey. You're a cis grey cat male. Check your privilege, son. Fuck y'all niggas. Like I give a fuck. Squeaky Cat, if you weren't propping up my plastic empire, I would sack you and force you into DEI training. Check your privilege, son. Check your privilege.
And I'll tell you, I hear from prosecutors of the Department of Justice, I hear from agents of the FBI who are angry that it is treated as the enforcement arm for the DNC instead of upholding the law in a fair and even-handed manner. So you are right. There are thousands of men and women that are doing the job, but it is the political leadership that you're responsible for. So you just said, yes, it's a crime to protest at the home of a judge. Same goes to jurors, by the way, with the intent of influencing the case. But in the wake of the leak of the Dobbs decision, when rioters descended on the homes of 6 Supreme Court justices, night after night after night, you did nothing. The department did nothing. When extremist groups like Ruth Senex and Jane's Revenge openly organized campaigns of harassment at the homes of justices, you sat on your hands. When these same groups posted online information about where the justices worship, or their home addresses, or where their kids went to school, you again sat on your hands and did nothing. Your failure to act to protect the safety of the justices and their families was an obvious product of political bias. You agree with Roe versus Wade, you disagree with the Dobbs decision, and the Department of Justice under this president was perfectly happy to refuse to enforce the law and allow threats of violence. And as you know, those threats finally materialized. Nicholas Roski, a 26-year-old man from California who traveled across the country, was arrested outside the home of Justice Kavanaugh, armed with a handgun, a knife, and burglary tools. And he said he killed Justice Kavanaugh because he was enraged with the leak detained. Now, of course, you're prosecuted. That individual for attempted murder. But did you bring even a single case to enforce this law, or did the Department of Justice decide this law doesn't apply if it's harassing justices for an opinion we don't like?
When the Dobbs draft was leaked, I did something no Attorney General in the history of the department had ever done before. For the first time, I ordered United States Marshals 24/7 to defend every residence of every.
You're free with asking counsel to answer a question. Has the Department of Justice enforced this statute? Have you single case against any of the protesters ready to judgment? Justices under 18 U.S.C. Section 15.
I sent on my hands and quite the opposite. I sent 70.
Yeah. Has the Department of Justice brought even a single case under this statute? So yes, no question. It's not a, you can give a speech on the other things you did.
The job of the United States Marshals is to defend the lives, to defend the lives of justices, and that's the number one priority.
I'm not willing to say no. The answer is no. You know it's no. I know it's no. Everyone in this hearing room knows it's no. You're not willing to answer a question. Have you brought a case under this statute? Yes or no?
Because I know we have evidence that we have done it to defend the lives of the justices.
So how do you decide which criminal statutes the DOJ enforces and which one doesn't?
The United States Marshals know that they have federal.
I recognize you want to give a separate speech.
No,
how do you decide which statute to enforce and which ones you don't?
The marshals I've seen make that determination in light of the priority of
the marshals do not make a determination over whether to prosecute. You, the Attorney General, make a determination, and you spent 20 years as a judge, and you're perfectly content with justices being afraid for their children's lives, and you did nothing to prosecute. Let's check you.
Can I answer the question?
No, you cannot. You refuse to answer the question.
I'm answering your question. The Attorney General does not decide whether to.
I choose not to enforce this statute.
The marshals on scene
make that decision.
They do make the decision whether to make them arrest.
You tell them no, they don't.
If they make
marshals
do not have prosecutors.
If they make an arrest,
All right, let's change topic because our time is limited. We've also seen across the country violent attacks to pregnancy centers by similar left-wing terrorist groups, including one graffiti of a firebound building said Jane was here. There have been attacks all over the country. And yet, the Department of Justice has not brought these violent criminals to justice. You contrast that. If you're a violent criminal and you attack a crisis pregnancy center, that is not a priority in the Biden Department of Justice. Contrast that to Mark Howell, who is a pro-life activist. He's a sidewalk counselor. And he had an altercation with someone who allegedly interfered with his son's personal space, threatening his son, and he pushed him. In an ordinary world, pushing someone would be maybe a simple misdemeanor assault. But not under the Biden Department of Justice. If you're a pro-life activist, what can you expect? Well, in this instance, according to Mr. Hough's wife, 24 agents clad in body armor and ballistic helmets and shields and a battering ram showed up at his house pointing rifle at his family. Why do you send 24 agents in body armor to arrest a sidewalk counselor who happens to be pro-life, but you don't devote resources to prosecute people for violently firebombing?
It is a priority of the department to prosecute and investigate and find the people who are doing those firebombings. They are doing it at night and secret. So, and we have found one group which we did prosecute.
You found one. How many are dead? How many attacks?
There have been a lot. And if you have any information specifically as to who those people are,
would you authorize 20 agents going to this house? He offered to turn himself in through counsel, but you didn't want that. The Department of Justice wanted to make a show of it. Did you personally authorize it? And do you want to apologize to Mrs. Howe and her 7 children for being terrorized?
The decisions about how to do that are made at the level of FBI agents on scene.
Did you know about it?
I did not know about it until the way you're describing it, and my understanding is the FBI disagrees with that description.
Senator's time is expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is a. If you had any questions about the legitimacy of these fucking hoodlum thugs in fucking Armani suits, man? Fucking hell.
John Garland, the Department of Justice should enforce the law regardless of politics. I do not believe that has been what is happening in the last 2 years. Among other things, I believe you very much want to indict Donald J. Trump. Toward that end, the Department of Justice has leaked that DOJ is investigating and intends to indict Hunter Biden. The purpose of those leaks, I believe, was to set the predicate for an indictment of Trump. To say, look how even-handed we are. We're indicting the Biden, we're indicting the Trump. Those leaks are not law. For enforcing the law, they are politics. Did you know about the leaks about the Hunter Biden investigation?
I don't know about the leak that you're talking about. The leaks are in violation of our regulations and our requirements. So the answer is...
The leaks are consistently on one side of the aisle advancing one political agenda. As you know, the FBI raided Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago. And subsequent to that raid, there have been multiple leaks about what was discovered there, including a photograph of documents that were discovered there. Did you know about the leaks?
The photograph was filing in court in response to a motion filed on Mr. Trump. It's not a leak.
So you're trying to have the leaks about the Trump raid investigation?
I'm responding to the point about...
Do you know about the leaks that have occurred?
I've read the leaks. They are inappropriate. We also don't know where they come from. Witnesses on the...
What's interesting is when the shoe was on the other foot, I believe your intention, and I believe it's a political intention to indict President Trump, became infinitely harder when classified documents were discovered repeatedly at President Biden's multiple residences. According to the public record, those were first discovered on November 2nd, 6 days before the prior election. The Department of Justice was notified on November 4th, yet miraculously there was no leak about the classified documents at President Biden's home. When it politically benefited the effort to go after and charge Donald Trump, DOJ leaked. When it potentially harmed the Democrat president, DOJ did not leak. Does that strike you as double standard?
Leaks under all circumstances are inappropriate, and they are not directed by anyone in the Justice Department.
Let me say in particular on Hunter Biden, I very much hope that an investigation of Hunter Biden is focused not just on his own personal substance abuse issues, but on connections to his father and potential corruption. That is the matter of public concern. and why people are concerned. It was striking that the leak that came out from DOJ suggested this is just going after some poor person struggling with drugs instead of looking at the very real evidence of corruption. You commit that the...
I can't believe the footage of fucking Hunter. I'm Hunter Biden, the president's son, motherfuckers. Turns up with his fucking criminal lawyer and his fucking pimp / drug dealer in like a fucking maroon Armani suit, fucking looking like they're fucking gonna fly out of Senate in fucking with their rocket packs and like parachute into their Bugattis or something, man. It's fucking insane.
Investigation will actually examine the public corruption aspect and not simply scapegoat Hunter Biden as an individual?
Can't comment about the investigation other than to say that all the matters involving Mr. Hunter Biden are the purview of the U.S. Attorney in Delaware. It's not restricted in this investigation in any way.
Well, you don't come here, but then you at the same time.
Thank you, Attorney General. You said in our last exchange that it's your practice to defer to FBI agents in the field when it comes to investigations, apprehensions, and subjects. I was interested, given your answer, to read in this morning's Washington Post that the FBI is saying that you overruled them when it came to raiding President Trump's personal residence. Washington Post reports this morning showdown before the raid that senior FBI officials who would be in charge of leading the search resisted doing so as too combative and it proposed instead to seek Trump's permission to search his property. These field agents wanted to shutter the criminal investigation altogether in early June, the Post reports, but they were overruled by Maine DOJ. So I guess in light of your earlier testimony just this morning, my question is, how often overrule FBI field agents for political purposes?
I've skimmed that article. That's not an accurate reflection of what the article says, and I'm not able to comment on the investigation. My comment earlier was about tactics on the ground in particular cases.
Wait. You said it's not I'm reading from the article. Quote, senior FBI officials who would be in charge of leading the search resisted the plan as too combative and proposed instead to seek Trump's permission to seek his property, according to 4 people who spoke on condition of anonymity to describe a sensitive investigation, end quote.
Again, I have to say I'm not able to describe the investigation. I will say as a general matter, at a high level of generality, that in my experience, long experience as a prosecutor, there is often a robust discussion, and in the end, and it's encouraged among investigators and prosecutors.
Attorney General, my time is very made. Yes, and you made the decision.
I did. That's right.
You said you did.
No, I'm sorry. What I said was I approved the decision.
So you didn't make the decision?
I approved the decision to seek a search warrant after probable cause.
Overruling the FBI agent who did not want to do so. Did you talk about this with the White House?
The memorandum does not, that article does not say what you're saying. I'm sorry. And I'm not able to discuss this any further.
Well, I think in that, Mr. Chairman, I'll just ask that this entire article be entered in the record. And we can read for ourselves. And by people who don't look, it says exactly that FBI field agents did not want to conduct the raid and they were overruled by DOJ. So it doesn't seem to me, Attorney General, that the FBI has a lot of confidence in you, because what they're doing clearly is they're trying to distance themselves from your decisions. They're out there leading left, right, and center and saying it wasn't us. We didn't want to do it. He made us do it. What's that say about their confidence in your leadership?
Well, the previous senator said that they're leaking all in favor of the left. Now you're saying they're leaking all in favor of
I'm asking you my question. Answer my question based on this evidence. Don't dissemble, Attorney General. Answer my question.
Time is
What is that? You don't police enforce traffic laws? It just seems to me, I'm having trouble following your positions here. You don't want the immigration laws to be enforced. You apparently think that any detention of illegals at the border is motivated by political calculation, is illegitimate, and you don't want police to be enforcing traffic laws. But you want to be a judge. How's this going to work? Senator Hall, we can answer your question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all the nominees for being here today. Congratulations to you. If I can just start with you. I was just looking at your resume here. It's very full. You look like someone who's very busy. You're a counsel at law firm Presley, Kaplan, Hacker and Fink. Is that correct?
Yes,
and also a co-director at a civil rights clinic at Harvard. Is that correct? So it doesn't look like to me you have free time. I imagine that you choose which you invest your time in very carefully. Is that fair to say?
Yes, Senator.
You are also on board of a group called the Immigrant Justice Corps. Do I have that right?
Yes, Senator.
Let me ask you about this group that you are part of, as you're a board of directors, a member of the positions they take, and they've taken a lot of positions. You take a lot of positions.
The only time they're able to answer like yes and no questions is when he's like describing who they are. Are you a person? Yes, Senator. Do you have a heart? I believe so, Senator.
When it comes to immigration policy, including saying recently that this president's policy, President Biden's.
Do you have a brain? To the best of my knowledge, I don't recall.
Recent policy to restrict temporarily some of the flow across our southern border. When on a given day there are multiple thousands of illegal migrants crossing, the president said that after there are multiple thousands on any given day, he would temporarily restrict some of the flow, which I think is way too in the game. He should be doing much more. Your group, however, has been exceptionally critical of this. They have said that any restriction of the flow across the southern border is a horrid betrayal of American values and is inhumane, cruel and inhumane, to be precise. Talk about that. Is it your view that any enforcement of immigration law, that if we have anything other than an open border, the policy is cruel, inhumane, and a horrid betrayal of American values?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I do not believe that statement to reflect a request for open borders. I have never taken that position. I can tell you, I'm not familiar with that particular statement. I can tell you why I joined the organization, the board of the organization, and it is because I believe in its mission to provide quality counsel to individuals who are going through removal proceedings. It was an idea that was inspired by the late Judge Katzman's study of the efficiencies of providing such counsel to individuals who are going through removal proceedings. And I understand that the organization engages in advocacy and policy, and that if confirmed, my role as a judge would be to put any such advocacy and policy aside.
But let me just ask you, I don't mean to interrupt you, but my time is going to take down here real quickly. I just want to get clear on this. Is it your position that restrictions on the flow of illegal migrants, just to be, well, let me just ask you this one fundamentally. Do you believe we have a crisis?
Senator, I
keep on saying this. They talk about the crisis on the southern border. How about the fucking crisis about all these fucking Canucks who fucking go through 3 years of training so they don't fucking say a boot anymore? It's how about you? 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 Fucking maple turkeys.
It is my position to opine on such policy questions. I think those policy questions are very important for.
But you're a member of the board of directors. You're a director at an organization that has taken many such positions. So it seems to me you have taken a position. Your organization certainly has. You represent them. You're a member of that board. You choose your time very carefully. Just they say that any restriction for illegal migrants, let me be clear about this, illegal migrants is abhorrent. It is a betrayal of American values. It's cruel and inhumane. Is that your position?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that specific statement. My affiliation.
2024. It's a press release from the organization.
My affiliation with the organization does not commit me to every position it takes on policy. No, Senator.
You disagree with this?
Senator, I joined the organization to support its mission to provide counsel to individuals going through removal.
Okay, let me ask you about that since you bring that up. You have also advocated for providing counsel, in fact, tax-funded counsel, to every asylum seeker at our border. Do you know how many credibility and fear determinations the Customs and Immigration Service performed just in 2023 at the southern border?
No, Senator, I am not aware of that.
146,000. 146,000 in 2023 alone. So you are in favor of taxpayer funding for attorneys for at least 146,000 illegals. Is that right?
Senator, I was counsel on 2 matters that advocated for the right of counsel for a limited class of non-citizens.
This is your organization that you remember the board of directors of. On May 27, 2022, your organization submitted this official comment to a DHS rule in which you specifically advocated for counsel to be provided at government expense to all asylum seekers. I mean, that's not a position. So we're talking about hundreds of thousands of people are going to get illegal migrants are going to get government-funded attorneys under your proposal. Is that right? Is that your position?
Senator, any policy position that I have taken in my role as an advocate, I understand that I would be taking an oath to put that aside and to dedicate myself instead to the fair and impartial application of law. And that is what I commit to you.
You used to think that detaining people is motivated by, I'm quoting now, motivated by financial incentives and political calculations rather than any legitimate or evidence-based purpose.
Senator, I'm not familiar with that statement.
That's from another statement made by your organization on September 22nd, 2021. Let me just say it again. Detaining people at the border is motivated by financial incentives and political calculations rather than any legitimate or evidence-based purpose. That just seems crazy to me. To say that enforcing our laws and detaining folks who are here illegally, crossing illegally, is motivated solely by financial incentives and political calculations. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I joined the organization to support its mission to provide.
Do you agree with this? You're a member of the board of directors of this organization that frankly has taken crazy positions over and over. I'm just wondering if you agree with these positions. So this is just a yes or no. Do you agree that detaining people at the border is motivated solely by financial incentives and political calculations?
Senator, I'm not familiar with that position.
But do you agree with it? It's from your organization. You sit on the board of directors. Just do you agree with it? Yes or no?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the context.
Do you agree with it? You're not going to answer the questions, I'll tell you.
Senator,
Just say yes if you agree, that's fine, but say no if you don't. I mean, I have a yes or no answer. It's a simple question. You're on the board of directors, they issued this. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Senator, I joined the organization to support its mission.
Are you afraid of the answer? It won't be popular? I mean, what are you distancing yourself from it now? Aren't you still a member of this organization? You're still on the board, aren't you?
Yes, Senator, I still am.
Okay, well, so you don't agree with any of these positions? You won't say now whether you agree or not. Is it because they're so radical?
Senator, my personal position on any policy issue would play no role in the job that I would perform as a judge if I were to be confirmed.
You also read a paper in which you say that you think police will enforce traffic laws because it may lead to inequity. Do you remember that paper from 2023?
Yes, Senator.
Why is that? You don't want police to enforce traffic laws? I mean, it just seems to me, I'm having trouble following your positions here. You don't want the immigration laws to be enforced. You apparently think that any intention illegal at the border is motivated by political calculations and is illegitimate. And you don't want police to be enforcing traffic laws. But you want to be a judge. How's this going to work?
Senator, the piece that you are citing documented efforts by cities along with police departments, and in some cases actually led by police departments, to move enforcement of things like hanging an air freshener from a rear view mirror to, for example, ticket by mail or parking enforcement, which would in turn free up police resources to focus on more serious enforcement.
Almost that, Mr. Chairman, but not just that, though. I mean, I encourage people to read the paper. In fact, I read here 14 pages, Mr. Chairman, I consent to enter into the record the road to driving quality. Frankly, it's full of positions that are just nuts. I mean, saying that things like running traffic lights, stop signs, these things can't be enforced. The police have to get out of enforcement of traffic laws altogether. I mean, I don't understand it. It sounds like to me, you don't want enforcement at the border, you don't want enforcement of traffic laws, you don't want police enforcement in our cities. I just question whether that is a good set of perspectives to be a judge whose job will be to enforce the law. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But you're acting as propagandist. Do you regret your role in this?
So, Senator Hawley, I don't think you characterized my role
At this point, what does fucking PhD doctor even mean? Does fucking PhD mean Pufter who has a degree? Is that what it means? I don't fucking get it, man. I mean, I feel like I did more fucking study in my undergraduate degree. I did a 10,000 word fucking thesis to finish my undergrad. These cunts are fucking using AI to fucking write up their fucking doctoral thesis. No doubt, no fucking doubt. That's why I'm happy to call myself a doctor. And you can suck my fucking doctor dick if you don't fucking like it. You know? Suck my doctor dick like you fucking suck your mama's dick from behind.
Regret your role in helping censor millions of Americans who were kicked off social media, were disciplined at work, for saying that maybe I was involved, which we now know the FBI thinks is the case. Do you regret it?
I do not believe I ever had the role that you're describing.
Do you regret anything that you did during this period? Do you regret not speaking out? Do you regret not advising your boss to temper his comments? Do you regret not opposing the censorship? Do you regret it? You're in a position of tremendous influence.
I do not believe censorship took place, sir.
You don't believe censorship took place?
I do not.
What world are you living in? Senator Hawley, recognize your questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and all the witnesses for being here. Dr. Wilkins, if I can start with you. You served as the Chief of Staff to Francis Collins for 4 years, is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
From 2017 to 2021, is that correct?
That's correct.
Right through the whole pandemic. I noticed that Dr. Collins was intensely interested in discrediting the lab leak. I guess we'll call it a hypothesis. I think it's probably a little bit stronger than that, now that we know something of what our intelligence agencies have long assessed. Last week, I had a chance to speak with Dr. Gary Zetler, where propaganda piece, the proximal origin paper, which infamously stated that the SARS-CoV-2 is not a laboratory construct or a purposely manipulated virus. It went on to say it could not possibly have come from a lab. This, of course, we now know is not what multiple U.S. intelligence agencies assessed. What interests me is that your office was very involved in that paper, which was supposed to be an independent piece of scientific analysis. But Dr. Collins actually called Dr. Gary when he was supposedly working on the paper on February 1st, 2020. Is it normal for scientists who are supposedly doing independent research to get together and talk about how their conclusions are going to come out?
Thank you for the question, Senator Hawley. I think in general, yes, it is quite common for scientists across biomedical research fields, while they're in the process of doing research, to discuss with colleagues and other scientists. I do not believe that is an accurate description of the conversation that took place.
What were the issues?
So I was not present for those conversations. My understanding, based on readouts, is there was a lot of interest in the origins and current understanding of SARS-CoV-2. And I think it's important when we're talking about the term lab leak theory to differentiate between the idea of a virus escaping from a lab, which is a biosafety violation, versus a virus that is engineered or manipulated in the lab and then escapes, which is
They said that the lab was absolutely not involved. We know that at the time this paper was supposedly being written, because we now have a private correspondence from Dr. Fauci, your boss said that was a very destructive conspiracy to think that there was a lab involved. So he's on the phone with a scientist, quote unquote scientist, who's supposedly writing an independent paper. By the way, Dr. Gary testified under oath that he was coming to his conclusions while this paper was being written. He was discovering the answers. But we know that your boss was on the phone with him saying this is a very destructive conspiracy before the paper was even written. My question is, why was your office so intent on pushing to the public the idea that this could not possibly have been a lab issue? Is it because of the NIH's role in funding gain-of-function research at the lab? Is that the reason why?
So, Senator Hawley, I would say that in the event of any new and emerging infectious disease, if you've ever gone through a tabletop exercise in biosecurity,
Answer my question. Is it because that NIH was actually funding, helping to fund, EcoHealth was funding gain-of-function research?
No, I believe that's an inaccurate assessment.
In fact, your boss missed Congress and testified falsely that NIH and EcoHealth had never conducted gain-of-function research for one, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
He did testify.
I believe, sir, that what he testified to was that there was no evidence at the time that NIH was funding research that met the scope of the P3CO policy, which I want to differentiate from the term gain-of-function research.
Of course, this is the classic. Now that you and your office lied to the American people for years, told the American people that it likely was a very destructive conspiracy. That's your boss's statement, when you were his chief of staff. Of course, we now know that was the conspiracy to hide this from the American people, to censor people who went out and said, you know what, actually maybe this is a lab leak. Your office, Dr. Fauci and others, tried to actively censor them. There was a propaganda effort that this paper was the center of, and now everybody says, oh, well, we just sure at the time, we didn't really know. You know exactly what you were doing. You were actively misleading the American people the entire time. Get this, after that paper is really an opinion piece, was published, your boss then says to Dr. Fauci that he really hoped that the paper would settle this. Is there anything more that we can do to shut down this destructive conspiracy? This is in April of 2020. And then Dr. Fauci went to the White House podium and said that absolutely there's no way that this could have come from a lab. Let me come back to my original question. Why was your office so intent on shutting down any talk about this being involved with a lab? Why? I don't understand it. Why the hysteria?
So, Senator Hawley, I will say that my understanding of the situation is that
this is a fucking habituate Barbie fucking fuck. It's crazy. Crazy, this bitch. Fucking hell. She got fucking puka shells. She's got a fucking puka shell necklace, man.
No fucking shit. Look at that. She's wearing fucking puka shells. For God's sake. Come on, man. This isn't a fucking SNL skit about fucking SoCal fucking Barbie whores, man. This is fucking Senate and she comes in with fucking puka shells. Oh my God. How fucking low rent can you get?
Oh my Christ. Oh my fucking Christ.
No one at NIH, including Dr. Collins, Dr. Fauci, myself, ever suggested that there wasn't the possibility that a virus had escaped from a lab. I think that.
Let me just stop you right there. I cannot have these lies just continue to be told over and over again. Sorry. And wrong. That's false. You people repeatedly said it could not have come from a lab. Your boss said it was a very destructive conspiracy. Not that it was unlikely, not that it was the best idea, a conspiracy. And based on that, you censored, and your administration you work for actively censored scientists, journalists, and what we now know is our own intelligence agencies at the same time were concluding and briefing members of Congress that it likely was from a lab. I mean, it's extraordinary. And now you've been caught red-handed because you thought that the rest of us wouldn't find out. You thought the public would always be kept in the dark. And as it turns out, we now know these emails have become public that you were pushing this propaganda effort and yet claiming the mantle of science. Don't you see that what you have done has set back the respectability and integrity of science by generations? You are acting as propagandists. Do you regret your role in any of this?
So, Senator Hawley, I don't think you characterized.
Do you regret your role in any of leading up the public? Do you regret your role in your office saying that a lab nexus here is a very destructive conspiracy? Do you regret your role in helping censor millions of Americans who were kicked off social media, who were disciplined at work?
I mean, the thing that always gets me is just how fucking shameless these people are. I mean, a normal human being, if they're caught doing the wrong thing, they go, mea culpa, I'm sorry, I didn't know, I did know, I was paid off. Don't want that. You know what I mean? Like, people with heart, people with discretion, people with morality over ethics, even an ethical morality, whatever the fuck that is, would go, look, I'm wrong, I was wrong. And I mean, that's what I have problems with in the justice system, you know. You guys have the right to lie. It seems like lie by omission, lie by not answering the question, lie by oratory, lie by circular logic, and yet you frame innocent people to the point where you take their words against them and then circular logic them into guilt. You know, it's a fucking messed up system, yeah? You know, whatever justice should be, it sure as fuck isn't happening on our shores or your shores or anybody's shores at this point. You know, the only real justice is when fucking beeper bombs fucking take out the hands and feet and fucking dicks of fucking terrorists and rapists and thieves. You know, that's the only justice I've seen fucking happen anytime recently.
For saying that maybe a lab was involved, which we now know the FBI thinks is the fact case. Do you regret it?
I do not believe I ever had the role that you're describing.
Do you regret anything that you did during this period? Do you regret not speaking out? Do you regret advising your contemporaries comments? Do you regret opposing to censorship? Do you regret it? You're in a position of tremendous influence.
I do not believe censorship took place, sir.
You don't believe censorship took place?
I do not.
What world are you living in? Tell that to the scientists who basically lost their credentials. Tell that to the people who were kicked off of social media and banned because they acted badly. You don't believe censorship took place? The privilege is astounding. You were the chief of staff at the NIH pushing these conspiracies, pushing the effort to shut down Americans, and now you got the gall to sit here and say censorship never took place. I mean, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So.
I fucking love
You're putting a huge transmission line across 200 miles of land in Missouri. You have gone to court to seize the land from Missouri farmers. You're a corporation, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
How much money are you making from this?
I have to get back to you on that.
Would you? I'm really curious because you've got Missouri farmers who, in many cases, these are small family farms, they're not massive corporate farms. This land has been in their family for generations. They just want to be left alone and be able to farm, and you're a major corporation who's coming in here and taking them to court literally to take their land. And then the benefit they get from it is nothing for the state of Missouri. And you talk about the national good. So your message to them is, give us a big, rich corporation, your land, or we'll take it from you, and you should just live with it. Senator Holland. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the witnesses for being here. If I could start with you, your company, Invenergy, is planning a high voltage transmission line across my.
Did they call their company Invenergy? Did I hear that right?
Mr. Chairman, thanks to the witnesses for being here. Mr. Spockman, if I could start with you, your company, Invenergy, is planning.
Invenergy. Invent energy. Invenergy. Oh my God, that's amazing.
A high voltage transmission line across my state, the Greenville Express. You're familiar with this, I'm sure. As I understand it, this line, if built, would carry electricity from western Kansas to Indiana. It would cut right across the state of Missouri, 200 miles from west to east, 8 counties, and cover hundreds and hundreds of farms. I understand you're also now proposing a second transmission line called the Tiger Connector Line, which will run north and south from Monroe County.
Fucking Tamil Tigers! Tamil Tigers. The Tamil Tiger Express.
Down in Callaway County, farmers in my state have expressed a lot of concern with the Green Belt Express and your company's use of eminent domain. So let me just give you a chance to say what your response is to farmers and rural homeowners in my state who don't want transmission lines running over their farms, preventing them from planting crops or having their land taken from them for corporate use.
Sir, thank you for the question. I would say that community engagement is first and foremost in our mind when we're developing any type of project.
It's really weird with all these fucking women that get brought into Senate. I don't think I've come across one Mrs. They're always Ms. Ms. with 14 kids from 18 daddies and shit, eh?
And in addition,
17 abortions a year, probably.
What we are thinking about is what is the necessity to make sure that lights stay on and that we can improve the reliability and resilience of these communities as well as across these communities from one to the others. And that's why we find it very important that we look toward a larger view of what is necessary in the communities, but then at the state level, and what is in the national interest. And that's why we are continuing.
This bitch is a fucking mongoloid Neanderthal if I ever fucking seen one.
To work with communities to make sure that they are that they are understand what we're doing and that they
fucking take it up the ass when we give it to them. Suck my dick from behind.
Give us feedback as to how we should develop these projects responsibly.
You say the lights stay on. Are lights stay on in the state of Missouri from this project? My understanding is, as originally planned, the transmission line wouldn't benefit the residents of Missouri at all.
Lights staying on across the entire country. We're talking about.
You're taking Missourians' land.
Right.
You're taking Missourians' land from them.
And we are.
And you've gone to court. Your company gone to court and sued Missouri farmers to take away their land. This isn't speculative. You actually use this corporate power, which frankly I'm not sure you should have, to seize land from Missouri farmers that's been in their families for generations.
Well, sir, I would actually say that I think about we would have power that would go into communities in Missouri. So I'm happy.
That's the Tiger Connector line. So after it was pointed out that your original Green Belt Express did nothing for the state of Missouri, then you came back and said, well, we'll add something more. So what commitments are you going to give the farmers and residents of Missouri today that they'll actually benefit from this land grab?
Yes, sir. Since we as Invenergy have taken over this project, we have done an inordinate amount of community engagement.
I still can't get over that name, Invenergy. Hi, we're Invenergy. We invent energy. That is fucking retarded. I'm sorry, dude, but you are retarded.
We will continue to do direct.
And that's for me, not even fucking squeak that.
In community engagement. This project did not start with us, but we took it on, and we took it on with the objective to make sure that the communities are well spoken to and well heard from in order.
Well spoken to? Well spoken to? What is that? You bring in a fucking white man in a jacket and fucking condescend to them or something?
order to make sure.
What are they going to get? Are Missouri farmers and residents, are they going to get lower energy prices out of this? Are they, how are they going to benefit? You're putting a huge transmission line across 200 miles of land in the state of Missouri. You've gone to court to seize the land of Missouri farmers. You're a private corporation, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
But how much money are you going to get this?
I'd have to get back to you on that.
Would you? I'm really curious because, you've got Missouri farmers who, in many cases, these are small family farmers. These are not massive corporate farmers. This land has been in their family for generations. They just want to be left alone and be able to farm. And you're a major corporation who's coming in here and taking them to court literally to take their land. And then the benefit they get from it is nothing for the state of Missouri. And you talk about the national good, so your message to them is, give us a big, rich corporation your land, or we'll take it from you, and you should just live with it.
Sir, I'm sure that that's not the message that we're trying to. And I would say that since we did get Clinton Energy over this project, we have changed direction of the project. We've changed the path of the project to suit the community's needs and the community's demands.
Well, we must not exercise them in the domain of the state of Missouri.
I'm not authorized to.
That's a no.
I'm not authorized to make that commitment, but I will certainly get back.
That I think would be, if you want to talk about rebuilding trust here, I think if you as a corporation would say, you know what, we're not going to take your land from you. You talk about outreach to the community and benefits to the community. Why don't we start with, we won't take your property. Again, it's not clear to me why you as a corporation should have the power to seize their property. I don't think you should. Apparently that decision's been made, and I guess you do. But I would just say, if you want to rebuild some trust, number one, why don't you show something to the state of Missouri, for the residents there, that you're going to do for them? And number two, why don't you pledge to them that you won't take them to court to take away their land, so that they can continue to farm and raise their families and have their livelihood. I'm sure you still find a way to make lots of money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Shaw, can I just follow up? I didn't understand your answer to the ranking member or to the chairman. Did you say, so you do attend dinners with industry leaders where they pay to see? Was that a yes or no? I didn't hear.
No, I attend many events, some of which I'm invited to speak at.
And they don't pay. They don't pay.
And many don't pay, and some are like paid conferences and others. But one of the things.
Wait, that was a yes and a no. So let's just go back. Do you attend events where people pay to see you speak?
I have attended where people pay to attend the event.
Do you think that's a good idea?
I think it's important for us to meet potential.
This is a fucking Iranian fucking despot fucking proxy if I ever fucking saw one. Mr. Jaidar H. Shah. Fucking ship him in a box back to Pakistan, man. Shipping him in a box back to fucking Pakiland, man.
Applicants, American innovators, entrepreneurs who want to scale up technology.
Applicants for loan programs.
Applicants for DOE funding.
Wait a minute. You think it's a good idea to go to events where people are trying to get federal money and they're paying to see you?
They're not paying to see me.
I thought you said you spoke at events where people paid.
Not to see me. I mean, I'm not that important.
You're going to do things every day. What's your title? You're the director of what?
Of the Loan Programs Office.
You're the director of the loan programs for the federal government, Department of Energy.
Oh, I'm not that important. I'm just a fucking government fucking tax purse strings man. And for fuck's sake! Come on!
Energy. People who want to get loans from the government are paying to see you, and you think that that's fine? That's not a rhetorical question.
I think I've answered that I go to many conferences and events. I've had hundreds of stakeholder events. The goal is to get.
You're going to events where people are paying to see you who want money from the government. You're the director of the loan program. You think that's okay? You don't see any conflict of interest with that?
I think given the extraordinary amount of improvements that we've made in our office based on our work with the Inspector General and our Allison report, etc., there is.
This is why you've got to shut down the northern border so these fucking curry Canadians can't fucking get in and fucking intoxicate your fucking masses with their fucking saffron lies and fucking, fucking sari burkas, man. It's fucking nonsense.
I do not make a decision on who applications are accepted in the loan program.
But you don't think there's an appearance of a conflict of interest of people paying to get access to you?
I think that it would be a conflict of interest if people are paying to get access to me, but I don't.
Okay, isn't that what they're doing when you speak at events people pay to get into? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If they're not paying, that's fine, but I thought you just said a second ago they're paying.
We do a lot of public events, whether it's, and we are very transparent as part of this administration. Every time I get a question.
What? Yeah, I mean, like, it'd be interesting to see what their definition of transparency is. We do independent analysis on ourselves. I mean, other people do independent analysis on themselves. I mean, what the fuck? I fucking can't even, man.
Question that which is hard to answer. We update our blog posts and make sure that everyone knows what we're doing. But the goal of
So updating blog posts is transparency now. Fucking begucking, man. This is so begucked. This is so begucked.
Coming up forward some morning after the night before business on Radio 1's after show. Meanwhile, we continue with the
Loan Programs Office is to get as many people as possible to think that they can actually commercialize their technology.
Well, what I think they think is that they can get access to you by paying to go to these centers. I mean, listen, it may not be an ethics violation, like it should be, but maybe it's not. I just suggest to you, I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good idea to go to paid dinners where people are paying money to get access to you because, in your own words, they want loans. They want loans, federal dollars, taxpayer money. They're paying money to go get access to you. I just, maybe that's really common. Knowing this government, it probably is really common. But if it is, it's a bad idea. I just submit to you. I'm kind of amazed by this. Ms. Tomlinson, can I just ask you about another ethics issue of the Department of Energy? I'm so glad you're here, by the way. Thank you for being here, and thank you for doing this job. The Wall Street Journal published back in February a report. I'm just going to quote the headline. Here it is. Hundreds of Energy Department officials hold stocks related to agency's work despite warnings. Have you been tracking this? Have you seen these reports?
I have, Senator.
So that includes, sadly, the Secretary of Energy, who testified right there to this committee in response to questions from me that she didn't own any individual stock. I asked her 3 times in April. On individual stocks 3 times. She said, no, absolutely not, absolutely not, absolutely not. 2 months later, she wrote the chairman and said, actually, I did. And she didn't invest them until May, and then she didn't tell us until a month later. That's a big problem. And the fact that she misled this committee and didn't tell us, the fact that we have all of these Energy Department officials holding stocks related to the agency's work, I mean, what is going on at DOE? Do you have authority to look into this, Ms. Donaldson?
There's a mechanism set up in the law which you...
Please use your microphone, Ms. Donaldson, please. Just speak if you will.
Yeah,
So you can, in fact, hold stock and be an employee for the government. You cannot participate in any decisions that might impact the value of that stock. So there's different rules that apply here, and those can be driven by Congress, or they can be driven by regulation or policy. In that particular situation, when you spoke about questions about other DOE, they get notices reminding them, basically. So if they own stock in Ford, they'll get a notice saying, don't forget, nothing having to do with Ford. So those notices don't carry with them any kind of penalty. It's part of the process set up to make sure they keep track of their own, what you would view to be a conflict.
Okay. My time is, I just thank you for your work, Ms. Donaldson. I'm going to send you a look about this, and I hope that we might ask you to look into and I know the ranking members already asked you to look into Secretary Granholm's testimony before this committee, but I am firmly of the view that we need to change the law here. The senior executive branch officials should not be able to own individual stock, nor should members of Congress. We shouldn't be stock trading, nor should anybody be sitting at this table. And so I just am distressed by it. It is piled up. And I'll say this isn't a partisan issue. It happened in the last administration. It's members of both parties of Congress. We shouldn't be doing it. I got bipartisan legislation. I think the last time that I got to visit with you was August 4th of this year. You were at the Senate Judiciary Committee. You were at ISM. We had to cut that hearing short. We were supposed to do 2 rounds of questions. You said you had to be somewhere, so cut it short. Republicans were not able to ask a second round as we had been informed we would. The press reported shortly thereafter the reason that the hearing had to be cut short is because you were flying on a Gulfstream jet for a personal vacation in the Adirondacks. Please tell me that's not accurate.
Senator, the hearing was not cut short from my experience. We had agreed beforehand on the time and liked it. And I was very surprised to find that any member of the committee was surprised. As to how I fly, I am required, not only permitted, but required to fly on an FBI plane wherever I go.
So you were going on vacation?
I was, yes.
So you left statutorily required oversight hearing in order to go on a personal vacation at Adirondacks?
I took a flight to go visit my family, as had been previously arranged in the leadership of the committee. The ranking member, Chuck Grassley, asked you during the hearing, he said, I assume you must have other business. You said, yes. He said, if you have a business trip, you got your own plane, can't it wait a while? He then said, Chuck Grassley, we only just heard half an hour ago that you have to leave. We're going to have a 7-minute round, followed by a 3-minute round. I've got 7 people on my side of the aisle that include me. So for this additional round, is there any reason we can't accommodate them for 21 minutes? And you said you had a plane to catch. You had somewhere to go. And now you find out it was for vacation? The reference to other business was not a reference to that day. It was a reference to the following week where Senator Grassley and I were going to see each other in Iowa when I had other business in Iowa. And I did in fact see him.
Wait, you had to leave early because you're going to see him later in Iowa in a week?
No, I had to leave when I said I was going to have to leave, as had been previously organized with the leadership of the
You left an oversight hearing before the Senate Judiciary Committee required by statute so you can vacation with your family. I find that absolutely unbelievable and frankly indefensible. Is it your practice to use government planes? You say you do this all the time. You flew in a Gulfstream 550, I think, that was originally purchased for counterterrorism purposes. You were using it to go, what is it, Saranac Lake? Is that how I say it? I've never been there. Is that the right pronunciation? Saranac Lake? That was your destination? Yeah. So, did you enjoy the flight? Did you pay for it?
Yes, I paid for it.
Will you turn over all receipts and reimbursement to the committee?
Senator, we will be happy to comply with oversight requests related to the use of the plane. As I said,
Just give me a yes. Will you turn over the receipts for your flight
information related to the plane? The use of the plane, I am required, not just permitted, required, even for personal travel, to use the FBI plane.
How convenient for you.
And I pay every single time that I use the plane.
I'm glad it's available for you to jet away from your statutorily required hearings and oversight of this Congress, where you denied the ability of members of Congress to ask you questions because you had to go on a personal vacation using a government plane. Let's just look at some of the things while you've been vacationing that your FBI has been doing. According to numerous whistleblowers who come forward to members of this body, members of the House, the FBI has been sending more than, in one instance, a dozen armed agents to a rural Pennsylvania home with a Catholic pro-life demonstrator to arrest him at gunpoint in front of his children in early morning hours, despite the fact that he posed no risk of violence or threat and had previously offered to turn himself in. Numerous whistleblowers, field agents, allege that DC, your headquarters, has pulled them off working on child sex abuse cases, working on human trafficking cases, in order to work on January 6th matters for this reason, to give the appearance, they say that there are hundreds of new domestic terrorism cases in the country, but in fact there are not. Whistleblowers, field agents have also said that he has ordered the use of SWAT teams on non-violent suspects who may have attended the January 6th rally, and they have been ordered to conduct surveillance and knock on doors of people who were not even in DC on January 6th. And again, all of this, according to whistleblowers, to your agents, all of this, in order to make it look as if there's a mass surge of domestic terrorism all across the country, when in fact, the statute being passed by political directive in your office. They also say, these whistleblowers, the DC leadership deliberately suppressed investigations into Hunter Biden, contrary to FBI procedure, and have also retaliated against FBI agents and whistleblowers who have contacted Congress, which, by the way, they are protected by statute to do so. This is what's happening in your FBI while you are evading oversight hearings. Mr. Director, do you think you're still up to this job?
I absolutely think I'm still up to this job. I think our workforce feels the same way.
I don't. And frankly, I think you should have gone a long time ago. And given your behavior recently, I think it makes it more clear. Are there any travel plans today that we should be aware of that you have? The second round, will you be here for that?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Director Ray, for being here. I noticed with interest in your written testimony that you said, and I'm quoting you now, the FBI uses all tools available at its disposal to combat domestic terrorism, which now apparently includes the crime of being Catholic. Let's talk a little bit about the FBI's egregious targeting of Catholic Americans. You have repeatedly been asked about the memo generated by the Richmond field office. We now know in collaboration with multiple other field offices about recruiting sources in Catholic churches. You have repeatedly said that no human sources were approached. This is you on July the 12th in the House. You were asked directly by Jim Jordan, do you think that priests ought to be approached to give information on parishioners? You said, no, sir, no, sir. You went on to say, we do not recruit, open, or operate human sources. We do not report on religious organizations. You went on to say, this product, meaning the Richmond memo, has not resulted in any investigative action. But now we know that, in fact, FBI agents did approach a police and a choir director to ask them to inform on parishioners. So were you lying to when you gave the testimony, or were you lying to Congress?
Neither. So your question conflates two different things. There's the intelligence product itself, which the Richmond field office created. It was written by, as our inspection found, by analysts in Richmond, reviewed by people in Richmond, and captioned Richmond field office product. Separately from that, there was an investigation of a specific individual who was amassing Molotov cocktails and posting about killing people. And it does not surprise me that there were people who knew that subject in that investigation is to get build the Molotov cocktails trying to kill people. The people talked to the witnesses who knew that person, and I think the product, the Richmond intelligence product, which cites that investigation, is actually pretty transparent about exactly what I just said.
No, I don't think so at all. In fact, the only reason we know this is a whistleblower has come forward and told the House under oath that the FBI went and interviewed priests and fire directors in the Richmond area. The House goes on to say that the FBI has repeatedly refused to disclose this information. The only reason we know it is because a whistleblower came forward with it. Just like the only reason we know about this is because a whistleblower came forward with it. How many other parishes around the country have pre-required directors? Have choirs now? Are they breeding grounds for domestic terrorism? Is this your latest theory? How many other parishes have FBI agents approached priests and choir directors to ask about parishioners?
Look, Senator, we do not and will not conduct investigations for anybody's exercise of their institutional.
You have done so, and your memo explicitly asks for it. Your memo labels traditional Catholics as racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists in need of investigation. You have a list of churches, a list in the memo. You repeatedly said we don't target churches, we don't list churches. They're listed in the memo. So how many other parishes have you gone to talk to choir directors to have them say?
As I
said, the answer to that question.
No, I don't know the answer to that question. But I can tell you that we don't investigate people for their exercise of their constitutionally protected religious expression. This particular intelligence product is something that as soon as I saw it, I was aghast. I had it withdrawn.
So you were aghast. What have you done about it? Did you fire the people who wrote it?
No, I had it withdrawn.
Have you fired anybody involved in it?
Senator, if you would give me a chance to
answer. It's a yes or a no. It's not hard. Have you fired anyone involved in the writing of that outrageous memo, about which frankly you repeatedly misled the public? Yes or no?
Individuals
have you fired anyone?
Just a minute. Were not found to have engaged in any intentional or bad faith conduct. And in fact, Senator, a number of the individuals involved in writing that product in the Richmond office were themselves Catholics. So no, I see they were targeting their own faith.
I see. So you're immune and they're immune. So we shouldn't ask questions about it. You haven't done a darn thing. You haven't fired anybody. In fact, what the House found is, what is it? You admonished them. They were admonished. And their respective supervisors were told to engage with the Human Resources Division to ensure the deficiencies are addressed. Oh, I feel much better. They've been sent to bed without food. Good heavens, Director. This is one of the most outrageous targetings. You have mobilized your division, the most powerful law enforcement division in the world, against traditionalist Catholics, whatever the heck that means, and just told you have not fired a single person. Here, it gets worse. Your Richmond field office, they thought there was nothing wrong with this. The House interviewed the head of the Richmond field office. He testified. It's all here in the public report. I refer you to it, pages 12, 13, 14. He testified he saw no problem with this. He said he was fine. In fact, we had internal memoranda of the members of the field office high-fiving. One peer reviewer, another member of the field office wrote, I think this is a great product. I really enjoyed the read. Do you have a problem with systemic bigotry against Catholics in the FBI?
No.
What are you going to do about this? Are you going to fire these people or not?
Those individuals have all been admonished, and it is all going into their, if you would let me finish my answer, it is all going into their annual performance review that has direct impact on their compensation, among other things.
Oh, I see. So the 60 million American Catholics, who now learn that your FBI has recommended that priests be recruiters and informants. Your FBI has gone to priests, choir directors, but we're to feel better because you've admonished them for their wrongdoing.
You again are conflating two different things.
Your testimony where you said you do not, you said categorically, you said we do not go to priests and ask them about their parishioners. You said we do not. You didn't say we haven't. You didn't say we don't. You said we don't. As it turns out, you do. And you kept it from the public. You deliberately misled Congress about it. And the only reason we know about it is because a whistleblower came forward.
I just fundamentally disagree with your characterization.
There's no characterization of facts and facts. And I fundamentally resent the fact that you have violated, if not the spirit, if not the letter, it's certainly the spirit of the First Amendment, and use your law enforcement agency against Catholics in this nation. Let me ask you about one other thing. Last time you were here, you had to leave early to take a jet to your vacation in the Adirondacks. Now, let me just ask you this. The whistleblower tells us that you also maintain a home in Atlanta to which you fly on the basis. I'm told by this whistleblower from the FBI that you use the FBI jet to make that travel. Is that correct?
all of my travel, personal or work-related, is required to be done on FBI planes. That is a long-standing policy, goes back well over a decade.
I'll take that as a yes. The whistleblower also says that you regularly require the jet, which is based on Manassas, to be flown to DC because, I'm quote now, Ray doesn't like to sit in traffic. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
He also says that you pay only the lowest cost commercial ticket for that Atlanta to DC trip, which is on what, $200 or something? When of course it costs $20,000, $30,000 for the jet. Is that correct?
The reimbursement that I provide is reimbursement that is set by OMB policy, and I follow that policy, which goes back over a decade, and I think it's been chronicled in a GSA report from back in like 2013.
I'll provide all the records to this committee of your travel and relevant.
I'll provide whatever information is appropriate. Absolutely.
Well, appropriate. I mean, everything that we ask for.
I will follow up with you about providing information.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This is wild. It's like it makes me go as like a straight shooter, just go. Why can't I? You know, as someone who enjoys the English language and thinks of themselves as someone who plays with words, this shit is fucking insanity. Come on now, fucking come on. Come the fuck on now.
Very well. As you know, I am deeply concerned about the conduct of both the Department of Justice and the FBI, particularly in the last 3 years during the Biden administration. I think the Department of Justice has been profoundly politicized under Attorney General Merrick Garland. And I think the FBI has as well. And unfortunately, I think you've been unwilling to stand up to senior career officials in the FBI who's allowed the FBI to criticize. I'll tell you, I regularly speak with FBI agents across the country who are unhappy about the integrity of the institution being weakened because DOJ is being treated as a political weapon. I want to talk in particular about the investigation into multiple allegations of corruption concerning Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. Because the Department of Justice has, I think, from the outset, tried at every step to stop investigation into corruption from Joe Biden. As you're aware, a text message was sent to Henry's senior Chinese communist from Hunter Biden that reads as follows. I'm sitting here with my father who would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand. Now means tonight. And see if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this other than you, Zhang, or the chairman. I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability to hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Now, Democrats and those in the media trying to defend the White House repeatedly say,
I want to hear that again, man. That is fucking wild. Okay. Let's hear this again.
Sent to Henry Zhao, a senior Chinese communist, from Hunter Biden that reads as follows. I'm sitting here with my father who would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand. And now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this, the you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person who knows, and my ability to hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father. Now, Democrats and those in the media trying to defend the White House repeatedly say there is no direct evidence of Joe Biden's involvement in his son's corruption. Well, this is a text that is direct evidence, that is stating that it is his father that is going to retaliate. Now, an IRS whistleblower, Gary Shapley, testified before the House of Representatives that the natural step he wanted to follow was to determine whether Joe Biden was in fact sitting next to his father when this threat was made to extort millions of dollars from a Chinese communist. And what the IRS whistleblower testified is that when he tried to find out whether Joe Biden was sitting next to Hunter, that the DOJ blocked getting the GPS data on Joe Biden's phone. Did the FBI try to ascertain where Hunter Biden was and where Joe Biden was when the text was sent?
I think the questions you're asking go to the ongoing investigation being led by Special Counsel Weiss. And so I'm not going to be able to discuss what is or isn't in scope.
So there's been testimony under oath from the IRS whistleblower. He did not see the GPS data. And you're right, David Weiss, the special prosecutor, is in charge of it. And it is David Weiss and his underlings who, according to the IRS whistleblowers, have alleged that they're the ones trying to stop the investigation. They allowed the statute of limitations to run on many of the most serious violations. Not only that, IRS whistleblower Shapley testified that on September 3rd, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf explicitly told investigators that despite having probable cause to search, quote, there is no way a search warrant would be approved when the evidence in question was located inside of Vice President Biden's guest house. Wolf stated that, quote, the optics prevented such a search. Is the FBI, do they make a routine practice of allowing partisan political optics to prevent investigating serious evidence of corruption?
My instructions to our people on this and on every other investigation are that we are to follow the facts wherever they lead, no matter who likes it, no matter what political influence.
And what GPS data on where Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were?
Again, Senator, with respect, I can't discuss an ongoing investigation.
And Director Wray, you and I have gone round and round on this because I understand. Anytime you're asked about this, the answer is it's an ongoing investigation. Of course, the investigation isn't ongoing. You're not doing the work. You have whistleblowers pointing out that you're not doing the work, and you are hiding behind the skirts of the Attorney General. Look, the whistleblower also testified that the Attorney General, when he came before Congress, go to the next chart, came before Congress, lied under oath to this committee. The Attorney General testified to this committee in response to my questioning. I have pledged not to interfere with the Biden investigation. I carried through on that pledge. The IRS whistleblowers have alleged the Attorney General lied under oath a felony. Was the Attorney General telling the truth when he said this? Did we have the chart? We don't have the chart. Was the Attorney General telling the truth when he said, I have pledged not to interfere with the Biden investigation and I've carried through on that pledge?
Again, I can't speak to the Attorney General's testimony. I can only tell you what my instructions have been to our people.
Has there been political interference in the investigation into Hunter Biden and Joe Biden?
Not that I have experienced.
Were the investigators allowed to investigate whether Joe Biden was complicit in the corruption?
Again, there's an ongoing investigation.
I asked you about corruption from DOJ. Were they allowed to investigate Joe Biden, or is the whistleblower telling the truth that DOJ said Joe Biden's off limits, no questions about the big guy?
And as to what is in scope or not in scope of the ongoing investigation, I would refer to Special Counsel Weiss. That's not me hiding behind anything, Senator. It is a long-standing policy that has been in place for multiple administrations.
You have a responsibility,
years and years and years.
Responsibility to the FBI, not to allow it to be a partisan tool and a partisan weapon. The testimony, and by the way, the FBI has done nothing.
And I have not, and I will not.
Have you opened an investigation into whether the Attorney General lied under oath to Congress and whether the Attorney General obstructed justice?
I'm not going to go down that road.
I know you're not. That's the point. Nobody thinks you've opened an investigation because you're not willing to. And the amazing thing is, Director Wray, I've known you 30 years. You're not a partisan Democrat. You're simply sitting blithely by while career partisans in your agency allow it to be weaponized. And you're damaging the FBI. You're damaging the Department of Justice. Let me ask you also, the whistleblower testified that investigators wanted to execute a search warrant on the storage unit used by Hunter Biden, and instead they tipped off Hunter Biden's lawyer before the search warrant was carried out. Is it typical FBI practice to tip off the subject of a search warrant before the search warrant so they can remove any evidence that's incriminating?
What is typical is that when you're dealing with an individual who has a protective detail, it is typical for agents to be in contact with
Does the protective detail guard the storage unit?
Again, I can't speak to the storage unit specifically, but I can tell you is that when it comes to
why would the FBI tip off the subject of a search warrant about the storage unit that was going to be searched beforehand? Does that not undermine the very essence of an investigation that DOJ is preparing to undertake?
Again, I'm not going to be able to discuss specific investigators.
You're not. Nobody answers the question that it's why people are furious with the cover-up because you don't believe the FBI is accountable to Congress or to the American people.
Your time is up. Director Wray has requested a 5-minute recess. 5 minutes.
Let me just, Senator, if I might just quickly respond and then come to thank you. I understand why this is frustrating. I do. But it is also the case that these policies that I am referring to, my inability to discuss ongoing
investigations, and certainly internal deliberations related to ongoing investigations, are policies that have not only been in place for many, many years through multiple administrations of both parties, but in fact, these are policies that were actually strengthened under the last administration, and my predecessor was faulted a fairly scathing inspector general report for not following it.
When you keep that in my mind, you have an obligation to call it out.
Face of this job.
You have an obligation to call out corruption.
This is unbelievable, and you want to be honest. In the United States, you lied to us oath. You lied to us in QFO. You just lied to me a second ago under oath, and now you're sitting here stonewalled, not answering questions about public oaths that you made. Mr. Chairman, I have to tell you, this is the most extraordinary thing I've seen in my brief time in the Senate. I have never seen a witness blatantly lie under oath. Shogun has just done to this committee, stonewalled this committee, and just repeatedly refused to answer my questions about in public. Last night, I sent a letter to CRS asking for the relevant documents. And all I would say, drawing to a close, Mr. Chairman, what I would say is I would humbly suggest and request that we postpone a final vote on this nominee until we get these documents that Dr. Shogun referenced that she didn't have, she couldn't get us, and repeatedly refers to CRS. I would ask from CRS, I think we should get them and look at them and do our due diligence on these whistleblower allegations. So I'd like to recognize for your question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Shogun, when you were here last year, a number of senators asked you, including me, a series of questions about articles you've written, public statements you had made on social media that were, I have to say, pretty grossly offensive, and you and I went back and forth about it. After that, a number of us asked you questions for the record relating to these statements. One of them. I, in particular, asked you to give a full account of the public posts that you had made on Twitter. You locked your Twitter account before you came before this committee, and had previously been public. I asked you to provide the public posts that had previously been available on Twitter, because the ones that we had were pretty disturbing. You responded as follows, and I quote, "My personal Twitter account is comprised of posts about my mystery novels, events at the White House Historical Association, Pittsburgh sports teams, and my dog." Is this an accurate statement?
Yes, Senator.
I just remind you under oath. Is this an accurate statement?
Yes, Senator.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your Twitter post then that I was asking you about. On February 18th, 2022, you put on Twitter bemoaning the dropping of mask requirements for children, including those under the age of 5. Remember the post?
No, Senator. Those tweets were in my personal capacity.
No. I asked you, would you give all public posts that you had made on Twitter? You said no, effectively, and you said that your posts consisted of mystery novels, events, the White House Historical Association, for sports teams, travels, and my dog. You just told me now under oath that you stood by that. So now let's talk about your Twitter post. On February 18th, 2022, you posted bemoaning the fact that mask requirements for children under the age of 5, one of whom I happen to have, by the way, have been dropped. Is that post on your dog or sports teams?
My social media is my personal capacity.
Answer my question, please, because you testified under oath. You only posted about your dog, sports teams, and novels. And you also said you wouldn't give this committee any of your public posts. So, is your post on February 18th, 2022, promoting the lifting of mask requirements for children under the age of 5, who, unlike what the data said, is extremely harmful to children, these mask requirements? We'll leave that aside for now. Is that a post about your dog or sports teams? Yes or no?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
Yes or no, Shogun? You are under oath before this committee, and I have to say, you have placed this issue squarely in record, repeatedly refusing to answer. Yes or no?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
So you're not answering my question. Let's talk about another post. 26th of May, 2022. You talk about an assault weapons ban. Retweet a post, ban assault weapons now. Say you agree with this idea that you have to be certain age to buy so-called assault weapons in America. Is that a post about sports teams, your dog, or mystery novels?
My social media is in my personal capacity, Senator.
What about the post on January 5th of 2021, in which you say that Ted Cruz ought to stay in his own lane and not worry about what's going on in Pittsburgh, as you were referencing to my question to you about the certification of the election? Is that a post about dog or sports teams or mystery novels?
Social media is in my personal capacity,
Senator. What about the post, you remember December 10th, 2020, where you said that you were hoping that President Trump would have his vetoes overridden, and you agreed with the post that he would lead policy president? Is that a post about your dog, sports teams, or mystery novels?
My social media is in my personal capacity.
What about your post on January 5th, 2021, in which you speculated that President Trump would pardon himself next, participating in a conversation about the certification of the Electoral College? Is that a post about sports teams, or mystery novels, or your work with the White House Historical Association?
My social media is in my personal capacity.
What about the post? Remember this one? We seem to be having an incredible case of amnesia, but maybe you remember this one. This is from December 3rd of 2021, in which you advise an individual who goes by Meg on social media that the Library of Congress, who brought this person about religious flags that have been planted on the grounds of the Library of Congress, and you say that they ought to be removed. And you go on to give this person advice about how to complain and have them removed. You remember that post?
My social media is in my personal.
You remember the post? You remember the post? I have to say, I have been for 4 years in the Senate. I have never seen a witness stonewall like this before. Ever. I've seen a lot. This is extraordinary. Do you remember this post? December 3rd, 2021.
My social media is in my personal capacity.
I mean, this is unbelievable. And you want to be the archivist of the United States. You lied to us under oath. You lied to us in your QFRs. You just lied to me a second ago under oath. And now you're saying Stonewall and not public posts that you made. Are you a lawyer, Ms. Shogan?
No, Senator.
Are you familiar with the Sherpa case of the United States Supreme Court?
No, Senator, I'm not.
Well, in that case, the Supreme Court held, in fact, it constitutes viewpoint discrimination for a government entity to remove religious rights from property and it's opened up the property to other people to put flags on. And exactly the question that you were addressing in your public posts on Twitter, you're giving legal advice, which you're not qualified to give, directly contrary to the United States Supreme Court. I just wondered, does this have to do with your view that you wrote about that the religious right is connected to the rise of anti-intellectualism in American politics? Is that what you said, about religious rights, that the religious right is a force of anti-intellectualism? Explain that to me.
Senator.
Do you stand by your comment that the religious right is part of the rise of anti-intellectualism in American politics?
Senator, that article was written. It was about how Republican presidents use common sense terminology to effectively communicate with Americans.
Yeah, and you said that the religious right, the rise of the religious right is part of the rise of anti-intellectualism in American politics. I just point out that's the article in which you say anti-intellectualism. The title is Anti-Intellectualism in the Modern Presidency, Republican Populism. Very nonpartisan. Dr. Shogan, I'm going to ask you again, will you give this committee your public posts on Twitter? You make them available.
My social media is in my personal capacity.
I have to say, this is the most extraordinary thing I have seen in my brief time in the Senate. I have never seen a witness blatantly lie under oath like that. It has just done to this committee, stumbled this committee,
California sheriff exposes VP Harris' reign of terror. Israel's revenge leaves Beirut in ruins. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah. Israel strikes Beirut, widespread destruction. Okay. Video contains content which some people may find disturbing. Israel strikes Beirut, widespread destruction in Beirut. Hezbollah chief Abraham. Israeli airstrike in Beirut. An Israeli airstrike targeted Hezbollah stronghold in southern Beirut near Al-Qayyam. Seriously, they're a bunch of fucking plastic poofters at this point. Like, seriously, like, you know, all they can do is go, "Mummy, mummy," like fucking shooting machine gun fire into the air and think it's gonna fucking take out a satellite or something. Bunch of fucking plastic fucking profit boofters. Fuck them, eh? Fuck them. Rescuers work on site of Israeli strike on Beirut's southern suburbs. Fucking love it. Love it. Rescuers work on, yeah. Aftermath of Israeli airstrike in Beirut causes widespread destruction. An Israeli airstrike targeted Hezbollah's stronghold in southern Gaza. Over and over again. Is it bad that I'm kind of getting a boner? I'm fucking getting wet as fuck, eh? If I had a vagina, I'd be fucking squirting all over my fucking pants right now. Okay, get some amala. Ooh. Okay, let's go. Lefty's losing it. Taylor Swift emotional diatribe about Republican senator.
Outside electing, losing it. I've got not one, but two ladies of the View coming up shortly. But first, let's start with Taylor Swift, possibly the biggest pop star in the world today. And she's recently endorsed Kamala Harris, but it's not the first time she's backed a political candidate. Sadly, it appears Swift, who has built a stellar career writing songs about her many bad choices, appears to be what is called a low information voter. Just have a look at this ill-informed, emotional diatribe about Republican Marsha Blackburn.
Taylor Swift comes out against Trump.
I don't care if they write that. I'm sad that I did it 2 years ago, but I can't change that. I'm saying right now, this is something that I know is right, and you guys, I need to be on the right side of history, and if he doesn't win, then we...
Bitch! You're not on the right side of history.
At least I tried.
You're too busy fucking dreaming about cock and fucking country singers to fucking get your brain right, you stupid bitch.
It really is a big deal. She votes against fair pay for women. She votes against the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, which is just basically protecting us from domestic abuse, stalking. She thinks that if you're a gay couple, or even if you look like a gay couple, you should be allowed to be kicked out of a restaurant. It's really basic human rights, and it's right and wrong at this point, and I can't see another commercial.
This bitch is cocked as fuck. Why would you? I don't get it. This is not a rock star. This is a fucking pathetic little fucking tweener. Jesus Christ.
And see her disguising these policies behind the words Tennessee Christian values. That's from Swift's 2020 Netflix documentary, Miss Americana. And the nonsense she's spewing there is about Republican Marsha Blackburn. And guess what? Even in her home state in 2018, Taylor's activism failed to move the dial. Marsha Blackburn won with a big majority in Tennessee, huge. Now let's check in with the mad ramblings of the ladies of the View, and apparently it's opposite day on the program because despite 2 assassination attempts against Donald Trump in as many months and a number of other violent attacks from the left, it is the Republicans and Trump that are to blame. Let's hear this angry tale from Whoopi Goldberg. Remember when she was likable?
Fucking Poopy Goldfarb. Let's hear from Poopy Goldfarb and see what she's got to say. The self-hating black Jew herself, Poopy Goldfarb.
Insane.
And also, let's stop this thing. Let's stop this both sides stuff. It's not correct. It is not both sides. It is one clear side.
Come on, Poopy Goldfarb. You know better than this. Come on, Poopy. Come on.
And you can point to many, many reports. You can point to all kinds of stuff that's been...
Well, bitch, if you don't have the reports, I guess you can point at them. Like you can point towards fucking Mecca when you fucking been on a fucking spinning wheel.
You guys have to pull back. This is not us. This is you to stop doing what you're doing, JB, and what you're doing, Mr. T, because you are Mr. T.
Did Goldfarb just call Trump Mr. T? Oh, pitiful. Is she jealous? Is that the whole thing? She's jealous. It's like, I want to be Mr. T. Oh, pitiful. Poopy Goldfarb wants to be Mr. T. And as long as Trump is in life, she will never be Mr. T. Poopy Goldfarb.
You are not helping the situation.
Projection and lies, that's all the left have. Accuse their opponents of precisely what they're guilty of. And we have another lady from the View, Chief Nicholas Anna Navarro, who went on CNN to share more conspiracy theories. She's moved on from the Russian collusion hoax business. Now she's suddenly worried about the folks in Springfield, Ohio.
The problem is that Donald Trump, I think, you were doing hurricane categories, he's not hurricane category 5, but the other side might be a 2. And Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are not questioning the rhetoric. Right now, because of the rhetoric, because of what he said at the debate, there's been 33 bombing threats in Springfield, Ohio. That would not have happened
if Springfield, Ohio had correct fucking government management and shit. You hear about fucking dudes in Tremont and stuff just going, what the fuck? It's affecting everybody in fucking that area. Obviously they've got fucking Mayor Quimby. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like, is Springfield, Ohio being run by fucking Mayor Quimby? Is he... Fucking, their police is run by fucking Ralphie Wiggum. Fucking Chief Wiggum fucking had a coronary after having too much fucking myocarditis fucking poison. And now they're run by Ralphie. Chief Inspector fucking City General Ralphie Wiggum. Now he calls himself Rafe.
But for this stalled conspiracy theory being spread by the vice presidential and presidential Republican candidate. And those patients in Springfield, Ohio, and those students and the people that are victims of these threats and everything that's going on there don't have 24/7 Secret Service. Right? They're on their own.
She forgot to mention a couple of key facts, and I know that you ladies and CNN are allergic to facts, but every single bomb threat was a hoax, and the Ohio governor has confirmed that the hoaxes originated from overseas. I wonder, who could be behind these bomb threat hoaxes? Who's the most again? Running J.D. Vance has been schooling the leftist activists in the US media. Here's one example. President Biden passed a series of executive actions and illegal border crossings are now at their lowest levels in about 5 years, so much so that Greg Abbott is no longer busing These fundamental questions. Will families be separated under your mass deportation?
I do want to answer about family, about deportations. We made this point that border crossings are lower. Border crossings at the southern border are lower because the Harris administration is sending more immigrants through the ports of entry. So instead of coming through the southern border, they're now being flowed at taxpayer expense to the ports of entry all over our country. The number of illegal crossings are not any lower. They're just shuffling how the people are coming into the country in the first place. This is very
about more efficiently, but grab it's not having
I don't want a border czar who makes it more efficient for illegal immigrants to come to this country. That's why we have the problem that we have.
What he said there is 100% accurate. New data from the US Customs and Border Protection shows nearly 530,000 migrants have flown to the US under the Biden administration's mass parole program for countries such as Haiti and Cuba, Venezuela, and the figure is just for June to August this year. Fox News' Bill Millusion reports that another 813,000 migrants have scheduled appointments via the Customs Border Protection One app at ports of entry to be released into the US. And these are all called lawful pathways now. These were created by the Biden administration, so these numbers don't count as illegal crossings. You can see precisely what they are doing here. Joining me now is filmmaker and journalist Ami Horowitz. Ami, that's more than 1 million migrants the Biden admin has allowed into the US via these programs, and they're here to stay. They're not going to be leaving America because authorities admit just don't have the resources to police.
Squeaky cat, you've got your take on fucking illegals, don't you? Fucking rat cunts. Who fucking needs them? Fucking send them back to the cannery factory and we'll fucking get rid of them, eh? Fucking evil, fucking cat-eating motherfuckers. Okay, Squeaky cat, okay, mate. Nah, for serious cunt. These fuckers, we'll fucking eat them, we'll fucking get rid of them. Fuck them, mate.
Economy and immigration, he has massive leads on. But instead of running away with the election and having a large lead, the lead is actually increasing for Kamala Harris. And the Republican Party needs to take a hard look at how President Trump is running this race, because he has a chance of losing it. Really, this should be a
We'll get back to the polls and this issue. I disagree with you. Yes, he's not a J.D. Vance, he's not a Vivek Ramaswamy or a Ron DeSantis. He's not a politician who can do those debates in the manner that they would have completed them. But it was 3 against 1. And though this whole cat and dog business has absolutely enraged the left, it has brought attention to the illegal immigration issue and the legal migration issue, and there's focus on towns like Springfield, Ohio, when they really were ignored at the outcome isn't what you would want, but I do agree with you that, yeah, if you had a J.D. Vance he would have...
Just because you're whispering me in my ear doesn't mean that. Oh, come on, Squeaky cat. Fucking hell, Squeaky cat. You are a domestic terrorist. Come on, mate. I still love you, but look, I might have to look, maybe Tim Waltz is right. Maybe it's time I fucking whistle blew on you. Fuck hell.
Being able to just check all of the nonsense that we heard during that debate in the more effective manner. Now, I want to ask you about what Hezbollah has suffered in recent hours. 9 people have died and 3,000 have been injured after a coordinated cyber attack on Lebanese militant group Hezbollah saw thousands of pages explode. Arab media reporting that around 500 Hezbollah fighters were blinded in the attack, which took place mostly in Beirut in southern Lebanon and also Damascus in Syria. Members of the terrorist organisation were previously told by their leaders to stop using mobile phones, smartphones to avoid Israeli surveillance. They were handed pages instead. Ami, tell me about how this attack occurred and what we know.
Squeaky Cat knows a little bit about this, don't you, mate? Don't you, Squeaky? Don't you, Squeaky? You know all about it, don't you, buddy? But we ain't going to interpret your words. That's true, are we? Squeaky Cat, you fucking love blowing up terrorists, don't you, mate? And you enjoy using beepers. Yes, you do. You love putting explosive in beepers, don't you? We don't like terrorists, do we, mate? Come on, you're allowed to say it, mate. You're allowed to say it. It's alright, Squeaky Cat. I know. Fuck them niggas, right? Fuck them motherfucking terrorists, yeah. We'll fucking show them what terror really fucking is, eh? Squeaky Cat, don't be a radical. You've got to be progressive and loving. Be nice, Squeaky Cat.
Yeah, well, nobody knows for sure yet, but obviously there are a number of theories, and I think those theories are probably true. Listen, the one thing that Mossad is known for is ingenuity and creativity, right? That's really what it has. And it has a history of really interesting ways of getting at their enemies. For example, when they killed Bounia, the Hezbollah leader, Iranian leader, they actually put explosives in his headrest in his car. Sounds easy, extremely complicated. When they killed the engineer, Hamas Ayash, who's called the engineer, who was a leader of crazy IEDs that plagued Israel, they were able to get explosives to his cell phone and use that. What seems to have happened here is that what you think they did was they put explosives into the pages. Now, I spent time in southern Lebanon, in the Bekaa Valley, in Beirut, and I spent time in Hezbollah.
It'd be interesting to see whether fucking Julian Assange kind of incepted this idea of like get off high-end technology and go fucking primitive to these fucking ragheads because they thought he was a fucking freedom fighter bullshit, you know. Interesting. Fucking Julian Assange got his fucking smeary little shit stains all over this motherfucker as far as we can tell.
Wow. And when I had to contact them, I couldn't call them a cell phone. They didn't have cell phones. They knew they were easily hacked. They were all using pagers. And because they thought that this analog system was harder to hack and back it in. So what the thing Israel did was it didn't go digital. So it went analog. We found the manufacturer, which was in Taiwan, of these pagers, somehow infiltrated the supply chain, whether in Taiwan, the manufacturing facility en route to Lebanon, covertly were able to open up all of these thousands of pagers, put in plastic explosives, reseal them so they couldn't be seen and noticed and tampered with, and then sat there for we don't know how long until they felt the right time to use them, and then remotely access the pages to overheat, thereby triggering the explosion. What the going theory is, it is an incredible coup they were able to pull off. Kind of blows that pun is intent for these Hezbollah fighters who are now going to see the 72 versions, but they had their equipment blown off. So that kind of.
Now, what are they going to do with those 72 virgins? With those fucking 72 houris? They call them houris, and they're white women white virginal women. I love that Louis C.K. joke. A week later, they're like, "Oh, I've only got 4 left." Now what it'd be like? Well, I've raped them with guns. I've fucking smashed their hymens. I haven't killed them all yet. So what the fuck? Like, the annoying thing about virgins in heaven is you can debase them, you can defile them, but you can't kill them. Fucking bitches on my back to do the lawn mowing. Fucking bitch wants me to fucking take her to the shops. Fucking, I told this bitch I had a Lambo, but now all she wants me to do is fucking take her out in my Lambo.
Sucks for them. By the way, I want to highlight one more thing about this issue. We take it seriously for a moment. Is that it also points out just a couple of days ago, right before this, the Biden administration was pressuring Israel to stop escalating what's happening in Lebanon. Really? Israel has to stop escalating? Well, I have to remind the president that Hezbollah has been bombing the north for almost a year on a daily basis. The bombing is so bad that Israel had to evacuate the entire north of Israel has been evacuated because they can't live under those conditions. Yet, Biden is lecturing Israel that can't. There's a couple things this happened. Shades of when Biden told Israel after Iran sent 300 missiles and rockets and drones and an attack against the state of Israel.
I mean, like fucking Biden, Kamala Harris, are fucking proxies of Iran. How can they not be? Just a bunch of fucking nigger lovers like all the rest of them, fucking acting like fucking politicians, going, we've got no fucking actual industrial might, we've got no fucking faggot fucking pop guns left, we've got fucking nothing to fucking leverage the situation, so it's like, please fucking Mr. like Mr. fucking Golan, fucking, going, we gotta call these fucking faggot Jewish cunt fuckers in a sec. You know what I mean? Like, why the fuck would you ring a cunt that you don't respect, that you don't see as a legitimate leader of a fucking nation, and go, come on, mister, come on, baby, come on, mate. Am I the only one, apart from everyone else, who has a fucking brain? To actually have a fucking brain about this? I mean, is it just because I have a distance position that I can fucking see all of this? As a fucking crow flies. You know what I mean? Like, just fucking nuke the cunts, I say. Why the fuck not? Fucking take Tehran off the fucking map. Yes, some Persian people are gonna die. I wish it weren't the case, but fuck these cunts. It's fucking beyond, man. And see how many fucking tears Kamala cried for fucking the Ayatollah. I thought this was about Gaza. Oh no, there aren't any more fucking puff to faggot fucking rapists in Gaza anymore.
What did he tell Israel? He said, do not retaliate, otherwise you will lose my support. This is the situation that Israel finds itself in vis-a-vis this administration.
And so much pressure on the Netanyahu government to come to a ceasefire agreement, even though Hamas continuously refused to really meet any sort of reasonable conditions. The pressure seems to be entirely on Netanyahu as a...
Fuck these faggot cunts. Fucking Netanyahu, fucking press the button. Fucking press the button and see what happens, man. You'll be right. You got my support. You got our support. You got fucking logical, sane human being support. Just fucking do it. Squeaky cat, you can't make me fuck. Jesus Christ, Squeaky cat. You're in trouble. You're gonna fucking get me in one of these days. Squeaky cat. I do not endorse Bibi fucking Benjamin Netanyahu doing what he's got to do. You know, I do not endorse that at all. Fucking Squeaky Cat does. It's not my fault he's a fucking chief sponsor and fucking donation fucking dude. Fuck you, Squeaky Cat. You've got me over a barrel, don't you? You fucking got me over a barrel.
Opposed to Hamas, who started this entire catastrophe. Going back to US politics, I want to get your thoughts on this new ad campaign from a conservative group that's targeting illegal immigrants in the US, warning them not to vote in the upcoming election. The Spanish language ads warn non-citizens that voting in a federal election is a crime punishable by deportation. But Army, the campaign, also tells Hispanic voters that it's their patriotic duty to vote, those of them who are citizens. What are the polls telling us about the Hispanic vote? Because it's been a very fascinating exercise to observe how it's gone towards the Trump camp, but I think since Harris was installed as leader, that lead has diminished.
Well, I think it brings you a little.
See, no Latino who's already going to vote for Trump is fucking switch hitting on this. It's just the fucking, how you say, it's politicization of people who have no business being politicized. You know what I mean? Like, it's disgusting. It's gross.
The mistakes the Democratic Party has made is that there's no question that it has encouraged illegal immigration into this country and encouraged Hispanic come into this country to their view, they ultimately, when they become citizens, that they will all vote Democratic Party. And it's true that first generation Hispanics outside of Cuba have been a bulwark of the Democratic Party, but all the polls and all the studies have shown.
Well, they're not all fucking South American tin pot fucking socialists, though, and that's the mistake they made.
Is that Hispanics are conservative, they're Catholic, they're hardworking, and they have migrated toward the Republican Party over time. And I think it's going to be end up being a catastrophe to the Democratic Party. But I want to point something else out about the illegal voting. Look, I think there's no question that there is illegal voting. There is voter fraud that happens. It happens to me personally. I point that out. So when I did my voter ID video, the reason I did that video, when I went to vote after 6 months after my father passed away, and I voted in Los Angeles, the way it works there is name in that book. It lists all the names alphabetical orders, all the orders, word of order. I saw my father's name was there, which made sense. He only died a few months before, but his name was checked. And I asked him, why is his name checked? They said, well, somebody came in, gave his name, his address, and we voted for him. That was clear voter fraud. And by the way, I said the California Board of Elections, they got back to me, never cared. But the important point here is that, look, is there a mass, again, what Democrats are doing is saying, well, there is no mass amount of illegal voting. That's a falsehood. That's not real. Look, it's not real that all the illegal immigrants are voting. But let me tell you something which people seem to miss, certain Democrats, is that in New York City, where I am, the New York City Council and the mayor passed a law for non-citizens to vote, to actually allow them to vote. Only by the grace of the judicial system and the court, they threw that out. But the city is still appealing it, and Mayor Adams is still supporting the law to allow non-citizens to vote. So when you tell me this is not a real argument, this is something that Democrats are in fact trying to pass.
Gross. Fucking gross.
Naomi Horowitz, thank you so much for your time this evening.
I want to see this. Can one woke teen survive 20
There's two main reasons why I say Harris would be better than Trump. The first category is character.
Speaking of which, if we're bringing up some of the past, we could say she's fucking with Brown, from the family, just to get her job.
She got 4.5 million votes to get into AG and DA and with zero.
You know that? No.
Okay, so she's looking for 4.5 million to get into position of power.
The one
Are you serious?
was the most important person.
You just said that she had to sleep with 4.5 million.
No.
My name is Withers. I'm a 19-year-old liberal. I do political debate for a living.
hear it insists on, except I don't get raped so much in the ass as much. I get to smash fucking 40-year-old white cunts just because, like, I used to be an alpha, and now I fucking just slurp fucking vaginal fucking period blood to survive. So I'm a vampire. I'm a fucking, you know, I'm a menstrual blood vampire. I'm a fucking cock.
Today, I'm surrounded by 20 Trump supporters. My first claim is Donald Trump is racist.
Wow. Straight up, they're not like running at the chair like the fucking libos were. They just like one person stands up, they fucking take it on.
Yeah, so I don't understand how people get this idea that Trump is racist. You know, my family came from a communist country. They came from Cuba, and they came from Mexico. So I don't see anything or any statement that he's ever made that's racist. I mean, there's accusations, but there's no facts behind it. And this whole idea that all Hispanics are illegal immigrants and they came here undocumented is not true, because my family came here on both sides through the legal immigration process, not illegally here.
Okay, that was a bold claim. You said that there's no facts to substantiate the idea that Donald Trump is going to be a racist. So in the 1970s, there's civil litigation held against him by the DOJ of the state of New York for literally not renting to black people. What they did is they'd send in quote-unquote testers to his rental properties at the time. They'd send in a white person. The white person would ask the property manager if they had any available properties to rent. They'd say, yes, here we go, for the housing application. Then they'd put in a black tester that asked the same question, and then they'd actually be denied. When this was investigated by the DOJ, the property manager told them that this was just a quote-unquote order from higher up, from his boss, from Donald Trump. And then they investigated Donald Trump, brought civil litigation against him, and they essentially determined that, he wasn't renting to black people, in which he had to promise the DOJ that he's no longer going to racially profile in his housing application, and even had to put ads in the New York newspaper.
So basically,
black people.
So what you're saying is basically he's not renting to black people, but yet he employs a lot of minorities. He employs a lot of blacks, Asians, Hispanics onto the staff. So why would he be renting to black people? It doesn't make any sense. Also,
because it's an example of racism.
But also is an example that the Department of Justice is weaponized against people that do something.
I'll give you
evidence of that. Yes, I will. Because Trump was political for a very long time. He made political statements. He's very popular with a lot of Democrats. He would say things that they didn't like, and they would go after him. He weaponized the Department of Justice, just like they are right now. They're weaponizing the Department of Justice against them. They're using the government for their political power to go against him because they disagree with his political opinion. That's what they do. The Democrats have been going after him for years, even considering he used to be a registered Democrat. So I don't believe that Trump is racist whatsoever. I don't see that, because I see his employees. I've told a lot of his properties in the past, and I know that he hires a lot of minorities. So I don't believe that to be true.
Okay, so your claim here is that, he actually didn't do what the DOJ accused him and held him liable for doing.
Yeah, but the DOJ says a lot of things that doesn't make it true.
Can I finish real quick? So you're saying that the DOJ actually was unfairly persecuting Donald Trump, a political opponent. In the 70s, he wasn't running for the public office, so I don't know why you'd say that was a political opponent. But maybe we can look at a more intuitive example.
Well, he's made political statements in the 70s as well.
Okay, okay. So your claim is that, the DOJ was unfairly persecuting him. Do you have any evidence of that?
If you go back, do you have any evidence why the DOJ was investigating him in the first place?
Yeah, because
there's evidence. I mean, the DOJ has been a legitimate organization for a very long time. Okay. So they make a lot of statements, but it doesn't mean that they're going to actually go through with any, and nothing really happened at the end of the day. It was just a witch hunt at the end of the day.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't think you have any evidence for the claim that it's a witch hunt. I think that at the end of the day, this is a conspiracy theory. I think that Donald Trump...
Conspiracy theory.
Thanks. So I think that at the end of the day, this is going to be a conspiracy theory. I think that the DOJ does this that Donald Trump would perpetuate a lot of conspiracy theories. He did this without coming to the 2020 election. But let's look at another example that's not coming from the DOJ or the criminal justice system. And we're referencing 2012 through 2014. Donald Trump said that because Barack Obama is black, he's obviously not a U.S. born citizen. So therefore, he
did not say that he was black. He's not a U.S. born citizen.
Let's talk about the Bernie Amendment, right? I just have a quick question. What did you say trying to take?
There was legitimacy questioning his birth certificate.
Questioning his birth certificate. What is legitimacy?
His family came from Kenya. How is he running for
Wait, Donald Trump's mother's a Scottish immigrant. Should we question his birth certificate?
They came here through the legal process. He didn't come here through the legal process.
Wait, so you're saying that Obama's undocumented migrant?
Which
one second, I just want to
disqualified him as president.
I just want to answer a question.
Would have disqualified.
I want to ask you a question.
Sheriff Joe Arpaio, I'm friends with, looked into the claims of that birth certificate, and there was questions of whether it was falsified.
Wait,
so
you actually believe that?
Yes, I do believe that.
Okay, so you were racist like Donald Trump.
I'm not racist. Oh, wow, you're calling Hispanic and a Cuban racist.
You might want to take 30 seconds here. So first of all, yes,
another white liberal.
What the fuck? This is insane! Now he's gonna fucking pull a black dude a fucking jig for a nigger.
Hopefully we can slow things down a little bit here, have some productive conversation. So, how about I just start off by giving my reasons why I think that Donald Trump is racist. So, with the last guy, we kind of touched on the civil litigation that was held against him in the 1970s for not bringing to black people. But I want to focus upon a more intuitive example. Proponing the idea that Barack Obama was not a U.S.-born citizen. So first, I just want to ask you a very simple question. What do you see trying to take away opportunity from a black man because he's black is racism?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yes, I do believe that.
Okay.
But I think we also have to look into what the administration when he was in office did, not what happened back in 1970 when he wasn't in office. It's complete different administration making rules.
Okay.
When he was in office, he gave opportunity zones, gave funding to HBCUs. He also implemented the First Step Act, which I feel like liberals really focus on, our prison system has a majority of African Americans in there. So we gave them an opportunity to get out early, to start a new life. So I think if you're going to go back and look at some stuff in the 1970s, it's not really fair, because there's a lot of people on the Democratic side that have done worse things while in office. Joe Biden, who, when he was a senator, pushed to get African Americans incarcerated at a higher rate, actions speak louder than words at the end of the day. And what Trump did in office helped the black community at an exponential amount compared to all the other administrations on the Democratic Party.
Okay, so you're saying what he did in office helped African Americans more than other administrations?
Yeah.
You referenced historically black universities.
Mm-hmm.
You know how much funding he's into HBCUs?
A decent amount. I can't give you the exact
So the amount was $250 million per year. Okay. Do you know how much Obama's administration and Biden's administration have sent?
I would like to hear.
Obama's hit $1 billion a year, Biden's hit $4 billion a year. So not only did he decrease funding to historically black universities, all right, but also you referenced the First Step Act there. How did Donald Trump influence the First Step Act get passed?
Through Congress.
Well, how did he influence that over Congress? Because he did influence it. In fact, he was proposed to Congress under Obama's administration and was shot down.
So something else I did, but at the end of the day, as president, he has the ability to sign or send a bill back to Congress and sign it. If he was truly racist, he would not have signed it in the first place.
Okay,
but at the end of the day, he still signed it. He has that ability. Just like every president before, they don't have a bill.
This fucking cock is so cut right now. It's insane. How fucking, it's ridiculous. Who the fuck do these fucking young Democrats think they are? It's crazy.
Bill, they have the ability to send it right back to Congress, and there's congressional means to get it passed without the president's approval. But still, he signed it. He's really racist by his name.
Well, I don't think that we could just ignore Trump saying that Obama isn't a U.S.-born citizen and he's probably from Kenya, right? I don't think that we could ignore.
But here's the okay, go ahead.
I don't think that we could ignore the civil litigation against him in the 1970s for not renting to black people. I don't think we could ignore his recent comments about Kamala Harris saying she turned black compliant, she wasn't black prior, just because he signed the First Step Act into law. I understand that does do something for the African American community, but I don't think we could say because he did this one thing that all of these other examples are null and void. You also referenced Joe Biden there. I have no problem saying that Joe Biden has a racist past. And in fact, I think that's something I need to recognize and we should all recognize. But what I can't stand is when I hear people denying Trump's racism, saying it never occurred when it's so obvious.
So at the end of the day, what I'm trying to explain right now is that Biden has
signed bills into law, voted for them, that hurt the community. Trump has not done anything to that extent. Sure, he says some things were maybe a little bit iffy. Way back, you're citing things from back in the 1970s that did not even have, like, he couldn't even, like, sign a law or even things like that. So he wasn't even in office.
They're so much more respectful than those fucking liberals. Debating Charlie Kirk, like just amongst themselves. It's crazy. Like, did you see that footage of those fucking cucked out fucking liberal college students fucking sprinting for the chair? So disrespectful of each other, let alone the fucking dude that they're competing against. These guys, like, it's just night and fucking day, man.
Okay. I guess what I want to start with is looking at the actual word racist. I think nowadays it's a word that people throw around kind of like the word love. It is a very powerful word, has a lot of negative connotation, has a lot of power that comes with it. When I think of racist, I think of Hitler, who murdered millions of Jews. When I think of racist, I think of the Ottoman Turks that murdered 1.5 million of my people. I think of that. I don't think of Trump, who maybe he said things in the past, this or that. If you want to go about talking about saying things, Biden said Obama is one of the first mainstream blacks to be bright and intelligent. He said that you can only walk into a 7-Eleven if you have an Indian accent. He has said that if you vote for Trump over him, you're not black. He said so many of these things in his past, and it's a prompt to talk about, is Trump racist? But to me, it's not about that because of how the media has displayed racism. They just focus on Trump, and it is about both sides. They don't touch upon Biden. They don't talk about Biden. And when you look at his policies, like my friend mentioned, if Trump was a racist, he would not be passing policies. He wouldn't even put color to these black universities. If he truly had this, it's an intention of the heart. And I'll go out and I'll step out and say, I'm sure everybody here has said something racist in their life. That doesn't make you a racist. It's kind of like if you weigh 400 pounds and you eat celery, you're not skinny. All these examples that you're talking about are from years and years ago. What has he done that's racist in the last maybe 5-10 years?
10 years? 2014, Trump was actively proponing Barack Obama's further. The idea that he was not born in
You already said that example. Give me something new, because that's
okay. Fine. Yeah, sure. I mean, you're asking for something the last 5 to 10 years. That was 10 years ago. I thought that I'd just go over that again. Another reason why I wanted to go over that again with you is because how intuitively racist it is, right? Denying or saying that a black man should have less opportunity because of the color of his skin is very obviously racist.
When did he make that comment?
Yeah. So the whole further with Barack Obama, right, essentially to achieve that he wasn't born in the U.S., he was born in Kenya, and because he's not a U.S. citizen, he shouldn't have the opportunity to run for U.S. president. Because of the color of Barack Obama's skin.
But as he explicitly said, he said that specifically because he's black, or are you just taking that assumption?
Okay, so what else? What explanation do we have here?
I've said everything I can say. What do you not do?
Okay, so I mean, well, yeah, I think that looking at Barack Obama, saying that he was born in Africa and then even denying his birth certificate from Hawaii, still like attributing his birth to Africa, I don't really see any other explanation apart from that, besides the fact that Barack Obama has black skin. And another example,
that's also a comment. That wasn't a racist action. That was a comment. What action has he taken part in the last 5-10 years that have been racist against not even just blacks, against other races?
All right, so I don't think that we should call African Americans blacks. I think it's a dehumanizing word. But second of all, sorry. Second of all, right, even if we look at like the last month or two, I'd say that saying Kamala Harris, right, quote unquote, turned black and find that she wore black pride, that's another racist comment. We could also reference that.
Because she plays with that. One day she's Indian, one day she's black.
That's not true. Howdy. So nice to meet you as well.
So, you know, you're looking back at Donald Trump's history. One thing I do want to say, I don't know if you are aware, Palm Beach didn't used to let African Americans there. Donald Trump sued the city of Palm Beach to allow black membership at Mar-a-Lago. That is not racist. I think one of the problems that we have a lot on the left, every time there's a disagreement, we get thrown, you're a racist, you're a sexist, you're this, you're that. And it dissolves the discussions that we should be having on policies. Secondly, Donald Trump worked with Senator Scott to create opportunity zones in Black communities. If he was truly a racist, it's not something that he would do. So I think the whole premise is he's a racist.
Not to mention, what Jesse Jackson shaking hands with him, thanking him in fucking New York back in what, 98, 99, whatever. Photos with Oprah Winfrey, photos with Al Sharpton, etc., etc., etc. Fuck this raggedy ass fucking poofy cunt.
He's a sexist, takes away from policy positions that we should be discussing. If we go to the border and we talk about rapists and murderers, yeah, they are happening. Laken Riley is now dead. We have 300,000 missing migrant children known sold into the sex trade. Per the last IG report, these are important issues. Our economy is an important issue.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Are you a U.S. born citizen?
100%.
You're statistically speaking 4 times more likely to commit a violent crime than an undocumented migrant. So when you kind of signal on behalf of that,
they shouldn't be here.
Okay. All right.
And my husband's an immigrant.
Yeah, but
a legal immigrant.
Okay.
Who came here legally.
Okay,
We've got 100 ISIS in our country right now that was reported. We've got gotaways. We've got 10-day Nicaragua. I've interviewed Oscar Lou, who's been through the Darien Gap 4 times. People are dying.
Okay, so you're saying that we have a crisis at the southern border?
Well, I'm saying that you're saying that Donald Trump is racist. Donald Trump loves America.
Okay. Well, first of all,
and he puts Americans first.
I want to ask you one simple question first. Maybe we should get back to the prompt. Do you think that we have a crisis at the southern border today?
100%.
So you'd say that we also have a crisis at the southern border in Trump because
no, we do not have.
Yes, we have about 2,400 crossings a day. Then as
we have about 14,000 crossings a day. The Biden-Harris administration put us back into what's called the Global Compact of Migration. They are now using an app where they use our refugee resettlement program to fly people into our country to different states. So for you to say that the Trump administration that did not have catch and release, that is not, and Biden put it back in. And then we also have remain in Mexico, which on day one of Biden's administration wiped out.
Because it was ineffective. I mean,
it was very effective.
Do you mind if I talk real quick?
It's just propaganda. That's what you've heard from CNN and MSNBC.
Actually, how about I provide you a source that isn't CNN, isn't MSNBC, and it's actually a source from Donald Trump's rally. So remember when Donald Trump got shot in his ear? What did he have behind him?
It was the chart that showed the lowest crossings in history.
Can I talk about that chart?
I have the chart. Can you bring it out?
You have the chart with you?
Yeah, I do.
Bring the chart out.
Like
you have like an actual picture of the chart?
I do.
Phenomenal. Let's look at the chart. She's prepared. This is great. It's on your phone. I thought that you had like
a picture. We can hold it up to the camera if they want to see it.
Okay, well, maybe we could just reference the data on that chart. So you're referencing the Remain in Mexico policy. So that was one of Donald Trump's day ones. He only had increasing border numbers until the day he signed Title 42 into effect. Year by year, they only increase.
Is that
Remain in Mexico policy? The wall was all incredibly ineffective border legislation. He couldn't get Congress together to pass anything, so he had to reprocess the law.
That's not true. Congress passed H.R. 2. It's been sitting on Chuck Schumer's desk since May of 2023. It was the one bill that would secure the border. Border Patrol has endorsed President Trump. Law enforcement has endorsed President Trump.
Okay.
The Biden administration and the Harris administration have failed this nation, and they have allowed this invasion of our country, and Americans are dying. And sorry, these gang members should not be here.
I have a question. So what do you say we had an undocumented migrant was like a felon, a sexual abuser, right, a violent offender that they shouldn't be allowed in the country?
100%. None of these people should be without process.
Okay, so my question to you would be, well, then why do you want a criminal felon sexual abuser to run the country?
Because I believe that we're suffering from an extreme case of lawfare, which I can prove. And, you know, when you look, let's take, for instance, the New York case, the one that he's going to probably go to jail for, even though he's not guilty.
The 34 felonies?
The 34 felonies that they changed the statute of limitations in order to prosecute him.
Oh,
that they
changed.
changed.
Your case is confused. So they didn't change any statute?
Oh, yes, they did.
1 second.
Oh, yes,
I know what
they
you're
did.
referencing. If you'll just allow me.
Oh, yes, they did.
Just allow me.
But not only
Might
that.
I just have 30 seconds?
Well, we only have 40 seconds.
I just think like, they didn't change.
You got to see the whole time.
Okay, we have 35 seconds left. What were his felonies for?
Okay, so let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the plain and simple fact that they moved the number 3 from Biden's DOJ to a state case. Let's talk about the fact that Mark Pomerantz, who worked in the Biden administration, basically pled the fifth, 6th time when he said that he was talking to Bragg. And he would not talk about that. Alvin Bragg ran on Trump. Let's talk about Judge Merchan's daughter, Laura, who's making millions for the Harris administration and the Biden administration right now in order to prosecute Trump. That is recusal. It's going to get dropped at the Supreme Court. Alvin Bragg should have recused himself. Judge Merchan should have recused himself.
I like the power. Explain this. Donald Trump doesn't care about the American people.
I completely disagree with you on that. Trump doesn't. You're saying he doesn't care about the American people. I mean, while he was president, he was pushing pro-economic policies, which were furthering the American economy. I mean, right now, if you go to a gas station, you're paying more money to fill up your car. Going to the grocery store, you're paying more for meat, you're paying more for groceries, you're paying more for a lot of things. Taxes are higher right now. So
why is it higher right now? We're still under Donald Trump's tax code.
We're not completely. That's not true. That's not true. Because each individual state can impose their own taxes. I'm going to give you an example. In Los Angeles County, they passed all these other measures, increasing percent sales tax here in Los Angeles County. And what do they do with the money? They misuse the money. They don't even use it to fix the streets. They allocate all this money towards the homeless, billions of dollars, saying they're going to build all this, all these shelters. They're going to build public housing, and yet all the money goes to administrative costs. It goes into the pension system. So they're misusing the money. They're not using the money to actually help people. So if you think about someone who's going to help people, Democrats have been promising people in the state of California that they're going to do something about the problem. Yet they have unlimited power here to do whatever they want. But yet we have thousands of homeless. The LA Times reported that there was 66,000 more homeless people in the last 7 years. It's the LA Times, it's a liberal magazine, quoted there's 66,000 more homeless people in Los Angeles.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
So I have like a lot of reasons I'd like to bring up here why I'd say that Trump doesn't care about the American people. Like you referenced his economic policy, and we could reference that. So yeah, you know, like one economic policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and middle class more than it benefited the top 1%.
First of all, the Democrats passed all these policies.
Wait, just about Donald Trump. Can you name one policy he influenced to get passed that benefits the low and the middle class more than it benefited the top 1%?
During COVID, he tried to keep businesses open. I mean, Democrats were trying to close down all their states.
Can you name a
businesses that they put? No. They put a lot of businesses out of business during COVID. During the past years that COVID was in existence, all the states were liberal Democrat-run states have controlled a lot of the process here in the state of California. Okay, I'll give you an example. The state of California, Gavin Newsom, in the state of California, Gavin Newsom shut down the state. Ron DeSantis did not shut down the state. Yet you have businesses here that were small, that went out of business. Yet you have state of Florida, majority of businesses stayed in business, did not go out of business. The only businesses that went out of business, that stayed in business, were corporations like McDonald's, Burger King, and Walmart. So, and with
all due respect, literally you can't answer my question.
The Democrats were benefiting those businesses because we're voting in favor of them.
Okay, with all due respect, you literally didn't answer my question. I asked you to name a policy that Trump influenced to get past that.
But yeah, you were the one that called me racist earlier, so I'm supposed to answer you.
Okay, well, I mean, if you don't want to have a productive dialogue with me here, I don't see what your point of even showing up in the episode would be.
Well, productive is not calling someone racist either, right?
Fucking faggot cunt! What a piece of fucking shit! This is fucking wild, man! Like the gaslighting of these fucking privileged fucking soy boy fucking curry munching fucking Anglos. It's fucking disgusting. Hey. Squeaky cat! Squeaky cat! Hey,
So you can go about it this way. Can I give you my reasons why I say it doesn't care about the American people and big cuts?
Let me, if you don't mind, let me start. Okay. Is honestly, question's dumb. The statement's dumb. Because it's one-sided and it's an opinion on what we think he believes or he feels.
This point says Donald Trump doesn't care about the American people. I would like to give you my reasons.
Well, I'll actually answer the other thing you mentioned. A policy that Donald Trump pushed for that benefited low and middle income people.
More than it benefited the top 1%.
His tax policies. And I know this for a fact because I'm middle low income. And when I know this middle low income, actually I don't know that many. Everyone makes more money than me. No, the only people I know of that complain about Trump's tax policies are those that make a reasonably high amount of money. There is nobody I know that makes over like 200 something K that doesn't complain about his tax policy. So I don't know what you make doing this. It's probably more than I make. Kind of wish I did to a degree. But if you're making more than 200K, then I complain, but I'm benefiting and I make less than you probably.
Okay, so first of all, you said that Trump's tax policy benefited the low and middle class more than it benefited rich people. That claim is false. 83% of the tax cuts in the bill went to the top 1%, went to people making over $400,000 a year, and it cost the American taxpayer $1.9 trillion through debt-related spending, and it only is going to lead to an average annual GDP increase of 0.02%. Please allow me to finish. Right. So it is the case that no, that didn't benefit the low and middle class more so than the top 1%. That only is leading to a greater income inequity.
I don't believe you, and I don't agree with you. I've seen no data to support that.
Okay, so that's coming from the Tax Policy Foundation. That's coming from other economic sources that we would find online to be able to distribute how much it costs. Okay. So is it alright if I give you my reasons why it doesn't care about the American people?
10 seconds or less.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like in order to have productive dialogue, right, we have to be able to distinguish why I believe the things that I say.
Okay. And I'll let you know why I believe the things that I do.
Okay. So the reason I'd say that Donald Trump doesn't care about the American people is because he has incessantly placed himself above the American people. One of the best examples of this was in 2020 when he denied the outcome of the election and then he attempted to stage a coup against our government and an attempt to rig the outcome of the 2020 election by sending fake certificates of ascertainment to Congress to be certified as real. That was the greatest internal attack on our government since the Civil War. Another example would be the border.
Wait a sec, what does that have to do with the American people? I mean, the election got stolen. He wanted to fucking take it back to the fucking real, and somehow fucking some bogus make-believe insurgency is against the people? What, because Congress and the Senate represent the people? Come on, nigga, fucking obvious. Oh my god. I don't know how much longer I can fucking do this.
And consistently placed himself above the American people. In that respect, he torpedoed Langford's bill in the Senate, but specifically
okay.
2 years ago. You guys don't want to give the Democrats a win.
Let's slow down.
Another example.
Wait, no. Let's slow down because you just put out so much. And let's unpack that a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, so the first thing that one thing I would like to say, does Donald Trump care about the American people? Donald Trump went to East Palestine. Joe Biden waited 6 months. Okay. Donald Trump, one thing I would like to say, does Donald Trump care about the American people? Donald Trump went to East Palestine. Joe Biden waited 6 months. Okay. Donald Trump,
went to the military families of the soldiers that were killed at Abbey Gate. Joe Biden forgot their names. Donald Trump went and visited the people whose families were killed by migrants that were criminals. Joe Biden won't mention their names. Donald Trump let me, an average American citizen, go to his house 3 times.
Okay, do you mind responding to my reasons why?
Okay, let's start with reason 1. Every election in history has had challenges, including Bush Gore. There have always been alternate electorals. I believe that January's helped Democrats well more than it ever did Republicans. You know why? Because it stopped the debate on the floor. And I, as a Republican, wanted to see that debate on the floor that day. I had a problem with the elections. In 2022, my son's vote didn't arrive and I was a candidate.
Okay, I just want to clarify. So you do affirm that Trump sent fake slates of electors to 7 different...
They were not fake. There's always alternate slates of electors in every single election. That is true.
That's not true.
That is true. I worked on Ron Paul campaign.
Is it possible?
You were like 5.
Is it possible that... Okay, yeah, can you give me another example of a sitting U.S. president not agreeing with the outcome of the 2020 election, then going to the DOJ, Trump told Bill Barr to announce widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any?
They didn't investigate it. They didn't investigate every single case. Every single case that were dismissed on standing.
Because they didn't have sufficient evidence?
No, because the judges said they never saw the evidence.
Okay, I'm going to
never saw the evidence.
Election.
So you're going to tell me what you think happened, but I'm going to tell you that you're wrong.
Okay, one more. Donald Trump formed, right, an election integrity committee where he appointed his people and gave them millions of dollars. Want to finish?
No, I do mind because
okay, now, if you can allow me to finish, you can't have a productive conversation.
No, we can't have a productive conversations when you have an entire 20 minutes of filibuster the whole thing.
Okay, well, if you want to talk, go ahead, but you're not allowing me the time.
Okay, but
demonstrate why I believe in what I do.
Okay, but you're not allowing me to say basic fact of what has happened in this instance. Every person that runs for election has the opportunity to challenge an electoral process. That is not illegal. What's happening now is you've got attorneys that were looking into the election fraud, which the Biden DOJ is now prosecuting, having their law licenses removed. We are watching communism in live action, and you know what? I want you to have a future.
Can you define communism?
Yeah, basically it's mob rule, it's Marxism, it's mob rule.
It's literally all wrong. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society.
What a fucking faggot cunt! If I was in there, I'd be looking at my fucking Latinos just going, we're gonna lynch this fucking piece of shit fucking Ku Klux Klan member? Oh my god!
Welcome in. Doing all right.
Trump's administration versus Biden's objectively 2016 to 2020 and Biden so far up to date. Objectively, the economy was better under Trump. Inflation was as high as I believe 9% under Biden. It's destroying the middle class, and then it's also putting people in more poverty. So how does that make Trump not be in support of American people? If he's breaking down the middle class, putting people in more poverty.
Yeah.
So things in the grocery store are 4 times higher to pay for. People are having harder time to put food on the table for their families.
Yeah.
During the Biden administration versus Trump. So I want you to explain.
Well, let's start off here. Do you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
Yeah, because under Trump's administration and the policies he introduced, inflation was never that high.
Okay.
And then after COVID hit and Biden's administration took over, everything skyrocketed. Gas prices, groceries.
So your argument here is because it happened in countries while they're president, they cost it. So my question to you is, did Donald Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment that we've had since the Great Depression in August of 2020 at 14.8% simply because it happened under his administration?
No, simply because people couldn't leave their home, which was, calling people to...
And now we're increasing still. So in the same way COVID caused that high rate of unemployment that we had under Trump's term, COVID also caused the global inflation that we saw onset at the beginning of the Biden-Harris administration. This didn't happen locally in the U.S. This inflation happened all around the globe. But in fact here, Biden-Harris administration actually ushered in the quickest response from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7.
I had another point.
Appreciate you going on that.
what I've noticed, because I work in retail for some seasons, and I've seen a huge bloodshed of Colombians coming in. Okay, we just got to be really realistic here about the economy. So yes, I think that kind of blaming causation and kind of correlating that to the current president, it's a little bit of a slippery slope. However, I think that when you look at the border and the way that everything has been coming in with migration, of course that the economy became better. Why? Because a lot of Colombians came in, right? And they started working and they started putting more taxes. All these fake socials that they get, they start contributing to the tax money. They pay more taxes every year, and the government basically hides this by grabbing an app, and they basically use that as an ankle bracelet replacement so that people don't find out. Instead of putting an ankle bracelet on people's ankles, they hide the fact that they're allowing all these illegal immigrants come in. So the economy has become such a success, per your statement that it's been a success in the last 4 years, because all these immigrants have been contributing to the tax dollars that the government has been wanting. And so hence medical health.
So you would agree that immigration is good for the economy?
The immigration issue is they're being paid less money than the average salary. So I don't understand how that's good for the American people. I think that if you can properly execute someone immigrating into this country legally and doing it rightfully and everything, like yes, you can manage the amount of the way the economy is working.
Yeah, I'm definitely a little bit confused what you just shared with me, but we have a problem, and that is undocumented migration, correct?
Yes.
This is another reason why I say Donald Trump doesn't care about the American people, because Donald Trump doesn't care. Let I finish?
Go ahead.
Because Donald Trump doesn't care about the southern border. I have a question for you. If your house was burning down and a fire truck showed up to put the fire out, and you told them to turn around because you wanted the insurance money for letting it burn, did you care about your house?
Of course.
No, so the idea would be, if you let the house burn down to get the insurance money, you wouldn't care about your house. Would you agree with that? Okay, right? So when we have a crisis at the southern border, and we have a fire truck, or in this case, right, an amazing border that would have ended the crisis years ago, proposed to Congress by Langford, a Trump-endorsed Republican, and then Donald Trump turns around and calls up the Republicans in the House and the Senate and tells them to vote against the bill because he doesn't want to get the Democrats to win, and he wants the ability to be able to campaign on the crisis at the southern border. Now, does Donald Trump care about the southern border?
So basically what you're doing is you're trying to attack and deflate right? But at the end of the day, we got to realize that no side is potentially perfect, because clearly the Democrats are going to see that the right are horrible, and the right's going to see that the Democrats are.
But do you mind answering that question there? Because I did make an important point there that I don't think should go unnoticed, right? Same way in the hypothetical, if you let your house burn down and told the fire truck to turn away, you don't care about the house, and Donald Trump lets the crisis at the southern border continue and tells like the Republicans in the House and the Senate to turn the border bill around in 2022. He doesn't care about the southern border.
Look, the border's always going to have a crisis. There's human trafficking constantly. If you look at the narcotics, if you look at all these drug dealers that are coming in, right?
Nice to meet you. Team, we have 3 minutes and 42 seconds left on the clock here. I would like to bring up a huge reason why I say that he doesn't care about the American people. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Cool. It's because how much he lies. Donald Trump is an incessant, unapologetic liar. He lied to the American public over 30,000 times while he was president. He told the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever told with the denial of the 2020 election. And what is the Achilles tendon to democracy? An uninformed voter base. Trump has misled his voter base, has made them misinformed, has made them engage in fringe conspiratorial hearsay, and incessant lies.
Can you give me any reasons why you think Joe Biden cares about American people more than Trump?
Okay, I mean, yeah, sure. First of all, Kamala Harris is running for president right now.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, sure. Yeah, because Joe Biden...
Democratic.
Of course, because Joe Biden passed 4 pieces of monumental legislation that benefited the local middle class more than it benefited the top 1%. We could talk about the PACT Act, investing $800 million into the expansion of the health benefits. We could talk about the CHIPS and Science Act, bringing 20% of global chip production back to here at home in America by 2030. We could talk about the infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion in the local communities across the U.S., spurring their economies and creating new construction jobs. Or we could talk about Inflation Reduction Act, investing millions of dollars into renewable energy resources to reduce inflation in the long term and addressing supply chain issues now. Those are 4 big policies that I would say demonstrate Biden's care for the American people.
Okay, 4 years ago under Trump, did you see benefits going towards immigrants and wars more than American people?
Do we see? No, and we don't see that now, I hope.
We don't see it.
No.
Bro, I moved here from Chicago, and 4 years under Trump, I wasn't seeing immigrants sleeping outside of police stations, gathering in gangs, and doing drugs outside police stations, living in high-rise hotels, getting benefits.
Oh, if you're just so there's more immigrants coming into our country now than there was
free money.
That's true.
But earlier, didn't you say it was the same?
Oh no, I said it's the same right now. So after an inspected border on the border, we have the same amount of daily crossings today across our southern border as we had at the end of Trump's term.
At the end of Trump, it was more.
Yeah, it was the same or more at the end of Trump's term.
You literally just said we have more immigrants coming in now.
Okay, so over the year presidency of Biden and Harris, there has been more migration across the southern border because of the removal of Title 42 causing a surge of entries into our country. After Biden's executive
going during Trump, am I right?
Yeah, right. So we had lower crossings under Trump, but I don't think we could say because there's lower crossings under Trump than under Biden and Harris that Biden and Harris caused that. Let me ask you a question, or more so make a statement. I look at the southern border like a river, and I look at Title 42, what was enacted at the end of Trump's term because of COVID, like a dam. As soon as that dam is lifted from the river, the water gushes through, just like when Title 42 was reversed, and all these people that have been turned away for the last 2 years that are coming to our country because of economic disparities on like in their own, rushed into our country. Okay.
Sorry, I just had this fucking blonde girl. She's been trying to get up there for fucking 3 or 4 times. Keeps on getting cuffed out by fucking men, man. Where's the fucking ladies first fucking? Come on, guys, you're better than this.
So very quickly, the one thing that I look at that shows how he cares for American people is that he's a multi-billionaire that chose to run for president, and he's one of the only presidents that's net worth has actually gone down. If he didn't care for the American people, why would he even go out of his way, lose his worth to run for president?
Great question. And here's what I'd say. I'd say that Donald Trump has billions of dollars, literally speaking. He doesn't care about money. He wants something else. He wants power, right? And being able to force himself into the highest position of ranking power in the world is a big deal. And that's what he wants. He doesn't really care about the American people, or else he would have enacted legislation for the low and middle class, or else he would have not tried over.
Before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this video. Straight Arrow News is an active website that is on a mission to raise the bar on journalism and the kind of media
with cannabis and everything. And I think it's something that now that should be overlooked, and it should be something that should be legalized on a federal. It brings you to the light, the truth.
Can one? What's the question? I just didn't want to listen to this tubby dumpling.
To check it out. By clicking that link, you're not just supporting this channel, you're also
supporting the Democrat Party, who spend countless hours of money diverting truth towards their bullshit fucking curry narrative.
A group of journalists that are raising the bar on roots and focusing on serving you unbiased, straight facts. Thanks again to Straight Arrow News for partnering with us on this episode. Now, let's get into it.
My next claim is Kamala Harris would be a much better president than Donald Trump.
I don't believe that Kamala Harris would be a better president than President Trump. And the reason why I believe that is because Kamala Harris has had many chances. When she was a district attorney in San Francisco, she convicted more people of minor crimes than any other DA of San Francisco. And I know this too because I lived in San Francisco for a period of time, and I understand the criminal justice system to a certain extent. So Kamala Harris, if you have her as president, she's going to go after people for minor offenses. She's going to try to convict people for even marijuana, for example. I mean, most people
in this country have already been past this whole issue with cannabis and everything. And I think that's something that now that should be overlooked. It should be something that should be legalized on a federal level as well. But I do believe that Kamala Harris, she convicted people of small petty stuff like people having minor amount of marijuana and had the highest conviction rate in San Francisco. How can you have someone like that as president? And she also was married into the Getty family. John Paul Getty that is an elite family in the state of California. So how is it that you're gonna say, oh, Kamala Harris is better than President Trump?
Of course. First, let's respond to a couple of the claims. How many people did she convict? Not 45. And what did she do in 2014? 45. You're saying she convicted only 45 people of possession of marijuana? Yes. And what did she do? That is not true. That is not true. That she convicted only 45 people of marijuana. If she was a district attorney, and she had other DAs in the district attorney's office, do you mind if I finish talking? Prosecuting those small crimes. She had more than 45 convictions in that office alone. So yeah, she only had over. You've had a lot of time to talk. I mean, the whole time. I really don't have a lot of time here. But so what I'm saying is, I just want to be able to finish this out without. But you're not giving me facts. Yeah. So yes, while she was DA, is a. Welcome in.
Hi.
Hi. So I'd like to give my reasons why I think that Harris would be a better president.
If you want.
Cool. Yeah, so there's two main categorical reasons why I say Harris would be better than Trump. The first category is character, the second category is policy. Let's start off with character. First of all, Trump is a sexual abuser, Trump is a felon, Trump is a fraudster, Trump is an election liar, he's a dictator on day one, wannabe fascist, okay? Kamala Harris is none of those. Kamala Harris wants to protect and preserve democracy. She wants to fight for the freedoms of all Americans, especially the 170 million.
This cunt has got a fucking. He's got a fucking earpiece. There's no question.
Million American women and girls, and then we can reference policy next. If you want to respond to character, go for it. If you want me to hop straight to policy, I can do that too.
Well, starting with character, I technically do not think she's a good person. Speaking of which, if we're bringing stuff from the past, we could say she slept with Willie Brown, broke up a family just to get her job. And while she was there, she used a firm that was putting people in jail that had false positives on drug tests, and she knew they had false positives. She admitted to that, and she was still putting mainly Black and brown people in jail, considering I'm both. That is very much a big issue for me, and also that a woman should represent it. She just needs to talk for their job. They should actually work hard for it. I generally don't think that she's a good representative. There's plenty of other women out there.
I have a question. How many votes did she get in a run for AG? Do you know? No, how many votes did she get in a run?
About character. Character and morals. And if we're mentioning character morals here, she's clearly not a good person. And just like you had mentioned all that stuff about Trump, which could be true. I'm referencing her
claim that she slept with it. How many votes did she get when she was running for AG and DA in the state of California?
That has nothing to do with it.
She got 4.5 million votes in total. 80 million for her for AG or DA, I don't remember which one, and 4.4 million for the other one. I have a question. You're saying that she slept her way to the top. How many of those 4.5 million people that voted for her did she have to sleep with?
Well, obviously we're in California, and this is pretty corrupt, but to say that she needed the votes of most people that matter, which is the person she slept with, could actually overturn and hide these votes just like they did with the election. But
listen, the idea that women have to sleep with men to get in position
that's exactly what she did.
One moment.
She's saying that
real quick.
We have to open rights to get jobs. That's exactly how she used it.
Do you mind if I just finish talking real quick? Also, I would like to finish out this conversation. There's a lot of red flags up there. So saying that women have to sleep with men.
Oh my god! This fucking piece of shit! I can't believe this. This is fucking insane. Who the fuck does this fucking cock breath fucking think he is? Talking to a woman of color like that. It's fucking disgusting.
women to get into positions of power is a misogynistic lie. What
I didn't say that. She just said that.
One moment. What you are doing is you're taking Kamala Harris, you are taking her character, you are taking her proposed policy, you are taking her intelligence, and you're taking her wisdom, and you're throwing it out of the window. Because when you say that the only thing in her position of power today is because she slept with a man that had been legally divorced for 3 years, is a lie. She got 4.5 million votes to get into AG and DA and slept with 0. The question I have for you.
You don't know that? No.
Okay.
Absolutely
You
not.
think that she slept with 4.5 million people to get into power?
But the one person that
Are you serious?
was the most important person.
You just say that she had to sleep with 4.5 million.
No, I didn't say that. I said that she slept with one of the most relevant people to get her.
What was it?
Willie Brown.
And how
I just said that.
Willie Brown get her the 4.5 million votes in her
Because he was in the same position she needed to get.
We have civil electoral processes. We are a constitutional and democratic processes. Yes, I do. And you're saying that she somehow circulated these civil electoral processes?
I don't hate women, guys. Just let me know.
Here we go.
Well, yeah, I would like to see if we could have a productive conversation about this point.
Well, I just want to start off by saying that you seem to attack Trump for his character, but then when Kamala is attacked for her character, it doesn't matter.
So why do you think that Kamala Harris is a bad person?
For reasons that have been stated.
Can you repeat them?
She's slept with people to get up to her ranking. She hasn't really done as much as vice president, in my opinion.
She's a functioning alcoholic. She's a sociopath. She makes light of things that definitely don't need to be laughed about. She's a communist. She cavorts with people who murdered children. She locks up black people and fucking cut people of color. She dog whistles fucking everybody. She fucking race changes whenever it's appropriate. She divides fucking people up by demographics, like the whole divide and conquer mentality. What else? Fucking what else?
Opinion, I would like to say that is false. She's passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP in American history. She's also helped the Biden-Harris administration influence some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history. Right. I'm going to name 4 pieces of legislation the Biden-Harris administration influenced to get passed that benefit the low and middle class more than rich people. And I want to see if you could do the same for Donald Trump while he was president. They influenced the PACT Act, the Chips and Science Act, American Rescue Plan, the Infrastructure Bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act. If you want, I could explain to you how those benefit the low and middle class more so than top 1%. But now I'll just simply ask you that same question. Can you name one bill that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and middle class more so than rich people?
I really can't.
So then how could you say that Kamala Harris hasn't done anything when you know so little about what Trump did?
Because comparatively to what Trump has done in the past, she really hasn't done much.
I just told you 4 pieces of monumental legislation that she didn't ask to get passed that were beneficial.
Beneficial, but not like what Trump did.
Well, you can't even tell me what Trump did. I asked you. You can.
I know. You can just tell from when he was president that it was way better. And Kamala's been hiding and probably puppeteering to Biden. You can't deny that.
Do you see how that's just a conspiracy theory?
I know it's a conspiracy, but the evidence is kind of there.
Okay, what's the evidence for this idea that Biden hasn't done anything for America?
You can see the alphas in this room totally. It's pretty cool.
You just kind of slipped.
I think a lot of what we're hearing from you right now is just what I call book smart. You probably are more knowledgeable than a lot of this. A lot of us on these policies and all that, that's not necessarily applicable to real life living. If we look at in my opinion, one of the most important roles as a president is to keep our country safe. Kamala Harris, the borders are, she has completely failed at that. She's let in millions of legal immigrants. And you've been asking us a lot of pointers, so I want to ask you, do you know what the average amount of fentanyl per pound that has come through during Biden's administration versus the Trump administration?
No, I'd assume that it's much higher under the Biden-Harris administration. Do you know what amount of drugs processed across the southern border are processed by U.S. citizens?
I'm talking about illegals right now. So I asked you a question. So during Trump's administration, there was on average about 2,500 pounds of fentanyl that came across the border.
Okay.
In my opinion, that's 2,500 pounds too much.
Yeah.
During the Biden and Harris administration, it's exceeding 14,000 pounds per year. Where do you think that's going? That's going to our youth. It's going to high schoolers, college students. It's going to adults. These innocent people are dying because of what is happening. And if you look at her, I think it was just this past month, they just admitted that they have lost over 300,000 illegal children. Where do you think these children are going? They're trafficked. And I'm extremely passionate about human trafficking. I think it's one of the most important focuses that we need to have right now. And in my opinion, again, in my experience within human trafficking, the conservatives are the ones pushing this. Kamala's ignoring it. Kamala's not the one going to visit the border. She went and visited the border. She went to the only part of the border that is safe, that they're not coming through. And she said, we don't have a problem here. Nobody's coming through. That's BS. She's lying, and you say Trump's lie. I hate all kinds of lies. But when you can say Trump's an avid liar, you got to look at how Kamala's lying. During her speech at the DNC last week, she was saying that those individuals at January 6th were armed individuals with the intention of shooting people in the Capitol. That is not true. So I can admit where Trump has lied in the past, everybody lies. That's not good. But you also need to have the balls to admit where Kamala has lied, where Biden has lied, where their administration has lied.
Yeah, so first of all, I think that it is important to hold all politicians, everybody in the position are accountable. I'm not going to sit here and say that Biden has never lied a day in his life. I'm not going to sit here and say that Harris has never lied a day in his life. I, can't confirm that Harris said that at the DNC or said that at the southern border. If she did say those things, yes, those would be lies. Now, you want to talk about this.
Wouldn't that be a question for character then?
Yeah, of course. But what I'm voting for here isn't going to be the candidate that doesn't lie at all. It's going to be the candidate that lies less within this respect. And no one lies more than Donald Trump.
So why do you believe that character affects somebody's, impact as a leader?
Yeah, sure. Because I think when we're voting for someone, when we have a leader, right, this isn't someone who's going to try to impact our lives in good ways through policy, but it's also someone that we want to be ourselves. We are championing these two people, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. We want to see virtues reflected in them that we would also like reflected in us. And when we're platforming Donald Trump, who's been heavily liable for sexual abuse, has sexualized a fifth grade on CBS in 1992, has cheated on three of his wives with a porn star, and was convicted of 34 felonies, and tried to stage a coup to overthrow our government, we don't see those good virtues reflected. You said you wanted to talk about the border. Do you mind if I ask you a question about that?
Go for it.
Phenomenal. So Biden and Harris, they attempted to influence bipartisan border legislation in 2023. It was Langford's bill, who was a Republican that was also Trump endorsed. This was a good border act. It would have phenomenally reduced the impact of the crisis. It would have reduced crossings. It would have made the asylum-seeking processes quicker. It was a good bill. But what happened was Trump called Republicans in the House and the Senate and told them to vote against it. How can you say Donald Trump cares about the southern border when he told Republicans in Congress to vote against this bill so the crisis would continue? And he could campaign on that today to convince people like you to vote for him.
Okay, everybody. So, during Trump's administration, in exchange for $25 million to build a border wall that would protect our country, he had an act that he wanted to pass that would allow illegal immigrant children that have graduated throughout high school to be accepted through.
Do you mind answering my question?
No, because you're just asking education policy questions. This isn't impacting America. So compared to your,
how else do presidents impact America?
Trump wanted to pass this law that would give these graduating illegal immigrants citizenship. Guess who shut it down? The Biden and Harris administration. They voted against it.
Biden and Harris administration?
Yes.
Hello. Welcome back. Okay, so you keep bringing up the border and you keep bringing up the Senate bill.
Langford's bill, absolutely.
The Senate bill never passed.
Want to know why?
What did pass was H.R. 2, which again has been sitting on Schumer's desk, which actually closed the border. Talking to Brandon Judd, President of Border Patrol, what I can tell you is the Senate bill was better than what it is now with 14,000 people coming to the border every day and 300,000 migrant children missing, feared, sold into sex slavery. Now, HR 2 did close the border, and that is the one that actually passed the House that Schumer has ignored. So I'm really sick of hearing, oh, Trump stopped the Senate bill. The Senate bill didn't pass.
You know what?
Because it was a bad bill. It codified the invasion.
Okay, so first of all, no, it was not a bill, and second of all, the reason it didn't pass is because Trump called the Republican in Congress and told them not to pass it. We see what's it. Do you mind if I finish without interruption?
Congress does not vote on Senate bills.
Yes, we would see that Senate, like if a bill is made in the Senate, it goes to the House back to the Senate.
Exactly, and it never made it out of the Senate, so therefore it's
to the House. To the House, right?
No, it never made it out of the Senate. I talked to Senator Mike Lee about that. It never got out of the Senate because it was a bad bill. However, HR
Bitch, fuck you cunt. Fucking show some respect to your fucking elders. You fucking plastic poofter.
HR 2 didn't get out of the House.
With all due respect.
With all due respect, you don't want to hear about HR 2. That actually secured the election.
I would love to hear about HR 2. However, I would also like to finish what I was saying about.
Well, everybody's heard for the last 19 minutes what you have to say.
Okay.
Okay, I got a minute. As far as Kamala Harris being better than Trump, she's destroyed the border. She's been absent. Nobody knows where she is. 6 months ago, even the media was saying she was the worst vice president in history. As far as
she destroyed the border,
she hasn't done anything about it. They have walked away. She hasn't gone there. She hasn't talked to Border Patrol. She hasn't met with Border Patrol.
Okay, I'm confused because the last person that came said that she had gone there. Now you're saying that
an hour from San Antonio after she met with Lester Holt, and Lester Holt said, "You haven't been to the border." She goes, "I haven't been to Europe either."
So that was in September.
So you know that's who we're talking about.
So secondly, 2021.
So Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris.
Not this year.
No,
the Biden administration has passed executive order on the border, and
because it's an election year.
Today
because it's an election year.
And no, it's not just because it's an election year. They tried to election bill through the Senate.
It was a bad bill. It never left the Senate. We're stars. It never left the Senate. No, you weren't. If you were, we're not gonna.
Okay, I feel like I can't get anywhere with you.
Why do I can't get anywhere with you? Because you.
So how do we find middle ground? We do that by allowing each other to speak without interruption. I'm willing to do that for you. Are you willing to do that for me?
Superman.
What a fucking
my next point is conservatives don't actually care about family values.
Yeah, so I don't agree with that at all whatsoever. Us conservatives, main core issue is caring about family, keeping the family unit together.
Mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course, go ahead.
Why do you turn around and champion Donald Trump, who's cheated on 3 of his wives, one with a porn star, and has ongoing civil litigation against him, in which he was determined he was guilty of sexual abuse?
That's something that's very personal, and you have to have been there in order to know what exactly goes on. Marriage is very tough. There's something that's very difficult. And again, we don't know what happened, you know. Yeah, he has failed marriages, but many people have failed marriages.
Okay. Do you mind if I ask you another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so you said that you really care about family unit.
Yeah, of course.
I don't see how like any conservative or Trump supporter could say that they care about the family unit because of how hard they'll fight for pro-life legislation. So voting for pro-life legislation without good reason, what this leads to is the destruction of the family unit. We're shifting American focus away from consent that desire to have kids to forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into starting a family because the state is allowing the woman the access to healthcare that she deserves. It leads to higher rates of poverty, it leads to lower rates of employment, lower rates of education.
This is fucking beyond the pale.
This is like I fucking can't even.
I can't fucking deal with this plastic poofter. I need some fucking Harry Hisson.
Harry Sisson. This fucking fat cunt. Oh yeah, okay, Trump campaign attacked me today. Here's my response. What a fucking faggot.
Donald Trump's campaign attacked me today and included me in one of the videos that they posted across many different social media platforms. This video and this attack specifically came from the MAGA PAC, which is the main super PAC that the Trump campaign uses to fund all operations. It's a very strange video, a very strange attack,
it shows you that they don't really have much going on for them. Like, they're more focused on young people who are involved in politics and making their voice heard than they are on, like, the actual elections they're trying.
It doesn't matter what your fucking age is. If you're a fucking fucking agent of doom, they'll fucking go after you, you little fucking faggot cunt.
To win, I think it shows you that their campaign is not in a great spot. So we'll take a look at this attack and talk about it a little bit, but just buckle up. This is very weird. So here is the
weird.
Video.
It's very weird. It's so weird that they attacked me. And yes,
other social media platforms, but let's just take a look at this video.
Harry, get up, Harry! Harry, get your fat ass out of...
That's a picture of me, by the way, right there. That's me in their little video.
Shut up the couch! You're gonna rip the truck today, Harry!
Okay, we can right there. This is very strange. What is this? When I saw this, I'm like, really? Like, that's the best that you guys can do? So, they on Twitter, they titled it, they put a caption on it saying, yo, Harry Sisson, we know you'd rather vote for Trump, it's okay. And of course I had to respond to this by saying, no thanks, I wouldn't support a felon who assaults women and tries to overturn elections he didn't win. And we ratioed the hell out of them. Got 1,800 likes for that. Now they have 700 to say, not even close. But of course, I don't think that Donald Trump was actually referencing me in that clip. Maybe he was. I don't think that to be the case. But the Trump campaign PAC decided to turn it into that and decided to post it across multiple social media platforms. And I just think that this is so strange. I really think this is strange. Not only is like the attack just generally weird and this caption is weird, but as I mentioned earlier, like, this is what the Trump campaign is focused on right now. The Republicans and the Trump supporters should be absolutely terrified. They should be really, really worried because this
but these fucking plastic poofters like you, that's all that the Democrats have got now. Kamala's too busy trying to fucking suck wine out of a fucking goon bag so that she can stop shaking. So we got fucking faggot cunts like you, haven't even fucking finished college. Yeah, fuck this shit. Can't deal with this faggot. And yes, I use the term faggot, because a faggot is a piece of wood with a fire. And this is all these fucking pieces of shit are. Oh, okay, a bit of Australian coming up. Let's just fucking... Cosmic Gay.
Rolling, we're cracking a 5 large in a bet. Been fucking chilling all day. Fucking, who fucking knows, eh? Fuck's sake, man. For fuck's sake, eh? Fucking hell. I'm gonna have to fucking chuck a whitey soon. See if I can crack 6 hours. But, yeah. Throw a fucking whitey now. Fuck's sake, man. Just, oh, it's like you cannot fucking outrage bait yourself all day before you just go, fucking hell. It's just, yeah. I mean, the funny thing is, these fucking plastic poofters don't even fucking realize that it's over already. We're just fucking, you know. And I mean, the weird fucking paradoxical thing about this whole thing is, like, the Democrats are running this whole, like, good time. We're the good time guys. We're the peace dudes. We're the blah, blah, blah. They are so fucking, like, fucking basic. It's like the based versus the basic, man. It's fucking crazy. And I mean, the way that this fucking piece of shit Democrat fucking talked down on fucking women just shows exactly the fucking culture of fucking the Demo KKK rats. The Demo KKK rats! Fuck's sake, man. They talk down to black people. They talk down to women. They fucking race bait everybody. Fucking gender bait everybody. I ain't down, man. I ain't fucking down to clown, man. Fucking just send me through the Heaven's Gate already. Oh, that's right. We've already been through the Heaven's Gate. Who knew? Who fucking knew? Systems exploded in Beirut. Explosions occur across several areas, intensifying the crisis.
additional explosions hit Lebanon following pager blasts targeting Hezbollah members. Thousands, I think this is all we got, yeah. Thousands injured in the initial. Yeah, okay. Hilarious. Amazing. Amazing. So good. Okay. So this is let's go across the pond for a bit. No more immigration. Irish flood Dublin streets in fury to demand end to mass migration.
Kicking off in Ireland because a major working class protest is taking place right now in Dublin, sparked by what locals call mass uncontrolled immigration. It's against the backdrop of Boston attacks on asylum seeker centres, soaring violence, and even stabbings that have impacted local children and teachers. We're now joined by our Northern Ireland reporter, Doogie Beattie, who joins us live from the front line of the protest in Dublin. Doogie, we've been covering this story for many months here on GB News. I'm proud to say we're one of the only media outlets giving this the attention it deserves. There's been a huge array of social problems as a direct consequence of huge numbers of uncontrolled asylum seekers and immigrants coming into Ireland. Tell us about today's protest. What precipitated it and what's going on with the ground?
Yes, you're correct. The only media covering this story from this side. And in fact, 18 months, 2 years ago, when I first started, it was the East Rural side of stuff that they started getting settled. People were saying it was only inner city people, it was only working class people. But I can tell you today, there is thousands of people here, and most of them are middle class working people who have marched to the downtown behind me here, the government buildings, to tell them that this is not acceptable, that they will change illegal immigration. And joining me now is one of the men who actually started this journey along with us a couple of years ago. What does they say? Well, you know, when we started off in November 2022, November 2022, sorry, yeah, right. There were a few people, a number of thousands, who eventually came out in East Rural to oppose what was happening in this country. Right around the country now, we have protest groups. Today, on Thursday, when most people are in work, there's a protest of probably 2,500 people today. We have clearly put the immigration issue on the political agenda. Before we started protesting, you couldn't speak of immigration. They called us fascist, they called it racist, and then the state broadcaster would bail out this year to the tune of almost €1 billion. They have a hatchet piece on our protest movement. Not that they bothered to actually interview any of us when they were doing that. But you know, we have a government and we have a budget coming in here in 2 weeks, which will be the biggest two-way budget this country has ever seen, with the intention of buying the next election, which we expect to be in mid-November of this year. They think they can buy people. They're spending €6 million a day.
See, this is why I'm kind of buoyed by this whole situation, because it really feels like this conflagration moment where it's just like, these niggas can't fucking lie no more. They barely got fucking clothes on their back anymore. And now they're just fucking Ponzi scheming up fucking lies upon money that doesn't exist, upon money that already doesn't exist. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, they're fucking investing in futures when they don't even have a past or a fucking present. It's fucking mental. And we're meant to fucking go, you know, fucking bend me over. Fucking bend me over, Gary. You know? It's, I mean, the simple fact that these people are undermining common fucking real fucking West Side values, you know, like fucking intelligence and thought over fucking rhetoric and fucking circular logic and over and over and over and attack dogs and can I speak? Let me, you know what I mean? Like, these fucking hypocrites, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, man. I've fucking dealt with them on a day-to-day basis as a disabled person, dealing with fucking management and stuff. Cunts who fucking want your money, fucking want your patronage, but as soon as you fucking want something to change in your life, you know, like fucking crickets. And then I fucking blow back and suddenly I'm the fucking criminal. You know? Like, fuck these niggas. You know? They all act like fucking poofters with fucking husbands. And then you fucking play them on them and they want to fucking tell you straight up that they're fucking cis white men, aren't they? Fuck's sake, man. Fucking fuck's sake.
Immigration. This is a huge industry. Like most things, and you know from your own country, if you follow the money, you usually find the same people involved at the end of the chain. We have now almost every empty office block or warehouse being used to house people who are coming in from mainly the UK, having lived there for years and claiming asylum now in this country because the welfare system is better, because the Minister for Integration said that in 6 months you would have the key to your own house. And the reality is this country does not function. We received through the European Court last week 14 billion in penalty against Apple in relation to some tax matters that this country had been involved in. That money will be spent the bulk of it certainly would be spent on housing people who have no right to be in this country.
But there is an election coming up, and the problem that any anti-immigration party has is that you haven't been laid off on the ground, and therefore you will not be organised enough to make a real dent in any political settlement.
Well, of course, they said that before the local elections, and in Dublin City alone, or Dublin City and County, we have 5 or 6 elected councillors. Before last June, we didn't have any. We've a few more around the country, and we expect to have up to a half a dozen TDs in the next Parliament. And that will be a significant enough voice, because the numbers in the next session will be very tight. And we're looking at possibly a return of the same crowns who have destroyed this country after the next election. And it's up to people to come out and stop it. And I think we can hold the balance of power and bring real change. But people need to register, people need to get out and vote, and people need to get out and campaign for those who are opposed to the destruction of our country.
Well, there you go, Martin. Basically, they're getting ready for a general election. They talked about the billions of pounds that came across from that European ruling that Irish government had to pay those taxes that they didn't take off Apple. But of course, loads of other American companies now will be very frightened that they might face the same thing, and they might well pull out of the Republic of Ireland. So all is to pay for here in the next couple of months. We are really expecting a general election somewhere in and around the 15th of November. But from here today, at this point, it is amazing how many middle-class people, pensioners, etc., have now joined this protest.
Did you just to give our viewers a scale of the issue? So it's about 400 asylum seekers every week are applying in Ireland now, 25,000 expected to apply this year, 50,000 since 2019, and all of course set against a backdrop of a chronic housing shortage for local people, social housing being simply hoovered up for the purpose of asylum seekers. It's directly impacting the lives in a very measurable way of hard-working islanders.
See, it's this fucking... It's like, for me, this is not about anything than being an anti-cunt. You know what I mean? Like, and there shouldn't be any rules about being against fucking cunts. You know what I'm saying? Like, people who act against fucking moral judgment, who fucking deny their humanity by acting like cunts. You know? And I mean, that's kind of how it ought to be framed. It's like, cuntishness knows no fucking colour. Cuntishness knows no fucking gender. If you're a cunt, you're a fucking cunt. And I'm not gonna fucking like you. And I'm not gonna respect you. And I'm not gonna fucking play your bullshit cunt games.
You know what I mean? Like, end of the day, fucking enough's enough. If you're a cunt, go back into your fucking own cunt and leave us to ourselves, you know?
That is exactly the point.
And cunts don't work. You know what I mean? Like, cunts take things for granted. Cunts go, oh, they didn't like me because I'm this, that, the other. No, they didn't like you because you're a cunt. And you're a lazy cunt at that. You know what I mean? Like, people who you know, fucking sit in chairs for 8 hours a day talking smack and then fucking, you know, go eat fucking curry at their fucking whatever, man. That's not... I don't know, look, I am personally touched by this because I had one of the most abhorrent fucking wokists, a fucking barrister, an advocate, an attorney in my family who basically used me like a fucking voice servant, fucking, you know, fucking PA or whatever, like, just because I won't go into the ins and outs. I'm not allowed to fucking name them on the internet. Not that she's fucking alive anymore, hopefully. But you know what I mean? Like, these people are so fucking entitled. And they, again, it's like this fucking projection complex. It's like, it's like, they should have a whole thing where it's like, they just pull a mirror in front of them. And when they're pointing at these people, it's like, bitch, that's who you're pointing at. You're pointing at yourself. Hey, you're the ones with the false flag fucking hits. You're the ones who fucking do this. And you're blaming everyone else but yourself for the situation you fucking put everybody in. You know? I mean, oh my god. 34 felonies by Trump under a fucking autocratic, fucking democratic dictatorship? I'm surprised he doesn't have 340,000 fucking bits of paper throwing at him at this stage. You know? And oh, come on, you know? The only crimes that Kamala will be judged upon are the ones that she has done, that there is evidence for. It's gross, man. It's fucking gross. You know? And maybe you think I'm a grifter. Maybe you think that I'm fucking whatever, man. But the simple fact is, like, I got fucking raped as a child. I can't fucking deal with the fucking workplace. You know, if I didn't cash out my inheritance early, I wouldn't be alive. You know, and I had 100 grand. What, fucking 70 grand from my family. And now I've got my home. Now I'm self-sufficient. You know, I work every day of my life just to stay alive, just to stay ahead of the curve. You know, I'm smashing 5 hours on a live stream now. How fucking long does you know what I mean? Like, I use my heart, I use my brain, I use my strength to try and do something for this world. What the fuck did Mr. Beast do? Fucking meme generator. Fucking, you know. I mean, I still can't get the fuck over how grifted y'all got by fucking that Jimmy Donaldson cunt. Like, when I saw him, I'm like, really, cunt? How the fuck did Jimmy Donaldson fucking grift a whole fucking nation into thinking that he had any moral character? Seriously, dude, like, I don't know what to say because I've never been to America except my film screens, in my mind, in my dreams, you know, but my heart fucking pumps blue and red, you know, and I just, the only way to beat hatred is with love, and yet how do you fucking do that? When the haters have got, you know, I don't know. I fucking don't know. You know, only God knows, and maybe Trump does. He doesn't seem, you know, I don't fucking know. All I know is the only way I'm ever going to get to my land paved with gold is if DJT is there to do it, you know, like, well, yeah, I don't know.
Irish people are very hard working, very honest, and there's not a right wing in Ireland. I mean, it's the most liberal country in the world, and they've said, look, why when we asked for these office blocks, why when we asked, the Irish people asked for these old warehouses, why were they not converted to social housing? And as soon as this immigration problem starts coming in, and of course the framework document accelerated that quite substantially, because you now have two parts of Ireland that are both held in the same EU regulation, but both in different jurisdictions, as in Northern Ireland is part of the UK, the Republic of Ireland is part of the EU in its totality, where Northern Ireland is only part of EU regulations. And this is really starting to push through across the border into the Republic of Ireland, and they are being offered what the indigenous Irish people were not offered. And that is really what is at the bottom of what's happening here today.
Okay, DGBT answers of the show. We'll be crossing live to you throughout the rest of the show. Get some more guests for us. We really want to give people a voice out there on the streets of Dublin. Thank you very much, DGBT there. Now, but apparently illegal immigration isn't as bad as we all think. Well, because new findings from the British Future and Ipsos have found that people think asylum seekers make up more than 30% of total immigration, when actually they make up around 7%. Well, our reporter Steve Edgington has a new documentary where he's finding out the truth about immigration. Let's take a quick look.
There should be more immigration or less?
Less. We should stop it.
Like not putting all these people into hotels when we've got our own people struggling, living on the streets is absolutely disgraceful.
I've been homeless for a lot of years now. You get treated as a British citizen, you know, someone in need. I've been in there crying.
And he's obviously a veteran. And I mean, that's another thing that breaks my heart. My generation is the new Vietnam, you know, worse than Vietnam.
And I've openly admitted, you know, that I have pleaded for help. You're not sorry.
Are you proud to be British?
Yeah, I make myself proud.
Are you proud to be British?
Yeah,
We have communities that are highly segregated, which are being checked towards sectarian lines, and which are going through a pace of cultural demographic change that is completely reshaping the cultural norms. I mean, there are communities in England that basically don't look like England anymore, and I think that's where the loss of the familiar for many people becomes so existential.
Well, it's an excellent documentary, Immigration: The Truth, and its author, Steve Edgington, Genius reporter, joins me now. Steve, an excellent piece of work. Hats off to you with the People's Channel, giving a voice to ordinary people who feel forgotten, feel trampled upon. Tell us about your journey. Tell us about what you found.
Absolutely, Martin. Thank you very much. So we went across the country and we interviewed British people, immigrants, about their views towards this massive spike in immigration, both illegal and legal, that Britain has experienced in the last 20 years. We went to Leicester, the least white city in the country. Just 41% of people are white according to the latest census data. And we asked locals what they thought about immigration and diversity, multiculturalism. Some of them said it had been a great success. We asked immigrants whether they felt proud to be British. Most of them said that they did. One of them, bizarrely, said she felt proud to be British because she gets free healthcare and free schooling for her children. On the other hand, native British people were telling us they no longer feel proud to be British, and many of them were highly critical of immigration, both as a threat from a cultural perspective, but also the pressure on schools, infrastructure, housing, and so on. We also went to Great Yarmouth, which is one of the only constituencies the Reform Party represents in Parliament, one of the poorest towns in the country, and we got some really interesting responses. You saw in that clip there for example, from a homeless man who's outraged that he's not able to get a home from the taxpayers, whilst immigrants, illegal immigrants, are getting put up in luxury hotels in some cases.
Yeah, excellent documentary, and the situation very much mirrored in Dublin, where we just crossed precisely the same situation. Did it strike you as depressing or emotional, perhaps inevitable, that particularly older Brits, Steve, are feeling their sense of national pride as just being eroded because they don't recognise the country they're in anymore?
Well, these people have grown up in a Britain that is very different to the Britain that they've got old in. You know, Britain used to be 99.9% white British, and the latest census data has put that number down to 74%, a drop from 87% in 2001. So this is an historic change in the people who live in this country. We have been, millions and millions of people from all around the world, from Africa, Asia, Europe, have come into Britain during their lifetimes, and they never asked for this. They voted against it at every single general election. There has never been democratic consent for our open borders policy, and there is a real level of anger out there, and I think a feeling of betrayal for many voters who see politicians making promises to cut immigration, and yet all they seem to do is ramp up the immigration numbers every year. So there's a real feeling of anger out in Britain.
Great stuff. It's a great piece of work, Steve Edginton, of course, and we've got the QR code on the screen now. There it is. Immigration, the Truth. It's a GB documentary.
What? Muslim woman storms into church saying Allahu Akbar and I'm here to kill the God.
What we experience is
I am here to kill the God of the Jews.
It's expressed to the police that it's a very real concern. The woman deserved to. What we experienced is far from an isolated incident. It's been expressed to the police that it's a very real concern. The woman deserved to incite violence. She started making reference to the Jews and said, I'm here to kill the God of the Jews. The words are very clear. She did this out of a religious motivation, mentally sick though she may be. It was rooted in Islamic fundamentalism. And to have that on the doorstep is definitely a concern.
Angel Church in Islington, London, after a Muslim woman entered the building, screamed Allahu Akbar. Inside the church, Pastor Reagan King, Jewish Christian, and the young children were preparing for morning worship.
I'm here preparing for music. We're about an hour before the service begins, and my wife is preparing some of the teas and coffees and stuff. Kids are running around, and we hear this loud sound and some sort of chanting going on in front. I'm a big believer in transparency and honesty when things happen in a public environment with multiple witnesses that might be misunderstood or that might be mischaracterized. It's important to put the facts out in front of people. On the 1st of September, when this neighbor came into the church building and was doing Islamic prayers, chanting the God's prayer through the microphone, shouting Allah, all of that, it was important to have a statement from the church that clarified exactly what happened. Rachel comes over and she just opens the door and steps out and looks at the very front, and in the gateway there's a woman who's doing Islamic prayers, and she tells her, look, sorry, you can't be doing this here, you need to go. The woman insisted on coming in and was calling the children had gone to the door with Rachel and was reaching out to the children, said, come here, reaching out to the children. My wife then is like, no, she calls me, she says, Reagan, she calls me and comes over here. The woman literally throws herself on the ground, starts chanting in Arabic, and doing the posture, the prostrating prayer, shouting Allah Akbar. And at this point, I rushed, start rushing, Rachel and the kids outwards. Okay, you have to leave. I'm going to call the police.
Well, I was surprised she knew my name. I don't know her at all, but she found out my name, and she targeted me and the kids basically. So the timing was very scary, especially since she was trying to draw my kids towards her, and so I had to grab kids from her. Yeah.
At this point, that's what we can surmise. She had seen the Hebrew pronunciation. She knew Rachel somehow was Israeli. We don't quite know how, but she started making reference to the Jews and said, "I'm here to kill the God of the Jews." That was caught on the call with the 999 operator. And it was at that moment that they were like, "We're going to send police to help right away." It was interesting that she specifically targeted and isolated my wife and children in that way, and specifically indicated and highlighted the Jewish element of this. Jesus was a Middle Eastern Jewish man who
Where's your proof?
the proof is in the Bible, it's in history, Josephus.
I'm here to teach me about the religion.
I'm telling you.
I'm passionate. I want to know God, the real God.
Yeah.
The one and only God.
And yet you stood there and you disgraced this space. She raised the front and began the Islamic concert prayer, again shouting out aloud. She then was getting in the face of Patrick, one of our long-standing volunteers, a big help here, with special needs, and immediately at that point confronted her and started telling her about Jesus, at which point she stood up, she ran again to the front, and again shouted out aloud before the police entered.
I was scared for the children because I've seen horrible things happen since before the 7th of October. I grew up in Israel where you see things happen, especially if you're Jewish and you get targeted. So my priority at the time was to make sure my kids are safe.
I would not go into a mosque or a temple and make a display in such a violent, aggressive way. And I pray no Christian would, no Christian in his own mind would. And yet she has entered in this particular state and she has violated the space and left us with no other option than to call the authorities.
In the aftermath of the incident, local media coverage refused to describe the attack as Islam-related or motivated. When he stated what happened at the church, instead of receiving support, Reagan was accused of lying and fanning hatred by Muslims in the community and was suspended by a community Facebook group. Fucking disgusting!
We as a church are heavily involved in the local community, a range of things, yes, preaching the gospel, evangelism, outreach. We feed hungry, we shelter people in emergency accommodation. We have people of all backgrounds, many Muslim backgrounds, believers in Jesus, and even some who are still practicing. We have one dozen man who continues to be heavily involved in what we're doing here. And so to experience that kind of hatred and false representation is painful and it is difficult, but it's something that Jesus wants us to face.
I wasn't here to witness it. I don't think it would have been very pleasant. Obviously, I know what happened, and personally, I'm not frightened or concerned because I know that we have close protection. Yeah, we don't want it to stop every activity, and I hope that through this incident, people they actually it piques interest and they want to see why was this place targeted in that way.
One never knows what's going to happen, and when someone aggressively enters Christian space and starts an Islamic chant or calls to prayer and says Allah Akbar, you don't exactly know what the individual is doing, why they're doing this, or what they're capable of. We've seen story after story across Europe, particularly France, where officiants, leaders, priests, pastors have been wounded or killed while conducting services. And so this is a legitimate concern, and it's relevant to the story.
I'm not surprised when I see community group that my husband
for making a statement and just say, don't worry, we're okay, this is what happened, it was terrible, and taking it as good as equal and evil as good.
We are the victim of crime here. And yet there are people in our community who have felt, even in these Facebook comments, some suggesting that the lady did nothing wrong and that we deserve it.
Insane, man.
Rachel said, Jewish Israeli. This woman is not representative of all Muslims in Islam, for sure. And so it would be good to see when these things are honestly being shared, when points of fact are being stated, not an immediate defense of an individual who is an Islamic sister, but to recognize actually this is unacceptable and this is not conducive to cohesion in our community.
The Angel Church has since been visited by a police faith liaison officer for Islington and Camden, who assured Reagan that the incident is being taken seriously.
The Angel Church is undeterred in its mission and in its vision to reach people of all kinds, including our neighbor, with the gospel. We had a prayer meeting in the immediate aftermath of what occurred, and we've prayed fervently for this lady's salvation. We prayed that God would help her, the Holy Spirit would powerfully and radically transform her life. We believe He is able, and my prayer is that one day we'll see her standing at the front, shouting and stirring people up with Islamic calls to prayer, but that we'll see her saying, Jesus is Lord, He is my Savior, that we'll see her baptized as a follower of Jesus.
Oh, that'd be amazing. The cucks will never let that happen. They probably... She'll probably be in a government position anytime soon. Okay. Shocking lines from Kamala's Georgia speech about Amber Thurman's death. Don't know about it. Leela Rose? Okay.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Lila Rose podcast. We're jumping on live again because we are going to be responding to a speech that Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, just gave in Georgia. Pretty spur of the moment, she threw together a small event in Georgia to basically...
Well, at this point, there's no point saying it's a small event, because nigga can't get a fucking bunch of Crips together to do a fucking impromptu soiree, you know. So of course it was a small event, of course it was. But do go on, Lila.
Announced and to share for her support for abortion. She's taking it to a new level here. She's ratcheting up the outcry and the passion for abortion in this speech, and I think it's essential that we unpack what she is saying and what this all means. This is the first time in my memory that a presidential candidate has done a rally specifically focused fully on abortion. That is what this is about. She is running on abortion. That is her focus in her campaign. This begs the question.
It's fucking insane. And I mean, that's why I can laugh about all of this shit. It's just because, like, the delusions, like, the absolute fucking bad faith mentality of these people while their allies get their fucking, like, get their fucking P. Diddy fucking beepers blown up on the other side of the earth.
Of course, what is she running on? Abortion. What is abortion? Abortion is the killing of a human being. That's what this is about. All of this energy, all of this, as she calls it, joy, this enthusiasm, is to defend the so-called right to kill a human being. And sometimes I look at what's happening in the country, the misinformation, the lies, the confusion, all of the pain around this issue, and those that are so passionate, who are fighting for abortion, who are fighting for abortion legalization. And I look at our pro-life movement, and there's so many good people fighting the fight in the pro-life movement. We have to want more. We have to want saving the lives of these children and a better vision for moms and for families. We have to want that more than the abortion industry and abortion activists and advocates want abortion.
That's a really interesting point. There is an abortion industry. You don't think about it in those terms, do you? Like, I mean, fucking sane, rational people wouldn't, but it's, yeah, I mean, it's fucking, it's an industry, like, literally based on fucking blood and body parts. You know, foreskins, and what do they call it? Like, all of that, man. And it's like, I have this joke, it's like, all these IVF people, and it's like, oh, well, if you can't get an IVF, well, why don't you just hang out the back of, like, at the dumpster at the back of the abortion clinic with a defibrillator, you know? It's fucking, yeah, it's beyond the pale. It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Nonsense. So here we are to fact check live Kamala Harris's speech that she just gave minutes ago in Georgia. We're going to actually watch a chunk of this speech right now and unpack what the vice president, the sitting vice president, said as she is campaigning on the right to kill a human being, a baby in the womb. So let's start. This is, again, just happened a few minutes ago for those that are tuning in now. I'll also be keeping an eye on the chat as this is a YouTube live. We're going to be posting this on the podcast later, or we're going to special live just to comment on really an unprecedented speech that a presidential candidate is giving specifically on abortion, making this the lead issue in their campaign. And that's what Kamala Harris is doing just minutes ago. All right, we're going to pull up the speech here and we'll start at the beginning.
And thank you all of the elected community leaders who have joined us today. Thank you, everybody who is here. So, this election right here is a fight for the future. It is a fight for the future, and it is a fight for freedom. For freedom. And we know in America, freedom is not to be given, it is not to be bestowed, it is ours by right. It is ours by right.
We have to first point out here the word freedom, the words we have the right, it's not given to us, it's our right, we have it. What about the freedom, the human lives that are at the heart of this debate? The children that are conceived, that are real, they're not fiction, this is not an imaginary thing. When you're pregnant with a human life, a new human life, a developing life. What about the freedom? What about the human rights for that new developing life? Of course, the cheers and the rhetoric here coming from Kamala Harris in no way acknowledges even their existence. This, my friends, is the ultimate gaslighting of the American public. Let's keep watching.
And in their face, for deeply held beliefs to agree the government should not be telling her what to do. If she chooses, she will talk with her pastor, her priest, her rabbi, her imam. But it should not be the government or Donald Trump telling her what to do with her body. And think about it.
We're going to pause here for a moment. This rhetoric is so deceptive. The government should not be telling her what to do with her body. What is she talking about here? She's not talking about treatment for a miscarriage. She's not talking about care for your pregnancy. She's not talking about deciding whether or not to have a baby. She's talking about human beings that have already been conceived, human lives, children, human beings. And she's saying that the government doesn't have the right to tell you what to do with your body. It's not your body anymore alone when you're pregnant. There's another body.
Exactly.
There's another human life.
Exactly.
And of course, our government, it's their responsibility to protect the fundamental human right to live, to life. If there's a situation where a child is being abused, harmed, if there's a situation where, God forbid, a child's life is at risk, it is the responsibility of authorities to intervene and to protect that life. There is not a right to kill. There is a right to live. And the pro-life case is very simple. Our position is very simple. We know the science shows us that before birth, there is a human life. This is not human life magically appears at birth. Science shows us that at the moment of fertilization, a new individual, unique human life comes into existence. That human life needs time and nourishment to grow safely in the place that they're designed to grow in, and in their mother's womb. And if you don't interrupt that process, if you don't go in and destroy that child will live and can thrive. That is the fundamental reality of how we all came into life, into being. We all came into being because we were dependent completely on people that were bigger and stronger than us, on our parents. All of us come into the world this way. And just because a person, an adult, a parent, is stronger and bigger than a child doesn't mean that that adult has the right to kill that child or to harm that child. We all know this. We know this about born children. This applies to children before birth too. There is no moral distinction between a child after birth and before birth. They are the same human being. And abortion is black and white. It kills a child. It's a matter of life or death for that child. Of course, this is never mentioned. I've already listened through this speech, and we're listening again here. There's parts that we're going to be listening in the slide. This is never mentioned by Kamala Harris. Not once. Imagine that. In a speech, 30 minutes, about abortion, Kamala Harris never once defines what abortion is. She never once acknowledges that abortion involves not just the life of a mother, but the life of a child. And in the process, there's a tremendous amount of misinformation and fear-mongering that Kamala Harris makes about abortion. But look at what she said just here too. She said, if the woman chooses, she'll talk with her pastor, her priest, her rabbi, her imam. She is using the language of religion here, of faith, to say if you're a person of faith, you can decide whether or not to kill your child, and it is no issue. It is no problem. It is not in any way in a conflict with your beliefs. This is, of course, a profound lie that she is telling at the service of abortion demand, her political agenda. Let's keep listening.
Abortion on demand. Fuck. Yeah. When are we going to be handed out frequent flusher cards? The abortion, what do they call it? Loyalty. The abortion loyalty program, frequent flushes. Come on, guys, jump on that. The Kamala Harris Frequent Flushes Club.
Stories that Dr. Reddick shares with us, the stories we heard last night, the stories we've been hearing for 2 years. 1 in 3 women in America lives in a state with a Trump abortion ban. This includes Georgia and every state in the South except Virginia. Think about that when you also combine that with what we know the long-standing neglect on an issue like maternal mortality. Think about that. You compound that with what has been long-standing neglect of women in communities with the lack of the adequate resources they need for health care, prenatal, during their pregnancy, postpartum.
Let's think about what she's saying. Let's think about it. Vice President Harris, let's think about what you're saying. Vice President Harris here is saying that in places where, and the country at large, our country at large struggles with our maternal mortality rate. Our maternal mortality rate is nothing to be proud of in this country. In fact, it is high. It is all too high. It's higher than parts of Europe. It's higher than countries like Poland or Malta, which are far more pro-life than we are. And so she's making this connection, her rhetoric, between maternal mortality rates being poor, meaning more women dying due to pregnancy, and abortion, saying that somehow making the implication that if you restrict abortion, maternal mortality rates are going to struggle. When this is a complete lie. Maternal mortality rates in the 40 years of abortion on demand in this country have been struggling. We've never had great maternal mortality rates in this country in the years that we've had abortion on demand. So for her to somehow indicate that we can somehow have healthier pregnancies by killing the baby and ending the pregnancy is a lie. The solution to a pregnancy that may be high risk or to other complicating factors that a mother may have is not to kill the baby. The solution is to address the underlying conditions and work to heal the condition and work to save the life of the mother, to protect the life of the baby. This pro-life vision for health is a vision that a country like Malta has had for over a decade. They haven't had a single maternal death in Malta for over a decade, and abortion is banned in the country. Poland has better maternity mortality rates than this country. There are other nations in Latin America, Chile, at times has had better maternal mortality rates than the United States. And this is pro.
And yet this, yeah, wow. Because I kind of, yeah. Wow. You can't call yourself the first world if you have higher, yeah, I don't know, dudes. You got to be humble. You got to be humble. That's why I got a problem with Charlie Kirk going on about best country in the world and blah, 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 blah. The only way you become the best country in the world is by admitting you are not. That is the best way. And then you become, you know, like, humility is the only thing. You know? You gotta concede. You gotta, yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's hard. Because, as I say, man, I never been to y'all. Y'all never been here. Squeaky Cat, fucking, he's over in the States. Fucking, he rolls stateside every fucking night, don't you, mate? You got your own fucking private jet like an FBI agent, man. You know, he can talk to America better than me. Can't you, mate? Can't ya? Squeaky Cat? Come on, mate. What's that? What's that? What's that? Oh, okay.
Like country. Ireland, before they legalized abortion, had some of the best maternal mortality rates in the world, meaning the lowest. And they had abortion fully restricted. So this is already an outright lie here. That Kamala Harris just stayed to connect the idea that we need abortion in order to have healthier pregnancies. And she's throwing out prenatal care, adequate resources for pregnant mothers. Abortion is not prenatal care. Adequate resources for women does not include killing the baby. So let's keep listening.
These hypocrites want to start talking about this is in the best interest of women and children. Who raised it? When it comes to
the fuck your face, bitch. You fucking disappear like a fucking demon's whisper, like a fucking fatty fart, and then turn up when you fucking, you know, hatchet a fucking bullshit debate, and now you're fucking trying to restart the agenda. You don't have policies except for fucking eating babies. For fuck's sake. The fucking baby eating industry. Fuck.
taking care of the women and children of America.
The women and children. Women and children. The children. Which children are you talking about? Are you talking about the fucking 13-year-old fucking children that you haven't taught fucking biological fucking education to, and now you get to fucking start cutting out their uterus whenever the fuck you want? What children are you talking about? Not the ones that you're not allowing to fucking live, obviously. This fucking raggedy ass fucking...
And then just going to the how dare they. I mean, I can kind of see the thread here, the political partisanship she's dredging up here to say, well, you know, again, an underlying theme that's not been overtly saying, but she's suggesting to her audience, which is obviously very far left, is, oh, Republicans are against healthcare somehow.
It's a blood poll, right? It's a blood, it's, you know, you've got fucking, you probably got anti-natalist fucking lobbyists, for Christ's sake, fucking anti-natalists, fucking in there going, yeah, dude, we'll fucking come in with the coat hangers, fucking pay us $5,000, we'll fucking do the job, eh? And then we'll rape you again, you know? Fucking tear out your fucking cervix or whatever.
So now, therefore, abortion ban, therefore, where have you been, where have you been? Again, complete fabrication to connect better maternal health outcomes to the proliferation of abortion. In fact, what you can connect is the risks that abortion poses to mothers, to women, not just the babies that are killed by abortion in every abortion, but the mothers whose health is put at risk due to abortion. And I get to this in a minute in Kamala Harris's own speech. She's going to talk about the case of Amber Coleman, who just died, who died in 2 years, who died 2 years ago because of abortion pills. Not because of abortion bans, but because of abortion pills, because of these lethal drugs that killed her twins, and then went on to put her to septic shock, gave her an infection that took her life. The misinformation here is incredible. It's incredible coming from a sitting vice president who wants to be the president of this country. It is, again, the gaslighting of the American public, saying that, don't believe your lying eyes. She's not dead by abortion pills. She's dead because of pro-life laws.
What?
This is a direct lie, not only about what happened to her, but it's taking the truth and saying that, in fact, the truth, what actually happened to her, don't believe your eyes, even in ProPublica's report, which came out just a couple of days ago, claiming that abortion laws, that pro-life laws were the reason for Amber Nichols' death. In their own report, they say, we have no evidence, we have no information that in any way indicates that the doctors that treated Amber didn't give her this particular procedure because of pro-life laws. There is zero evidence even in their own report, and they admit it. Let's keep listening.
How dare they?
When's the face gonna crack? When's it gonna crack? When's it gonna crack?
And I understand the impact of these bans. The horrific reality that women and families, their husbands, their partners, their parents.
There it goes. She's back to it's fucking gross. She can't go fucking 20 seconds without fucking cracking a smile. Cracking a fucking little lady boner.
Their children are facing as a consequence every single day. Since Roe was overturned, I have met women who refused care during a miscarriage, wanted to have a child, suffering a miscarriage. I met a woman, I've actually met several, who were turned away from the emergency room. One at early stages after the Dobbs decision came down told me with tears, she was with her husband, about how only when she developed sex did she receive emergency care.
This is very serious because, here Kamala Harris is using these cases. She doesn't, of course, tell us any details about the cases except to say, of course, women were denied health care because of, abortion bans because they were miscarrying. I have looked at every single case that has made the rounds that has come out so far about these situations where women were miscarrying. They had no fetal heartbeat. The baby had passed away. The miscarriage wasn't completed. So they go to an emergency room, theoretically in pro-life state or urgent care, to seek help. And the reality is the standard of care, depending on the circumstances of the miscarriage, doesn't always immediately involve going to a D&C procedure. And even if the doctor decided we're going to immediately go to the surgical procedure to remove the remaining pieces of the baby has already passed away, but there's pieces maybe remaining of the baby in the womb of the woman. Even if the doctor were to choose to do that because they thought it was the best thing for the patient, there's not a single state in the country, pro-life state in the country, that prohibits that. And of course we're going to do that. I've never met a pro-life doctor who has any issue with that because the baby's already passed away. We've said this several times in the podcast, but it has to be repeated again and again because there has become this incredible confusion now in politics and our culture around this issue. Now, good everyday people are thinking, "Oh, I guess everyone's telling me that pro-life states aren't giving miscarriage care to women, and that's pretty bad." And I guess it's because we need abortion on demand. I mean, that's what people are being told, right? When this is a complete lie. There's not a single pro-life state that has laws that say that miscarriage care cannot be administered. The D&C procedure can be used as an abortion on a live baby, and that is prohibited in pro-life states. But if the baby has already passed away, if there's no fetal heartbeat, which is a standard of care, if there's a miscarriage to check to see is the baby alive or is the baby dead? Is this actually a miscarriage or is this a threatened miscarriage? Is this just a baby that they're concerned they may be losing, right? If it's threatened miscarriage and the baby's alive, then of course they're going to save the life of the baby and try to help that mother not continue to bleed or have other issues. But if the baby has passed away and it's an incomplete miscarriage, but the miscarriage has not been completed yet, then you doing a D&C procedure to remove the remaining pieces of that baby who's already passed away, this is in no way a legal issue in any state in this country. But in states like California, whether it's California, that's a pro-abortion state, or Texas, that's a more pro-life state, the standard of care for a miscarriage, if the baby is still in the womb or part of the baby is still in the womb, doesn't always involve immediately going to a D&C procedure. So when you hear these stories, when Kamala Harris says something like, I talked to a woman and she was turned away at the emergency room, every single story that I've looked at and studied on this case so far is because a woman might be experiencing bleeding or cramping, she's concerned she has a miscarriage, and she might go to an emergency room and they might say, well, let's wait and see, let's monitor this, because the standard of care is not to immediately go to a D&C procedure. I want to pull up an article about this to educate all of us, because I think the misinformation here is what has allowed these lies from people like Kamala Harris to proliferate and confuse people and fearmonger women. So we're going to pull up an article. This is from AmericanPregnancy.org. So this is a compilation of best-in-class, resources for mothers and for women who are pregnant. And this is a really, written down the simple information about D&C procedure after a miscarriage. So we're going to pull this up. Let me know if you guys can see this. Okay. So what is a DNC procedure? A DNC, also known as dilation and curettage, is a surgical procedure often performed after a first trimester miscarriage. Now, this can also be done as an abortion procedure on a live baby, which is horrific. It's basically the live dismemberment or tearing into pieces and sectioning into pieces of a baby. That's morally wrong and should be illegal. It's killing a human being. But when it's used to move the body of a dead baby from her mother, this can be miscarriage care, right? Well, it says, do you need a DNC after a miscarriage? The article reads, the procedure is done to remove tissue in the uterus during or after a miscarriage, diagnose or treat abnormal uterine bleeding. It goes on to see about 50% of women who miscarry DNC procedure. Women can safely miscarry on their own with few problems in their pregnancies that end before 10 weeks. After 10 weeks, the miscarriage is more likely to be incomplete, requiring a DNC procedure. Choosing whether to miscarry naturally, called expectant management, or to have a DNC procedure is often a personal choice that is best decided after talking with your healthcare provider. So there's a lot to talk about the different approaches here. You can have a DNC in your doctor's office or in the hospital. It can take 15 minutes, etc. And then some of the risks. It talks about the risks and complications. Risks associated with anesthesia, such as adverse reaction to medication and breathing problems. This is a risk of a DNC, by the way. Hemorrhage or heavy bleeding, infection in the uterus or other pelvic organs, perforation or puncture of the uterus, laceration or weakening of the cervix, scarring of the uterus or cervix, which may require further treatment, incomplete procedure that requires yet another procedure to be performed. Now, the reason I'm sharing this with you is this. When a woman experiences a miscarriage, and if it's an incomplete or a missed miscarriage, the baby is not fully passed it. The standard of care is not to immediately go to a DNC. The standard of care can involve what is called expectant management. That term is used in this article, where the doctor is watching the situation to see if the baby does pass naturally and make sure there's no other occurring health problems with the mother. Sometimes even one of the mechanisms of the abortion pill, which is used to kill the baby, but can also be used to help complete the miscarriage if the baby's already passed away. That might be offered in some cases. But this idea that if a woman shows up bleeding with a miscarriage at an emergency room and isn't immediately given a BNC, therefore the pro-life law is preventing healthcare, is a fabrication. It is a lie that they are, or a misunderstanding. Some people make well-intentioned here don't understand that is continually being pushed in the media narrative here. If you are miscarrying, let's say in the state of California, which has abortion on demand, this happened to a girlfriend of mine.
And I mean, the problem is, they're running all this fucking insider rhetoric at a debate. Trump's not privy to all of this. How the fuck is he meant to? How is he meant to argue against that? Some bleeding heart. It's so immoral the way this fucking thing is played out. You know? Nobody fact-checked her on that, did they? That's why we need people like Lila. That's why we need actual fucking intelligent people to run debates. And that's another thing. Isn't the whole point of debate is that you have an adjudicator who says, nah, you won, you didn't. It's like, what the fuck's the point of having a debate if the winner is just by popular opinion, not fucking unpopular opinion? I don't fucking get it, man.
Recently, and you go to your doctor and you're unsure that you passed the baby, you're having cramps, other complications, as my friend did recently. They didn't immediately go to a DNC. They did expectant management. They waited. They had other options for her. They said, well, maybe you should take this pill that might help complete the laboring process to help completely remove the baby who's already dead from your body, or we can go to a DNC procedure, but the DNC procedure does have these risks associated with it, so we can wait and see to see if your body will pass the baby naturally. These conversations that are happening thousands of times every single week or more across the country. But now these conversations and these decisions that are made by women and doctors and medical professionals have been heavily politicized by Kamala Harris and pro-abortion thugs. I'm going to say that because this is ugly what they're doing.
Yeah, literally thugs, man. Fucking Indian fucking blood sacrificial people. And shit, eh? Fuck.
Harmful to the lives of women that who are living in fear because of these lies. There's not a single law that prevents miscarriage care in any pro-life state. There's not a single law. But these regularly occurring conversations and maybe wait and see, expectant management, or even a woman begins to miscarry and she goes to urgent care because she doesn't have proper prenatal care and urgent care isn't able to help her. They don't know how to deal with the situation, or they give her maybe, they give her a part of the abortion pill, not to kill the baby, but to help remove the baby entirely that's already been killed, that's already passed away, not naturally. This happened in the state of Texas recently, by the way. Ryan Hamilton was a big story that came out a few months ago. Again, used by pro-abortion groups. Ryan Hamilton and his wife went to an urgent care in Texas. They didn't have good prenatal care. He admits this. And she was miscarrying. Urgent care gave him part of the abortion pill, not because the baby was alive, the baby was dead, but to help pass the baby. She ended up bleeding more because of that. She went to a hospital. The hospital waited, expected management before giving her the DNC procedure because they wanted to make sure that, the their protocol or standard was, had nothing to do with abortion laws. But now Ryan and abortion activists are saying this has to do with abortion laws. Not once did a doctor say this is having to do with abortion laws, had nothing to do with that. Miscarriage care has now become politicized and is now being used by parents, abortion advocates, to somehow justify elective abortion, going in and killing babies, not just dealing with aftermath of a baby who's tragically lost, but now we're going to go and we have to go and be able to kill them. It's shameful that this is being done on a national stage here, and it breaks my heart that so many people, there's so much confusion around this. So we have to set the record straight here. Miscarriage care is not abortion. The baby has already passed away. And let's keep listening to Tom. She's going to talk about the specific case in Georgia. We need to talk about the specific case.
Texas, did she receive emergency care? And now we know that at least 2 women, and those are only the stories we know, here in the state of Georgia, died because of Trump abortion care. One, and we heard another story yesterday, a vibrant 28-year-old young woman. She was ambitious,
Crocodile tears. I can't even. This is fucking. Yeah, man. Fucking hell. Okay. Let's take it out with some levity, please. Give me some levity, please. No? Okay, yeah, let's fucking go here. The psychological war.
This is all run from Tehran. It's way too big.
The psychological war being waged by Hamas. Okay.
Don't like job, quit. If you don't have enough time, stop watching TV. Life is simple. If you're looking for the love of your life, stop. They will be waiting for you when you start doing things you love. Stop overanalyzing. Life is simple. If you don't like something, change it. If you don't like your job, quit. If you don't have enough time, stop watching TV. Life is simple. If you're looking for the love of your life, stop. They will be waiting for you when you start doing things you love. Stop overanalyzing. Life is simple.
This is all run from Tehran. It's way too big for a single to such a reparation. This can be ingenuity from us in directing much of the anger against the government. And this is your own strategy. Okay? And this is what you will do. This is the acting of war. To do what your enemy is forcing you to do, even though you know it's against just your own better interest.
Welcome to another episode of the Carolyn Bridge Show. One of the leitmotifs really over a lifetime is psychological warfare. The whole doctrine of terrorism uses it. Much of the media use it. different political factions in various countries use it as a strategy for building their camp and maintaining them. And all of this today is playing out in the reality that Israelis live in. When we saw last week with the execution of the 6 hostages by Hamas, and then after they killed them, they posted these pre-execution pleas by the 6 hostages that were murdered for their lives, we saw rolling right before our eyes a classic example of psychological warfare that was meant to use the murder and then the after effects of the murder, that is the videos, as a means to produce an outcome politically by Israel, which is a capitulation. So when I was watching this unfold, I thought to myself, now I want to talk to my friend, Dr. Roel Schleifer. Roel Schleifer is the director of the, he's a psychological warfare analyst, and he's a director of the School of Communications at Ariel University. And I've had many conversations with Ron about political warfare in the past. He just came out with a new book. And so I was very glad that Ron could make it today to the Caroline Glick Show. So I'm going to welcome you to the show. Ron, thanks so much for joining me.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Well, I should call you Dr. Schleifer.
Ron, it's fine.
Well, I'll tell you what, you guys should know he's Dr. Ron Schleifer, and you should read his books, of which there are many, and just go through some of the titles before we start. You have a new one out in Hebrew called Post-Psychological Warfare, and then your previous titles in English include Foreign Media Coverage of Israel, Warfare 101, Psychological Warfare in the First Intifada, and Psychological Warfare in the Middle East Conflict. So you've been kind of focused on this for a while. So first, before we begin, can you just sort of give us a primer on what is psychological warfare for the uninitiated?
Okay, there are three versions. I'll give you the short version. There's art and science of how to make your own soldiers patriotic, while how you make the enemy soldiers pacifists.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just very narrow, I think.
So make your own soldiers patriotic and your enemies pacifists. Interesting. Right. Okay.
Mission. If it's if I say the non-violent means deployed during wartime in order to assist the victory, basically using psychology to persuade the enemy to do what you want them to do. Like if you don't have the weapons as many or as strong or as much.
And you can see this, like that fucking faggot Democrat running against fucking base Trump supporters. You could see what he was trying to do, and you see this with those fucking vegans. You know, the way they fucking smooth you up and then fucking butter your anus or whatever. Like, it's fucking abhorrent, man. You know, the way it becomes like gaslighting manipulation with these faggots so quickly. It's like wild, man. It's fucking wild.
As the enemy has, persuade not to use it. Okay, because basically any weapon has a trigger or an operation button. So you can either destroy the weapon or persuade the soldier who is holding the weapon not to pull the trigger, which is the same fact, but much less violent and much less destructive, and with tremendous successes. And this is the more narrow. If you want to broaden a little bit, is the use of public relations techniques during wartime in order to enhance your chances of winning.
Well, yeah, it's wild, man. It's fucking wild. Like, he got all these fucking Iranian proxy fucking spokespeople fucking acting like fucking Westerners and stuff. But nah.
So, I mean, with Israel, with all armies, part of it is really the motivation, the morale of your soldiers and your home front. And that's reasonable that what everybody does if they're feeling patriotic, they are patriotic, and they feel like this war is very important to their nation. There's nothing too manipulative about that, I think. Although, I guess if you're fighting an imperialist war and you want to repress people who never did anything to you in order to take their riches and plunder them or something, I guess that you call it manipulation. So I guess there's manipulation in everything. But on the other hand, there's sort of light manipulation, and then there's sort of insidious and evil manipulation.
No, manipulation is a manipulation. The question is, we don't want to say like the Marxists that everything is strong. So this is why I link it to a framework of war. Now, there's also war between the sexes, the war between employers and classes.
That's between races.
Yeah, that's too broad. And if it's too broad, it's ineffective. War is where violence is deployed. It's the most basic concept of war. Where violence is deployed in order to create pain on the enemy until it surrenders. Okay. Now the question is, how can you use psychology in order to promote your goals? So this is psychological warfare, and it has to be nonviolent.
So when we talk about Israel, I think you can see Israel getting it from all sides.
Yes.
But before we talk about Israel specifically, I want to talk a little bit about the doctrine of terrorism, because in my mind, and we were talking about it a little bit before we started filming, I said that psychological warfare is a central component, and you corrected me. You gave a more nuanced definition of what the role of psychological warfare is in terrorist warfare.
Yes. Well, terrorism is not terrorist warfare. Terrorism is just one stage in during war. Let's take the example of Vietnam, because we'll get back to it later, because it's very important to how PLO went to the business of psychology.
This Viet Cong actually taught PLO how to do it, if I understood it.
Sure, that they learned.
They went to Hanoi.
Yeah, they learned how to do it, and they deployed it, and they deploy it to this day. Okay, let's start with Vietnam. The Vietnamese were a small agricultural faraway poor country, and the fact is that they won against the world superpower.
France.
First France, and then America. Okay, and was led by the same small group of people, and they developed the concept of revolutionary warfare. So definitely you cannot come with the same amount of tanks and airplanes and submarines against America. So what I'll sum up in one sentence, which is very unacademic and that's very effective. General Giap had said, we fought the war against America more in the streets of Washington than the jungles of Vietnam. Okay, so meaning what they invented is a political type of warfare. Meaning,
wow, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, wow. So you've got to consider, like, the whole thing of, like, America's not at war. It's like, don't you understand that what's happening on your campuses, what's happening in your towns, that is warfare. That is warfare. You know, trying to make people concede, trying to make them fucking, what's the word? We do not, to fucking negotiate with terrorists, with people who have fucking murdered your family. You know, you don't negotiate with hostage takers. Do not negotiate with these people. Give them an inch, they'll end up raping your sister. You know? And I mean, the categorical denial of fucking Iranian proxy fucking spokespeople, fucking golden handshake fucking, it's unconscionable. And I mean, yeah, the way the Iranians, those fucking slippery gypsies, fucking wing their ways into the American academic system is just, it's war. This is, yeah. I mean, those faggot Iranians, thank Christ they're not going to exist pretty soon. But, I mean, this is all, Gaza, this is, yeah. I mean, at this point, fucking Biden and Kamala are fucking Iranian pussies. They gaslight you like some fucking hairy-chested fucking, you know, Persian butcher. As in, like, you know, like... And I mean, fucking Kamala and fucking... Yeah, they look like fucking Persian carpet salesmen, don't they? I don't know who the blood are.
that the Viet Cong and the operatives were in charge of politics and military at the same time. In brackets, I would say that the IDF had a concept until 2 years ago that you don't put politics into the army. Okay, so which is a tremendous limitation, and it gives, on the other hand, gives to the other side.
I understand. We can go back to that. I'll just say correctly. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, the IDF, you mean they said they were going to have powers, and they decided 2 years ago that they would?
Look, the concept was that you don't make, was the maxim. You don't,
don't bring propaganda
No. Don't mix politics into the army. And this was, of course, a fraud because the army always.
Armies in the war.
Yeah, I'm talking since the 50s. And then when the Likud came to power, it became stronger that you don't mix politics with the army. That's what
They didn't let
not right-wing politics.
Didn't let the government have any influence over the government.
Exactly. Okay, exactly.
So it became very political. It became the political opposition to the government.
Exactly. To this day. But going back to Vietnam, they thought that the military local commander is in charge of politics as well.
Like commissar in the Soviet Republic.
Exactly. And then on and on. And now they decided the revolutionary warfare consists of a few stages. First of all, you start with the lowest level of operation in terms of violence. So this is psychological warfare. You try to persuade. You try to persuade the enemy. You try to insert guilt.
Yeah, James Lindsay's spoken a lot about this. You know, a lot of fucking Maoist revolution, cultural revolution stuff, eh?
Good feelings, and you try to lower its motivation. On first stages, when the black soldiers were more and more in the armed forces in the United States, so they would appeal to them through leaflets and loudspeakers and say, "Look, here you are a soldier, but at home you're a bloody nigger." Okay, so why would you die for such a government? And that was true. And that was true. They would quote statements from Alabama, political figures about that. We're talking about the 60s. And that must have penetrated on the skin of the soldiers because it's basically true. Because the percentage of black soldiers within the armed forces of the United States was disproportional.
Disproportionately high to the percentage in the overall population.
Exactly. And so they realized they were somehow manipulated. Okay.
And back on the battlefield, or was it more that the black nationalists turned against Vietnam, Martin Luther King was against Vietnam?
This is how the procedure works. I mean, I don't know if anybody has a distinct proof, in terms of research results broken down by statistics and all that. But for me, it's obvious that it was Iranian impact. Secondly, then you move up and you use terror. And you use terror against the supporters of the United States. And terror is the occasional unintentional harm of individuals. Like you put a bomb in the street, you don't know who's going to be affected, you don't know who's going to be
collateral damage?
No, it was intent for damage, but this is something which nobody knows when it's going to be. Like what the communists kill one and frighten 1,000. Okay, and it was completely unintentional. You never know who's going to be, and if it's a he or she, if it's a low level or high level. This is just as it happens. And that scares a lot.
The Americans or the Vietcong? In their own villages.
No, in their own villages, they would kill the collaborators with America, or whom they would call a collaborator. Okay, and the purpose was to move the leadership of the village to the Vietcong, even though it was in South Vietnam. All right, and then they would deploy terrorism in the cities, and America had shipped a lot of aid workers and civilians to support the military effort, even military dentists or doctors or whatever. And they were the target for assassination. That is guerrilla warfare. So you're moving higher on the violent scale. And then once they achieve that, they move to frontal warfare, tet offensive, and all that. The interesting thing with the tet offensive is that militarily, America won.
Right.
But politically, the streets of Washington were boiling and said, what are we doing for? Okay, so they deployed
So it made people at home feel their actions were futile. There was no point to it all. It was just mindless killing instead of defeating the enemy when they succeeded.
Yeah, and especially when America went into damage what was called by America the body counts, and see it, which is, by the way, same is happening here now. It's completely ineffective. It's completely out. So then become this. It creates mood, and the mood does not have to do anything with reality. It's a mood. It's psychological perception. So it's a
mood. It's vibe. It's bread. It's abortion. It's a fucking right. Mood lighting, right?
What have we lost? What we need is, 10,000 miles away from America. Why? And that crap under the skin, and the Pentagon issued a 64-page document to persuade the American soldiers why they are there and why it's important. And the domino effect and the harsh reality of communism and all that. But once you are in jungle mud and you are always subject to sniping and stepping on undulates or whatever on landmine, it creeps under your skin. And that's after 15 years, many casualties, million and a half or whatever, is America pulled out. The idea that we can, distill from all this is driving a wedge and from asset to liability. Two main principles. Driving a wedge is to divide and conquer. Split your enemy into subgroup, and once the enemy does not have a cohesion grasp of itself, then it's very easy to go sector by sector and then change the perception.
So that's obviously what's happening with us as response today, and I just want to show the audience what we were talking about today. I don't usually look at video.porno because it's kind of this is psychological warfare crash sheet to demoralize the public. What can I do? And they were giving it away for us out of the post office when I went to pick up my mail this morning. And as I was coming to meet with you, Ron, I figured, all right, why don't we show this in a sort of show and tell thing? So yesterday the IDF videotaped the tunnel where the 6 hostages who were executed by Hamas
released. They videotaped it long ago.
The IDF did.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so the IDF released to the public this tape or this video, the book of the IDF spokesman Daniel Gali, in the tunnel where the six hostages, here's Goldberg Colin, Alex Lobovnov, Kalmel Gat, Oli Danilo, Moksa Lucia, and Yoshami were held and where they were executed. And so, they were 20 meters below ground, below a children's bedroom, a child's bedroom. There was the entrance to the tunnel. You went down 4 long ladders to get to this dungeon. They were in a very narrow, I think.
I just want that to sink in, right? This fucking terrorist tunnel, you entered it through a children's bedroom. Are you... Nah.
I think he said 110-meter tunnel area that you couldn't stand up in if you were a grown man. And there were 2 mattresses that people could sleep on at once, and they were starved. And this is also the tunnel where they were executed. They had to pee into bottles, and they had a bucket that they did their other things in it. And it is not a place that's not only not for human life, it's not for animal life, it's not for cockroaches' life. It's where they were held, and we're not quite sure for how long. And this is also where they were executed. So I was not clear what the IDF spokesman decided that they had to put out. It looked to me like they were manipulating the public, because who is this for? Is it going to stop Hamas from doing this? No. Is it going to stop Hamas's supporters abroad who have rallied around Hamas? They rallied for Hamas on October 7th to suddenly care? No. So I wasn't sure why they did that in the first place, except, the only audience, the people who truly care about the hostages are the Israelis. So it seemed like an act of demoralization. And then maybe they do it for the front page writer who definitely wants to demoralize the public in Yediot, because this is what they put up. You can see it here. So this is the picture of the tunnel where they were. These are the blood stains where the 6 were executed. You can see the narrow nature of this tunnel, and here are the pictures of the 6 hostages who were murdered. And then it says here, the puddle of blood and the Hamas puddle was here in conditions that no person is supposed to be able to exist within them or survive within them. This is where Hirsch and Lee, Colin, Alex, and Alo lived and were murdered. And then the IDF spokesman says, more hostages being held in these conditions. And then here at the bottom, the red headline, it's inhuman. Okay, so, I'm sure that, you probably looked at this headline and said, bullseye, right? And so first let's talk about EPSLR, and maybe we can move to Idiota or Nota page editor, because I think that there's a synergy there. But first let's talk about Hamas. Tell me, why did they release the execution videos after they killed the hostages? Why didn't they released hostage videos, and they've done this before. They've released hostage videos. They had one of Noah Kabani and I can't remember the two other hostages she was held with, all three of them sitting together, and they all say the same things. In all of their hostage videos, they all say, we're here because Israel abandoned us, because Israel didn't protect us. It's all Netanyahu's fault. Netanyahu, go out and rally against Netanyahu, make him a deal. That's the text. They all have to say it. They all say it. And so the three of them said it, and then I think very shortly after the video was released, there was another video like this also. They announced that the two men were killed, and they're always killed in IDF violence. They're never executed, they're always killed in IDF violence. We recovered bodies which were shot, and they were not killed by airstrikes. But they're all this, so it was here, the IDF recovered the bodies, and then Hamas released 6 videos of the 6 of them pleading for their life, the same text that we've been hearing since the original video started appearing. And so why does Hamas do that? Why don't they just put it on and then let's do something? Why is it first we get them, find out that they've been executed, and then they release them?
There are the two main principles that they go through the concept of psychological warfare. One is creating an opportunity, and one is exploiting an opportunity. Creating an opportunity is like the Gilad Shalit affair. Okay, so they dragged the Israeli society through the mud for 5.5 years. And the main idea, according to my understanding of psychological warfare, was to erode the Israeli society cohesion. And they go, and they did it again in October 7, only 250 times more. Okay, now my personal perception of it is all run from Tehran. It's way too big for Sinwar to work such a huge operation. And it's a huge operation. They have collected all the information on every one of the abductees. They would send messages to the families, etc. It's been a very big operation. So this is the creating an opportunity. Now, exploiting an opportunity is something which happens, and you change it in order to maximize psychological impact. Now, they could not in any way have let the IDF have the credit of freeing the hostages. So they had to be killed. Okay, now what do you do now? Okay, so in order to divert criticism, it's so they created so it's your fault. It's one that's a strategy. It's all your fault. Had you not done what we said you should do, then everything would have been okay.
So that would explain then why the released hostages and the freed hostages that have come home attested, many of them, I don't know, all of them, certainly heard repeated stories from released hostages saying that they were repeatedly videotaped. And yes. So and we have had, relatively speaking, very few of these videotapes released. But clearly Hamas has hundreds, if not thousands, of videotapes of the hostages, dead and alive. They should have both. Right. And they're waiting, and they use them when it's opportune.
Let me tell you something which I quote in my book. I even have the picture of it. ISIS caught a Syrian army officer. They looked at his phone and they saw that 2 days before that, he was getting a blessing, parting away his mother. Very moving photograph. Was a big guy, very muscular. He's bowing his head, and his mother is putting her hands on his head, is giving him the blessing. Okay, so what they did is they beheaded him. with his camera filming, and then sent the photograph to another, and that was contact list.
Oh, they did that on October 7th. They executed a grandmother on her Facebook page. Why?
Yeah, etc. So this was, something on the field. So they didn't have to compose any war doctrine or psychological warfare or psychological ways. They did just, on the field, very effective. And of course, they put this the clip on social media. Okay, back to Hamas. Hamas and Iran have no boundaries. It's something. It's effective or not effective. It comes another dilemma in psychological revolutionary warfare and in psychological warfare. How do you not overreact the chain? Alright, because if you pull the chain too hard, your enemy will freak out and will use all his might in order, and you don't want that. You don't want that. You want to use enemy conditioning to suffer small blows at a time and very gradually increase the scale and the intensity of those strikes until he finds himself in such a way that the only way out is to give up, is to surrender. Okay, so Hamas would not execute them live because that would unite Israeli society in one blow, and Israel will wipe out Hamas in carpet bombing in anger, and they don't want that. So they want to frustrate the IDF and Israeli society.
Bitch ass niggas, fucking cunts, acting like fucking innocent cunts. Oh no, it was you, it wasn't us, it was you. Don't touch me.
And the political decision makers, and get them conditioned, acquainted, accustomed to the situation where Hamas is in control and the enemy, us, is obedient. Okay, so that's how it works. So it's all very balanced, very
manipulative.
Delicate balance of how to operate, how to use the information. Okay. Now back to the IDF. Now the IDF is advertising, is publishing this information, letting it out. Okay, and it has a consideration of unifying the Israeli society, behind the IDF. Or if you want to push the paranoia gland, the paranoia button, maybe they want to direct the Israeli decision makers, the political decision makers, towards a deal, because the public is frustrated. This is obvious. And now when they see these images, they are very frustrated. Now the question is, what will they do with the frustration? And here comes the ingenuity of Hamas and Iran, and directing this frustration towards the government, towards Netanyahu. Okay, if you had agreed before that to the deal that Hamas was not offering, then they wouldn't have these images. Now they need to balance these two impacts, and I guess Agari and the IDF spokes unit were considering that.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if I was in that situation, it is so manipulative. I mean, if they killed 2,000, if they killed 200 and taken 1,200 hostage, maybe that would have been a situation of leverage. But you kill fucking 1,300 people, then take 250 fucking women that you're gonna rape and fucking murder anyway. If I was in their position, I'd just be like, they're gone. They're not coming back. Like, these fuckers have no intention of letting these people go. You know?
They'll win both ways. They'll win the unification of the society, together with pressuring the government towards a deal. Now, why would the army be interested in a deal? The army usually is interested in war. and not in stopping the war. But in the Israeli case, it's I guess it's different. And this is my take on this, on the current information now.
I mean, I look at this. I don't mean to interrupt, but I look at this. I looked at the video yesterday evening, and I'm looking at this horrific photographs on all over, blazoned on the front page of New York, and it actually both of them enraged me because it here I'm covering it because it enraged me because it's cultivating a sense of.
By the way, if I may interject, if you deal with psychological warfare, you have to be very rational and don't let your feelings.
Right. So, but my feelings are back to me because I'm enraged. I'll tell you why. Because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, why are you moralizing us? Why are you using the images that Hamas created on purpose, deliberately? Everything here was created. Why would you do this if you want our side to win? And if you don't want our side to win, why are you in the army? I mean, to me, I look at it and it feels to me like that we're these kinds of videos and this kind of a front page in media.pro, they're absolutely on the same side as the people who created these images, who are the murderers in Hamas, and that enrages me because I think to myself, why are you doing this? Don't you understand the stakes? We're a nation that's in a war for our survival. Why would you be preaching demoralization? I find it shocking and wondering whether they've just been demoralized or whether,
Wow. That is, yeah, see, this is the perspective you don't get from being outside of Israel, Like, that is so wrong. That is so wrong. Platforming these fucking barbarians and allowing them to traumatize people for what? Political gain? Fucking poo state solution? Fuck this shit.
How do we handle that? This is different. This is like, first of all, indication that Hamas has succeeded, and second of all, they have divided Israeli society between people like Carolyn Glick who look at this and are enraged, and people who look.
This was made a week ago, so shit don't change, but shit don't stay the same also, so.
Look at this, go out to Passenger Square or to the Kiryat, the IDF headquarters, or outside of the Prime Minister's office and demand that we capitulate Hamas. So they did. They did manage to evoke emotional responses either for capitulation or for war. But then my anger is directed, again, towards somebody inside of Israel, right? It's directed towards the newspaper editor and it's directed towards the IDF.
Okay.
So
everybody has an agenda. Each and every one of us has an agenda. You have an agenda of spreading the word. I want to sell my book. And the Idiot Achronot was very hard to sell copies.
Well, they were giving this away.
No, okay. Now the main bulk of their earnings is on Ynet. So the more people go into that, very few people hold the paper anymore. Physical paper in their hands. So they're going to Ynet, and this is what most Israelis are doing. Let's face it. And they want to sell copies or click bites or whatever. These days, it's the same thing. Now, if you can sell click bites and pursue your personal political views at the same time, more the better. I would say that they would do that even though it would be against their political views. They would still advertise it because the click bites or advertising spaces and time is, is a good cause. Yeah, but we forgot to mention that the Rosa Luxemburg is a strong communist Marxist organization based in Germany, and they keep their agenda, on the table all the time. So generations of Israeli students have learned that women are oppressed all over, especially in Judaism, and so they need to go out and break the old establishment. Now, the old establishment, not just the rabbinical establishment, it's the patriarchal establishment that, and you confuse them until they don't know where they are. Now it comes a matter of organization. So you're frustrated, I have to get an outlet. Believe. Believe.
Building the wall and being.
Yeah. Modi'in is a village between Modi'in and Yudan Sharon, the West Bank. And we let them believe that if we do the war, that will protect us. So they had to protest against the security perimeter, whatever you call it, the high wall.
They called it an apartheid.
Then you take the students and you bring them over to the Friday morning demonstrations, and then comes the border police, and so they start to breathe in tear gas and be pushed and even taken, to the for short arrest period. This is how you radicalize the students, and this has been going on for 20 years. So this is how it's orchestrated. It's orchestrated, and of course you need to find Israeli counterparts. And who is better counterpart than those who have been deposed from politics by the current government? Okay, so this is the general overview, and basically, if I sum it up, you channel the energy, the existing energy, towards your own goals. And this is the summit, the acme of psychological warfare. To do what your enemy is forcing you to do, even though you know it's against your own better interest. This is why we pulled out of Lebanon. This is why we pulled out of Gaza, the disengagement. And lots of psychological warfare done that. And
when you add to that the international media, I read a headline this week. I think it said something to the effect of the BBC. Israel is accused of genocide, something like that, something like 5 times more than the Palestinians.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that there's this constant drumbeat of this blood libel, and it's going on. Why is the BBC? Why? I mean, it's a very odd thing, that people have embraced these lies, and they're pushing them out into the bloodstream to the point where you can't even begin to have a conversation with a reporter because they're operating on the basis of just lies. Have a conversation with them.
Let me tell you a quick anecdote that happened to me.
It's blood libel. It's fucking blood libel. It's blood libel against conservatism. It's blood libel about anything that is in any way conservative of human fucking life. And at this point, it's like, is conservatism basically like wanting to continue being a fucking human race? Is that what conservatism means? Does conservatism mean wanting to maintain our humanity, and progress means fucking it's this liberation narrative that I've spoken about, man. It's like march towards the future and we will be free. Free from what? You know what I mean? Like, whoa. We're almost done.
Yeah, I wanted to do a PhD on propaganda in the early 90s, and the Jerusalem University of Mount Scopus is my alma mater.
Hebrew.
Yeah. Sorry. And nobody wanted to supervise me.
Right.
And so we were, it's a period in human history where all enemies are, being reconciled. So I went to England. So I went to university, very good university, and it was Leeds in northern England. And it's the second largest university in terms of communication, media studies, etc. And I found a supervisor who was brave enough to mention the word propaganda at the time, and I went there, spent 4 years. And in the second week that I came, the secretary says to me, "You should meet Howard." He's the head of the documentary department in the School of Communication. So I went to Howard. Something for me very interesting. I've done 7 series for the BBC and Channel 4 on the Middle East. So I said, "Oh, really? Really? So you're very well informed?" So yes, I am. I've looked into the matter. I've done. And this teaching was a second career. The first career was, documentary film. So we said, "How did you get into the subject?" He says, in the 70s,
was going on a fact-finding tour in Lebanon. Okay, so the efforts to conscript students, not from the medical faculties, not from the accounting faculties, because they're going to be bourgeois, and not from the active, radical, those who want to change the world. So they took students from philosophy, from communications, and from the sort of main arts, and showed them the results of Israeli bombing of the refugee camps in southern Lebanon. Now, what happened there? What happened there that 5 years before that, they were trained by the North Vietnamese. What the North Vietnamese trained them is that you need to promote the feeling, a sense of guilt inside your enemy. So how do you build that? So you cause the enemy to harm your own people. Now, this is the first time in history. I mean, collateral damage has always been, in several parts of the world, but it's the first time in history, to the best of my knowledge, where you encourage the enemy to harm your own people as a part of your strategy. And to use that.
Yeah, James Lindsay talks about this. What's his line? Your real action is the reaction, something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's fucking real politics bullshit, man. The real action is the reaction, something like that. It's crazy, man. It's fucking so evil, man. This is so fucking Satan at the fucking Camp David fucking shit, eh?
Too much time left, so I'll just give you 1.5 minutes, just kidding, but, just the last few minutes to explain. All right, we're people have been conditioned, even young people, and very important and powerful forces inside of Israeli society, including our own media, as we saw in New York this morning and yesterday morning, etc. To believe the enemy propaganda, to internalize their lies, and to ignore the overwhelming truth in order to cause attacks of our will to fight. And we saw this in Vietnam, we've seen this in just since then, basically every conflict that the West has engaged in, we've seen it play out in various forms. How do you stop it? How do you defeat this? I mean, it's so insidious. What do you do? Where's the vaccine for the AIDS virus that are critical?
First of all, we need to know the rules of engagement in psychological warfare.
I mean, two can tango. So you mean that both sides can play this game, not just that?
Yeah, no, but in order to inoculate your enemy and in order to prepare yourself to do that, you have to undergo a very thorough process of learning. So we need to, this is what I've been trying to do in the past few decades, in order to say, look, this is how it's done, these are the new rules of engagement, so why don't we use it? It's much less violent, it's much... The problem is that we're fighting, this is a different conversation for the future, why actually we don't do that. But what we are discussing now is what can be done. We need to better understand the Arabs, which we don't, even though few Israelis speak Arabic, even though it's not territorial Arabic, it's not cultural Arabic, it's academic Arabic. And that's not Arabic. You can speak it, you can read it, you can write it, but you don't understand it. And we have lost the generation of people who grew up in Arab countries 50 years ago, 60 years ago, and they would have taught us what, it's not the same as living it, but they would have taught us what it is really like, but nobody listened to them. That's a problem. There is a guy called Harold Roth who worked for 28 years in the State Department on the Middle East, a genius in understanding Middle Eastern cultures, speaks Turkish, but just like
gorgeous. He's Frederick Lewis' disciple. He's a very close friend of mine. So, Harold, we're talking about, hi, I'm sure you're watching. We'll have you on the show. Don't worry, we'll have you on too. But I think he's been on other shows at channels.
And so, I mean, he's also been frustrated and nobody will this problem with to listen to. This is for a different conversation, why and how. But he wrote pretty soon. Is you create so much damage to the Islamic army that they have no other choice, or you chain them.
If you shame them, then shame in the Arab world is worse than that.
Interesting. Wow. And I mean, the whole thing with the beepers, there's shame there. There's ridicule. Yeah, wow. Okay. It makes sense now. Yeah, wow.
Now we need to know how to do that, and that's an art. And
it ought to be easy, given the atrocities that they perpetrated against us and continue to perpetrate against us since October 7th. Even before that, obviously, since Hamas was established in 1988, all they do is atrocities.
Can't you the collection cause of shame, as you're saying?
It makes them proud. It makes them proud. It's look, we've been killing far more than we didn't
that makes them happy.
We didn't film it and we didn't use it because it's immoral.
And then the Americans was a step. We weren't allowed to show the footage of terrorists surrendering to us in undershirts and underwear. That's what they said. They said it was too embarrassing. We weren't allowed to do it anymore, and it was very effective.
Inside Israel, they came inside Israel.
The United States told us that.
Okay, all right. So we need to play. We need to train some, a foreign superpower which is actively intervening in our day conduct of the war. We'll wait for November 5th, when things might change. It will change in a day, but at least that aspect will be taken off. But we need to change our perception of psychological warfare. It's cheap, it's more moral, it is more effective, and it could really save lots of lives on our side, on enemy side. And I don't know about peace, this is going to be a religious discussion, but definitely some sort of coexistence that would be of the psychological warfare campaign with this high, fully funded, fully thought out, long time. That's the only way.
Well, I hope that this conversation will cause more people to listen to you, because I think you're right. And I think that when one side is doing it, and like you said, they have no boundaries, they have no shame on what's effective for them, including the way that they, envision our future as all being dead. I think that it's very important for us to stop and think this through and not play their game, because I fear that, I'm convinced actually, that headlines, front pages like this, and even the way that the IDF spokesperson put out that video, I think that those are our own goals. Those are things that we're doing to ourselves. They do this, but then the question is how we respond, and I think that we're responding in devastating ways, and we would be very well advised to read your books and to listen to you, and I appreciate you coming on the show today to share some of this very critical information. So you're saying it all started in Vietnam?
It all started in Vietnam.
So we're still losing the Vietnam War.
Same as in America, man. The summer of love was a lie. It was a fucking lie.
Yes, in a sense we do.
And what's so funny about that is, of course, that the United States actually won it on the ground in many ways, but nobody knows and nobody cares because
it doesn't matter. The victory on the ground, yes, it doesn't matter. Victory on the ground, it's not it's the political. And this is what the communists have understood long ago. And this is how today with social media, which makes it so much easier to do, they dictate the rules of engagement. And we should be very alert to that. And that would say our lives.
Like that on this territory, we know psychology, but we're letting other people use it against us. All right, well, I thank you very much. We're going to have to stop this conversation, but maybe we'll have another one soon about why it is.
My dick, where's my dick? dick. I don't have a dick anymore. Okay, guys. Thank you so much.
Still obscure, I can see you. Flowers across, reflected your coming, silhouetted on the sunrise. Did I blink as I watched? Did I close my eyes? I was not alone. Think it was the first time watching you rise, splendid and graceful. I cheered as you sailed. Greatness unknown, I left us away. Imagine summits, streets of the city, windows of buildings, a million faces gazing upwards in wonder. A million faces together and cheering and smiling. You were the warmth of their hearts. You were the summer of their dreams. In the coldness of morning, you brought warmth to their lives. Giving this feeling of wonder, I could not imagine you unlocking these doors. No book and no picture could ever convey this feeling of me and opened the door. I stepped into a new world. I watched you fly, saw you as a friend. The spirits of dreams, imagined a new world. Lands far away, and imagine those faces as you hung in their sky. I'm leaving ground, stepping into
Thank you guys. Thanks for watching the Socks Off Podcast, another Sunshine Runaways premium YouTube product brought to you from 2006 until your mama dies. I don't fucking know. Cheerio, guys. Until next time, I don't know, I gotta fucking take a break, fucking decompress, get back with the fucking ground downs. But look, don't give up. Never give up. We're God-given, yo. We are God-given, no matter what your faith is. Faith is just different prophecy. If it comes from God, it is God, you know what I'm saying? So know your kin, know your folk, know your friends, and fucking throw them in the ocean. Because friends ain't shit. Friends ain't fucking shit. Family and kin, yeah? Fucking family and kin. Peace out, yo. Thank you kindly. Cheerio.